Right, I imagine you've probably come here from TikTok at this point because I would have just promoted that there. But I was on an episode of Champion the Gamer, which is Coach Marv's podcast. It's absolutely incredible. Go and check out every episode on there. Every single person on there is incredible. I'm here with Tom,
Yo.
and we are just going to simply sit here, go through it because I know I made a lot of mistakes on that podcast, to be blunt. So we're just going to go through, reevaluate everything, and have another look at it. Yep, sorry there's no webcam and everything. We've tried it, we've gone through it, and I'm going to punch this computer if I think about it anymore. So let's just get right into it and go from there. Cool. I'm ready when you are.
Yep, ready when you are.
Perfect.
Hello and welcome to episode 18 of Champion the Gamer. I'm delighted to be joined by Zach, otherwise known as Lactose Labs. Where does that come from?
You are somehow the first person that's ever asked me that question, and I do not understand how to this day.
Genuinely, by the way, not a single person has questioned the name Lactose Labs in my entire time posting.
I 100% think that was one of the first things that we considered. People are going to look at it and go, what the fuck?
There's some names you just scroll past and go, what the hell is wrong with whoever came up with that, right?
I 100% do it all the time whenever I'm playing games. As soon as I see someone's username that is like, just even slightly weird, I'm just like, what have I just read with my own eyes?
Yeah, I assumed at least one person would come up and go, where the hell did that name come from? But somehow no one's asked. But, I mean, it gave me the chance to talk about it on a podcast, so I'm happy.
I was going to say, I'm assuming you talked about it.
Yeah, we'll go for it now.
It came from a drunken rant with one of my mates. We had this idea.
Tom is said, mate, if you hadn't figured that out already.
That's why I'm here.
For a YouTube channel called Lactose Labs. It was going to be all gaming content. We were going to have the long form content, the compilations, the kind of, multi-hour kind of segments that were going to be the kind of whole fat segments. Then we were going to have the standard ones, which were the semi-skimmed ones, and then the shorts, which were going to be the skimmed. It was a completely ridiculous idea, but I stuck with it because I'd already made a profile picture at that point.
Genuinely, by the way, the only reason I stuck with it is because I had actually made a profile picture.
I think as well the banner was literally just a glass of milk for like a while.
I completely forgot about the banner. I don't know, did we ever end up fixing that? I think I did.
Is it still a glass of milk? Let me check.
Yeah,
I'll do a background check while we keep listening.
Oh, actually, that's a point. No, you know what? I'll leave it. I was going to say I'll bring it up on here. Actually, yeah, I still can't I?
That is a fabulous...
Not now, Marv.
Okay.
Come on, give us something.
No, you have fixed the we have fixed the banner. The banner now says milky gaming content.
Oh god, it shows how little I use this channel, really, doesn't it? Because I've kind of gotten so stuck in the TikTok side of things, which we'll talk about later in the podcast, by the way, before I go into too much detail. But yeah, I completely forgot it was there, to be honest. All right, let's carry on, I suppose.
Concept, by the way. How did you even think of that?
Beer.
Okay.
Yeah, sums it up, really, doesn't it?
Beer and stupidity. To be honest, I don't think even we could remember why we chose it.
Oh god, no, I do not remember being all that sober when we came up with it. And to be honest, the only just absolutely whacked my laptop there. The only reason I know we did it in the first place is because there was a profile picture.
Because it exists.
Yeah.
That's the reason why.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Now, this podcast is all about bringing to light either content creators that people don't know, or they may know but want more info on, or a deep dive into their psyche, etc. Right? And this is obviously a good chance for you to spread your name out there a little bit. But the fact that we've already started with a beer-related lactose story is fabulous.
I mean, sums it up, really, doesn't it?
That is literally just most of the decisions we make.
Oh yeah, it's either beer or milk.
Yeah. Okay, moving on before we...
I'm going on a tangent here, right? But, to be fair, alcohol and milk go surprisingly well together. I was in St. Ives a few years ago, and my friend dragged me down to this pub with just alcoholic milkshakes, and they were incredible.
Okay, when you say it like that, yeah, that's understandable, but at first thought, you literally think of a glass of milk and a glass of beer.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, yeast and milk is not a great combo.
You've made bilk.
Hey, who doesn't love some bilk every now and then? Right, I'm gonna carry on before somebody in the somebody watching this froze up.
So we can obviously get into creator origins. Where have you started your content from? Where's the ideas come from? Just tell us a bit about yourself.
Well, I started making content in 2010, believe it or not. And
Just why? It's the fact I just went, you know what? I'm going through the origins of my YouTube channel. Sounds like a perfect time for a drum solo, really, doesn't it?
It's the absolute ADHD, just finger tap energy.
Oh, we're gonna go back. I need that solo again.
Where have you started your content from? Where's the ideas come from? Just tell us a bit about yourself.
well, I started making content in 2010, believe it or not. And I was, 9 years old at the time, and I was making magic trick videos.
Legitimately, by the way. I don't think I'd... Well, I met Tom in 2006, right? But I moved schools for quite a while. We ended up apart for quite a while because I was in the other end of the country. But yeah, I was legitimately sat there just after we moved back making card trick videos.
Even I haven't seen these videos. I've seen ones where you started recording whenever we met back up again.
Yeah, well, to be honest, that was the only time I really started again. Yeah, I remember I won a giveaway. Somebody called Magica88, I think it was. I'll have to fact check that. But I won a giveaway because he was at the time giving away for like packs of bicycle playing cards. If people don't know, those are nice cards.
Oh, they're like the Gucci of playing cards.
Oh yeah, well, except these are actually good. And I won one of his giveaways, but I replied to the email a day late. So he picked somebody else, and that is the most heartbroken I have ever been in my life. It would have been a signed deck. He wasn't a massive YouTuber or anything. It's, impressive what he's done, but it wasn't like he had millions of subscribers. But it was just, I was such a big fan of his back in the day, and I cannot believe I messed that up.
It's just more of the principle of it.
Oh god, yeah. No, I really wanted those, and I'm so annoyed. I even remember I replied to the email, and I put my date of birth in there alongside my address and name just to kind of make him feel bad.
Oh my god.
On the off chance he'd turn around and go, oh, this kid's like 10, let's give him a break. But no, I never heard back from him.
You probably didn't hear back from him because he heard you were 10.
I mean, yeah, in hindsight, not my smartest choice. Anyway, let's carry on.
Which is about as far opposed as I could imagine. I've still got a collection of playing cards to this day that I've got. Actually, I don't know where.
I found them, by the way. They were in a metal suitcase that I've stashed under my bed.
Oh shit, I remember that.
Yeah, I remember bringing it to school, and it was... it didn't look great, because I had my PE kit in a duffel bag, and then that bag inside of it, it looked like I'd robbed a bank, because I just came in with this massive packed duffel bag that I pulled a metal suitcase out of. It just...
Well, yeah, it's also the fact that you pulled out the metal suitcase in the school library and started playing blackjack.
I completely forgot about that. But no, literally, it looked like I was running a crime syndicate at like 11 years old. Oh,
I mean,
God.
to be fair, who wasn't back in the day when they were trying to sell, like, Lucasades?
Hey, to be fair, on that grind, I suppose. Right, I'm going to carry on because we are at 1 minute 50 and we've been recording for 9 minutes now.
Oh my god.
So you've hidden them that well, you've no idea where they are.
Well, I'd say it was probably more the ADHD, but yes, I'll go with hidden.
Okay. The amount of times I've had games delivered already, keeping in mind I've only been doing this for, 2.5 months, kind of gaming content-wise. The amount of times I've had deliveries of games, put them down, lost them, and then had to record the video like 2 days later is insane. It's happened multiple times already.
But yeah, and then since then I posted on YouTube for about 5 years on and off. It was everything from that. That's lost media now. No idea where it went. YouTube just wiped my channel one day. No violations, no restrictions, no copyright claims. Just didn't like it, apparently.
Yep, I'm still annoyed about that. Don't get me wrong, the card trick content was cringe as all hell. but like, I quite like it.
It's still a time capsule.
Well, yeah, it's not even that. It's just kind of like, you know, I'd quite like to bring it out now that I'm actually kind of committing to this. And kind of be able to sit down and go, look, this is how far I've come, alright? The content you're watching now ain't too bad.
Yeah.
Oh, and of course, as we're about to go into, almost everything we're about to mention, Tom was probably in. Just for a reference point.
100%. Well, I mean, we're getting into the era where literally it was like a year or two after like I re-met you.
Oh, yeah. Right, I'll just let it play out.
It can't have been that bad, but apparently it was. And then it went on to football content, which I did for a while. Of course, it was Sidemen inspired because I was like, what, 15 at the time.
I was going to say, you must be in that era of like the whole Cybermen Xerxer thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it was all Sidemen content, really, wasn't it?
It was a basically B-Tech, not even B-Tech, like I would say probably like SATs. It was SATs Sidemen.
Key Stage 1 Sidemen videos.
Let's rephrase that.
Okay, yeah. But no, we were literally sat there and like, I think we've recorded over the years probably about 12 crossbar challenges.
Yeah.
And I'm still not entirely convinced you can get it to reach the crossbar, I'm going to be honest.
Hey, look, that one time that we weren't recording a crossbar challenge, I absolutely pinged it.
Well, yeah, from about 6 feet away.
Yeah, that's true. And it was a joke because I literally said, "Ho yeah."
Oh, I've got to be honest. I'm glad with where I'm at now and I can kind of sit here and make this short form content. And if I wasn't so easy to burn out from the long form, I would still be out doing stuff like weird football challenges, just because there's just something about it. But times have changed, I suppose.
Despite what my headline says, I am only 23 these days. But yeah, I just went hard on that, and then I kind of ended up picking up more and more games, and I kind of realized every single time I traded my games in for something new, whatever it may be, it was always an impulse buy. But every single time I sold them and then immediately regretted not having them anymore.
Yeah, that's literally it. I still don't know how I've managed to keep my N64 childhood collection intact. It's insane to me that I've still got them, and I'm glad I do. But weirdly, the only game I really miss at the minute that I haven't recollected is Sega GT 2002. The menu music was absolutely insane on it. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about or not.
Vaguely, like I know the game, but I can't remember any of the soundtrack.
It was honestly incredible. I don't get it. Oh god, what was his name? There was somebody making kind of like, you know, tech content a few years ago that used it as their background music a lot. I can't remember the name off the top of my head, but it was incredible.
So I started collecting, and over lockdown especially, I kind of realized I am very alone in this and kind of where I am. I'm down in Cornwall. There's no one here under the age of 60.
Seriously. Not a single person. You've got kind of the uni students, but I can't really go around talking to like 18-year-olds these days. It's just a bit weird.
Yeah, I can confirm there is no one under 60, myself being 60.
Yeah, you've got uni students kicking it around, but if you just go for a walk down the road, you're not going to bump into anyone under the age of 60. Not a chance.
No, absolutely not. Not on purpose, at least.
Yeah, absolutely.
At all. So there wasn't really many people I could talk to about the kind of stuff I was interested in. It's kind of hard to walk into a Wetherspoons and go, has anyone played Lego Racers? It's a hard conversation to have. So I was very much like you were with the whole TikTok thing. I hated its guts for so long.
Yeah, I mean, well, me and you were kind of, you know, quite big on the entire, you know, Reddit good, TikTok bad thing for a while, because we were the perfect age group for it, really.
It sort of began when Vine became Musical.ly.
Yeah, I mean...
It didn't become Musical.ly, it sort of transitioned to Musical.ly.
Well, TikTok's a completely different thing now, but in the beginning it was really quite cringy and weird. And it felt weird with me being there, even though I was only like, what? It was 2018 Vine officially came to the UK, I think. So I was like 17, but everybody on there was like 13. It was really weird. Of course, you had your exceptions, but for the most part, it was kind of like, you know, the weird Vine era where there was like one or two great creators, but anything good made its way onto Instagram anyway, so there was no point having a TikTok. But
Yeah, exactly. It was either that or it was a bunch of people trying to like make themselves either relevant again or add a bit of relevancy by saying, "Hey, I have a TikTok," and then barely using it.
yeah, but times have changed. TikTok's actually kind of stepped its game up. It's a completely different app than it was in like 2018. It was really, really weird at launch, but you know, here we are. So it can't have been that bad.
I absolutely could not stand the premise of it. It just seemed like the children's app. But the more I get to know, the more people I've genuinely made great friends with here. And the second I started posting, the community was there immediately.
I'm not even exaggerating, by the way. I posted like 2 videos and I had already made like, you know, a good 10, 15 friends that I could message on a moment's notice and just go, hey, video games, am I right? They'd reply
Yeah,
in 2
pretty
minutes. Like, what? I've been posting for about 2.5 months now.
Yeah, I was going to say a couple of months at least.
Yeah, and I'm on what, 300 and something followers now? Which is ridiculous. And I'm at, well, probably about 600 on all platforms. And I'm not trying to, you know, show off. My point is the community is there and it will back you up the second you turn it, like you show up immediately.
I've been posting for what, 2.5 months now, since kind of late December. And I've already made, you know, friends I would genuinely die for on this app. So,
That is quite a bold claim.
oh, 100%.
You must really like them. You say you're in Cornwall, right?
Yes, yeah.
Quick shout out. Do you know Harry's?
I can't say I've ever been in there.
But
it is-
You ever been in there? Because I can't say I have.
Oh, what, Harry's Toy Chest in Truro?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I've been in there for multiple times. I've bought like quite a few Pokemon cards for my collection actually.
Well, there you go. Marv, if you're watching, we found the link.
It's
Where
a
it is?
common walk past, yes.
Yeah, because I've got a friend from Cornwall, and he's told me you must visit Harry's. Because for context, for those that have no idea what I'm on about, Harry's is a video game retro type store, right?
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
I believe so. I think it's gone more.
Yeah, okay. If it is a like a video game retro one, then it might be a different one than I'm talking about. But
No, I think you got the right one. I literally brought up like 2 seconds, as you'll see. Yeah, it has kind of moved away from video games recently. It's kind of the same situation as Stan's in Falmouth. I know that means nothing to most of you, but it has
to
kind
us,
of,
it's a big thing.
yeah, it is still technically a game store, but they also, I assuming obviously, but I'm guessing Stan makes most of his money from stuff like Pokemon and his D&D sessions and his drinks
Oh,
and stuff like that.
yeah, absolutely. Because they have moved over to more of like a not just like video games, but like a games store. Because literally on the countertops, they do have these folders through full of like duplicate cards or like cards for purchase because they're like rare ones or whatever. They have a shelf at the back where they've got all of their like D&D expansions and everything, figurines and everything as well, Funko Pops. It is pretty much just a pop culture and gaming in general sort of store.
Yeah, my understanding is that Harry's has kind of gone in the same direction. I've not been in there. I've kind of just, you know, this is all word of mouth, really. But yeah, as Marv was saying, shout out to them, I suppose.
More kind of geeky towards like the D&D and Pokemon side of things. But
Yeah, because my friend, he collects sort of Pokemon cards, sort of. He's got a little collection that he's had for years and years and years, and he has two occasionally. But yeah, just really quick shout out to Harry's, which is, for context for people listening, I have no idea, a little shop. Okay, so you mentioned about your start in content creation and everything. What's giving you the sort of the blueprint, or what is your blueprint for your page right now? What are you aiming for your content, and what's your schedule like, and everything like that?
I've very, very, very specifically not made a plan. I am the kind of person that burns out very quickly from stuff like this. So I've very much committed to the kind of content I'd usually send as a voice message to a friend, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I do want to elaborate on this one a little bit. But you'll notice, if you go back through my channel history, a lot of the videos are private now, but for the most part you get a rough idea of how I was scheduling things. There just wasn't a schedule. The second I made a schedule or started posting multiple times a week, long form content wise, I just burnt out immediately, and I just couldn't keep doing it. So yeah, I've very very specifically stuck with long form just so I don't burn out, because I'd like to do stuff like live streams and long form content, but the risk of burning out's there. So of course I'm doing long form now, and I will continue to do so, but it's just going to be an every now and then thing. I'm not trying to push, for appealing to the algorithm and stuff.
It's very much off the cuff. This is my opinion. I need to say it now. This is why I'm recording it. I've not had a schedule at all. It's just I've got enough content to ramble about this for days. So I don't think I've missed a day yet.
Because you've done a couple of videos on like a mini tour, I guess, of your stuff.
Yeah.
You've been getting more and more stuff recently, especially. But are you now at a point where you are picking stuff up to then showcase it, or are you just collecting it as you go and then I've got that, I might as well show that off? How do you do that?
Right. First time I listened back to this, I realised I did something very stupid, and that's just I didn't answer the bloody question at all. I just went on a complete rant of my own. But essentially, no. I'm just buying the same stuff I would have already bought very deliberately. I did one video where I kind of just went, look, most like comment, I'll buy that game. Just because, to be honest, I need ideas because I keep buying the same 4 things over and over again. But yeah, for the most part, it is just I'm buying what I would usually have bought. Simple as. But yeah, Tom, you're about to say I just didn't answer his question at all.
I've been very specific about it. I am absolutely dog shit with money. Honestly terrible. I have never had a savings account in my life. I spend money on games the second I have it.
Okay, that's just true. Honestly. I know people like to exaggerate how bad with money they are. I can't save. It's as simple as that. If I have money, it's gone.
So this is very much stuff I would have bought anyway. I'm very, very aware I'm, tiny on this app. And the finances aren't going to come anytime soon. So I'm very much kind of intending to keep that kind of, small, this is just what I'm doing kind of vibe going around. And yeah, I've had so many conversations with people now that I would genuinely have, quite like to have just had out and about, which was the idea. So it's perfect.
Because I've been
Just didn't answer the question at all, did I?
Nope.
Not in the slightest. I just went on my entire own tangent that I'd created in my head. So sorry about that, Marv, if you're still here. But yeah, I just completely went off on my own. So to answer the actual question, I'm not buying anything special, just the same stuff I would have bought anyway. That's the premise here.
talking to Retro. Do you follow Retro G?
I believe I do.
He's in
Problem
that.
is,
I confirm this after the fact. Yes, I do. 100%.
Brought in that
names are
war,
so
isn't it,
similar.
between himself and Retro Revival for the PS2 full collection?
Yes,
Do you know,
yes.
yeah. So he does some videos on the money he makes from TikTok because he's on the creator program. He's got 15,000 followers, or whatever, and he's like, I never make money from this. Like, unless you're a top brass, you're not going to make money from it. So it's good to hear that you've got that realism. I guess you can have the dreams to be there for sure, but the realism is important. I think for people that are getting into this, just do it for the love of it.
Yeah, I'm about to go on this rant, obviously. But as a whole, if you come into this expecting money, you are not going to make any money. It's as simple as that. People can tell when you don't want to be here. It really is that easy, because I'm sure you can back me up, Tom, but when you see a creator on your feed, you know if they're actually enjoying themselves or whether they're just putting on a smile for the sake of, ad revenue.
Oh, absolutely. Like making content shouldn't be seen completely as a job. Like, of course, there are people who do, grow big enough just either out of sheer luck or talent that they become these like massive content creators. But there's an extreme difference between people who primarily focus their content creation as a job, or people who literally like you are, or obviously Marv is, just making it because it's something that I want to talk about, it's something that I want to make, it's something that I want to review, etc., etc.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, people moan at content creators all the time, especially the big ones when they turn around and go, "Oh, I don't like this about my job," or "This is stressing me out and I don't want to do it," or "I dislike this." But bluntly, if they're sat there and actively complaining about it, then there's a good chance they're there because they want to be. You know, if you're just there for the money, you're not going to sit there and go, "I don't like this," because that damages your chance of making any cash off of it, you know?
Yeah, and I do want to add to that as well. I do want to add to the fact of saying that some of these bigger YouTubers might say that, they're not enjoying a certain part of their job because the content creation is their job. But at the same time, I have to agree with them because one of the biggest issues that I find primarily with you know, bigger YouTubers isn't the YouTubers themselves, but it's the expectations of some of their some of their audience where they need a break. They definitely need a break. They've either done a really big project, or you can see it on their social media where they're having like maybe family troubles or some big issues in their life, and they just need to focus on themselves. And people are like, "Oh, when are you coming back to posting?" or "When are you next uploading this?" or whatever. So I think that there are very valid reasons for bigger content creators to say, "Oh, I don't like this about my job." So yeah, 100%. If you are going into it like that, then you're there because you want to be there.
Yeah, well, I mean, it of course depends on the content, right? But what people don't understand is there's a reason I stopped making long form content. For every, let's say, hour of footage, there's a good chance that's at least 4 hours of footage they've got to sift through and edit. Every single special effects, more time, every single transition, audio effects, music, the thumbnails, the titles, all of this takes absolutely ages. And, especially these bigger YouTubers with multiple editors, there's a good chance, between one team, for like a 30-minute video, there's a good chance there's more than 24 hours of, actual man hours that went into that video. It's entirely possible, so I can't sit here and say, "Oh, well, you don't get to moan about that because you're living a dream job." It's like, yeah, it's a dream job, but it's still stressful.
Yeah, the point of fact is it's called a job for a reason because you still have to put in the work.
Absolutely, you can sit here and make content for fun like I do. It's short form, I'm not putting that much effort into it because this is what I want to talk about and this is me, actually enjoying myself. When it sits there and becomes a job, there's a lot more to it. You can't get away with just a passion project because, the algorithm expects certain things. If you actually want to keep engagement up, you've got to change your videos. It's completely fine if people are allowed to sit there and just say, "Look, I'm a bit burnt out, I'm going to take a month off." That's fine.
And if it comes later, it comes later. Because if you start chasing the monetary value of what we do on this podcast or the app or whatever it is, you're not going to get there anytime soon unless you get plugged by some sort of random sponsorship that just comes in from nowhere.
Yeah, bluntly put, if you don't want to be here, you are going to burn out fast, and it is very, very apparent when people are just posting because it's their career now. What I mean? You can tell when people don't want to be here, and then it turns into TikTok shop and the gambling ads I spoke about the other day. And it's just so tiring to see in the For You page, and I refuse to believe I'm the only person spotting it.
No, I've always said I part of my reasoning for championing people like yourself, the people I've done before, is I like authenticity. And as much as obviously,
yeah, absolutely. Me and Marv had a conversation about this after I'd finished recording, which never made it onto the actual podcast because we were already done. But one thing for me is I don't like having my face in pictures and videos and stuff. I'm not too bad with it now because I've gotten used to it, but when I'm watching content creators, I find it really, really hard to kind of connect with people when they don't show their face. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean 100%, where literally, it... I'm trying to think of a way to put this. It's hard to really connect with a disembodied voice talking about your favourite content.
Yeah,
whereas
exactly
if you can
that.
actually see a person talking about, a new game that's been released that might be in an early access and everyone was super hyped for it, or just pretty much things along the similar sort of vein. It's so much easier when you can actually see a human face behind just anything really.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, it's when I'm watching content where someone's not got a face cam on or isn't like actively talking to a camera, it's just content, right? But when somebody's actually showing their face and you can see kind of like, that they're actually passionate about what they're talking about, it's no longer just content, it's an actual kind of almost relationship. One directional maybe, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Of course, I follow big creators, everyone does, but I don't necessarily want to just give spotlight to them if I know they're very business-y.
Yeah.
Because, like, a good example for me is Yorkshire Gamer. Yorkshire Gamer posts, he's got this massive collection. You can tell he loves it. He's been there from day dot. He's worked his ass off to get from where he is, like, the first bit to where he is now. He posts, I forgot what they call them, the RM, whatever they're called, the little retro console thingies that have got like 20,000 games on.
Oh, those pieces of junk,
he's got them.
Right, I need to talk about this.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, if I knew he was selling them at the time, I wouldn't have said that. But I've got to stand by my point. I really don't like those kind of, bulk consoles, those 501 systems, those kind of things. Obviously, I've got a lot of respect for him. He's an incredible creator. Let me put it this way, right? I don't like Brussels sprouts. I don't hate Tesco for selling them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not being funny. Some of those like multi-game consoles like that, they really give off the energy of. Do you remember the Soldier game?
Yeah.
That was literally just well, it wasn't even a rip-off. It was genuinely just taking stuff from like Wish or AliExpress that was being advertised as like, oh, does it have Pokemon? Does it have Super Mario?
Yeah.
It's literally one of those consoles again. Not to rag on them for selling it, like you say.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's again, I wouldn't have said it if I knew. I'm very new to this space. I didn't catch the videos. I am genuinely sorry about that. But it's just not for me, right? I've gone on a big, big rant about how I genuinely I always want to play on original hardware with an original game. It's why I don't emulate stuff, right? It would be way easier to record. I could sit here and actually get through a game quite easily. But it just doesn't feel right, you know what I mean?
Oh, 100%.
From TikTok shop, he sells them, right?
Yeah.
But there's the 1 in 3 video he posts or 4 or 5 video he posts that's got the commission paid at the bottom. But even then, you can tell he's doing it because he just wants you to love games.
Yeah, that's for more than fair. I've got no problem with people making money off this kind of thing, and it is. I understand, especially like I made a video a while ago going over why I don't really ask people to follow me until.
Yeah, I do want to back that up. Just because there's a lot of people that get really annoyed when people talk about earnings. Like Kale goes on about it quite a lot. It will show his earnings from videos and actually go through it. I see it as transparency and honesty, and if people are making money off of games they genuinely really like playing and talking about, well done. I don't understand where the problem is.
Yeah, exactly. Like, where some creators fall into the trap of when they talk about their earnings, it seems very, like, not superficial, but it just seems like, I don't know, it seems like it's a kick in the teeth where whenever some big content creators really like show off their wealth instead of like, saying, hey, yeah, I do earn from this, but at the same time, I earn from this to make the content, not specifically because, yeah, now I'm rich.
Yeah, there is a big difference between creators that are sat there going, look, you've helped me make this money, thank you, I appreciate that, it's going into more content. And then there's, Marcus Brownlee, who just bought, what was it, a McLaren, and then just broke multiple laws on camera.
Yeah, I think so.
The very end of the videos. And it's one, because I don't like asking that question to begin with, it feels like I'm pandering when it doesn't really make a difference at this point. And 2, because bluntly, if people are getting that far in the video, that's the only point they need reminding. And again,
yeah, 100%. I made a video about this, obviously on TikTok, and now I've spoken about it here. But asking for followers just feels so cheap. I don't have a problem with people doing it, to be clear, because I know a lot of people do, and it works. It has been proven to work. I just hate asking that question. There's like a primal part of my brain that goes, "You're being an ass,"
Well,
you
yeah,
know.
because it should just be like, not saying like, you know, creators are entitled to people following them, but I mean, it should just be a given that if someone enjoys your content, they're going to more likely than not subscribe or follow or whatever.
Yeah, well, here on YouTube, that is mostly the case. Of course, still being reminded halfway through a video helps. Of course, it does. But for the most part, people are a lot more likely to just follow based on the content you're posting, especially on long form stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
The problem is short form stuff. You kind of finish the video and move on. There's not really that kind of grasping element most of the
Yeah.
time.
With short form content myself, mostly if I find myself scrolling through like the For You page or like just the Reels page on YouTube or on Instagram or whatever, I usually find myself seeing a video and maybe I'll share it, which will put it back into my algorithm, and then I'll see more videos by the same person. But like, as soon as it's come back into my algorithm, I will, if I like the content or I like the style of the videos, whether it's a either a meme account or a meme channel or a genuine content creator, if it comes back into my like my short form content feed, then I might like it after I might like or follow a few videos in after it's come up like a few times.
Yeah, I've got to say, I've got a really bad habit of just scrolling past things even when I really like them. I've gotten much better with it now. I'm on, TikTok and I'm part of an actual community. It's a lot easier to sit down and go, oh yeah, I remember you, I'll drop you a follow, or that was nice, I'll drop you a follow. But especially on Instagram, I've got a really bad habit of just scrolling past.
Yeah, the amount of times that I've lost a video that I either wanted to like download or share somewhere because I've gone, yeah, doom scroll, and I've gone right past it.
Yeah, the problem is, the TikTok algorithm is surprisingly good. It is genuinely probably the best out of the free platforms. Because, well, you know what YouTube and Instagram are like, they'll just show you any old rubbish.
Yep.
But the problem is, it's an algorithm dependent on likes and follows, which don't really come with doom scrolling. So, it is a bit of an issue.
Gets to that point where it does just kind of become a production schedule at that point when you're having to constantly ask these questions. And it's the same reason I stopped doing long form content. I cannot stand editing stuff and then going through and then going, oh, is my lighting all right? I'm just here to round.
Yeah, literally that. I cannot be bothered. Me and Tom can both sit here and tell you how much work goes into editing even a basic video. Even if you just sit there and splice clips together, it will take absolutely ages.
Yeah, especially if you've not got like top of the line hardware, which someone starting out is not gonna have. Like even with a basic laptop or like a piecemeal second or third hand parts PC,
Yeah.
you're going to be sat there for like hours on end trying to download clips or get sound effects from like stock ones that don't cost any money or whatever.
About random games from the N64 era I was playing when I was 6. Like,
What is your, on that note though, what is your goal for your channel? Have you got one?
goals, vibe, and find out, really.
I like it.
It is literally just that. If I set any goals, I did talk about it here, but I want to kind of elaborate a little. I don't know about you, but for me, it's if I write down goals and actually try and set them and follow them, I just end up not doing them still, and then I feel, like I've actually kind of actively failed. Whereas if I just keep recording,
Yeah, exactly. Like once you set a goal for yourself, it sort of becomes it becomes a goal. It becomes a point that you feel like you're not entitled, you're obligated to reach.
yeah, it's exactly that. And especially when it's stuff like like follower goals, you can't really control that. Of course, you can change your content, go way more rage baity and clickbaity and blah blah blah. I'm not going to do that, obviously, but
But that's not the point.
that's exactly the thing. It's You cannot control whether people follow you or not. You've got potentially thousands of people actively making their own decisions. That's not your responsibility. You can encourage as much as you want, but it doesn't mean they're going to, you know what I mean? So, I don't have any goals as much as just keep talking, keep the collection going, keep growing, pray for the best. It's as simple as that. Because I know you've spoken about potentially getting back into content creation at some point. So I'm sure you'll understand, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a very finding the right time to do it, because
Yeah.
a lot of stuff, a lot of stuff can literally come out of nowhere, and then you won't be prepared for it if you've like decided to undertake something big. So that's sort of why I don't want to make anything like super big of it. Like, for the moment, I'm perfectly happy with appearing or being like, a person, a man in the chair sort of figure. Where I'm not necessarily behind content or whatever, but it's again the whole reason of this channel, this content, is the spitballing of ideas and just talking utter nonsense.
Yeah, well, it's very rare I'll have an idea more than like 20 minutes before I film it. I found it. I know what my best schedule is. If I post at like 4:30, 5 o'clock, I'm guaranteed more views. But I'm just gonna wake up and post because that's when I have an idea. You know what I mean? As soon
Yeah.
as the idea hits, I'm recording and I'm posting. It's as simple as that. I'm not gonna sit here and schedule things. This podcast and this recording are the most scheduled things I've done in years, and it's only because that's when he was free. And this is only being recorded now because it was a couple days after the podcast is launched, so people have had a chance to listen to it.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
I'm not a goals person because it does not matter what I do on a to-do list. If I write it down, I'm not going to do it either way, but if I write it down, I then still not done it and then feel guilty. I'm just here to, ramble and see what happens, really.
Have you come across yet? Well, for one, the two-part question: have you come across any negativity yet? Because I think everyone does that some.
Okay, I skimmed past this at the time because it's not Marv's problem, and I don't like talking about it because it's not relevant to the content I make. But yes, I am in protected classes that get me a lot more hate than other people. Bluntly, who the hell cares? It is literally that simple. I get it all the time. It just gets deleted and moved on. I'm not one of these people that's going to sit here and make content about being hated on because it just encourages it, really.
Yeah, exactly. Like, as soon as you bring any major attention to it, it becomes okay, we've gotten a reaction out of it.
Well, it's exactly that. The more fuel you add to the fire, the harder it's going to burn, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Point, and then second to that, have you come? Do you feel a part of a community yet?
That part, absolutely. I kind of brushed past it and went on a rant when I recorded this, but in simple terms, yes. Some of the people on this app are absolute saints. It's insane how many great people I've met so quick. I'm not just saying that as kind of like, a promotional kind of like, it sounds like it's kind of pandering at this point, but it's genuinely not. There are incredible people here. I'm dead serious.
Oh, the community side of it, absolutely. Hate-wise, yes. It's almost entirely on Instagram because, of course, it is.
Yeah, I cannot stress this enough. YouTube-wise, all of the hate you're going to get is just from, like, young kids that are just there to tell a funny joke and say a swear word because they're not usually allowed to.
Yeah.
Instagram-wise, it's just people hurling abuse because they can. It's kind of what just Instagram's been trained to do at this point. It is an absolute hellscape. So my honest advice, if you're actually brand new, either turn your comments off or just kind of be prepared to delete things. Don't bother responding. It's not worth the stress. TikTok has been lovely. I think I've had like 2 hate comments so far and they both got deleted immediately. But just be very aware of Instagram, that's my advice.
Bluntly, who cares? Like, I'm perfectly happy having debates about games with stuff. I will sit there and have conversations for hours with random people I don't know on the internet. That's fine.
Just to be clear, right? Some of the nicest conversations I've had are somebody showing up in my comment section going, I disagree with this, here's why. It doesn't have to be hate just because you disagree with me, right?
Yeah, exactly. You can you can disagree, but still have a productive conversation. Like, just because you're like, no, I don't like your opinion, that's not the right way to go about it. It should be more constructive, especially if you're trying to have a debate with someone.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I've changed several people's minds. I've had my mind changed several times. It's as simple as that. If you're actually willing to sit there and listen, then the absolute worst case is I still disagree, but fair enough. It's just that. It's as simple as that.
That's literally all it has to be.
Yeah, 100%.
But the part that annoys me is when it just either turns into outright insults, which I'm just not going to respond to, or when they just comment something like "you're wrong," and then don't elaborate at all.
That is the most infuriating thing possible, right? Hate I can deal with because I know most of the time it's rubbish. The other half of the time, oh well, it's been getting deleted, right? But it's when people just turn around and go, no, I hate it, you're wrong, and don't elaborate at all. It's like, I am perfectly happy with you having a different opinion, but if you're going to go through the effort of commenting, at least go through the effort of elaborating. You know?
It's like, I'm perfectly happy to listen to your side of it, but give me something to try and agree with you on, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the ones that are very bluntly like, this is my opinion, deal with it. Like, that's one thing, yeah. But if you are in a conversation, it needs to be that give and take.
Yeah.
That's what this podcast is for. Like, there's so many videos that I see of people that I would love to have a chat with, because they post videos and obviously they get a chance to share their thing. But if they're not engaging with their followers in their comments and stuff, it's a bit sort of shallow in a way.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't remember who it was with, but Marv has said this on another episode. Sometimes just getting a like from a creator that's got tens of thousands of followers, you kind of have that little freak out moment. You know what I mean?
Oh, 100%. Like, I can tell you myself, like, from when I used to be a lot more heavily involved with social media, whenever I would, like, you know, even if it was I left a comment on someone's post, if they were a reasonably big creator or something, and they either liked my comment or they replied to it directly, it was always that, like, oh my god, I've been noticed.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not going to go sit there and rambling about it and, clout chasing, but it's still nice to be acknowledged, you know what I mean? It's like when Retro Revival messaged me. He was a massive inspiration to me at the beginning of this, because he's got, 15,000 followers at this point. And he's the friendliest guy on earth. And the second I appeared on this podcast, I got a message from him going, oh, that was great, well done.
Yeah, literally, like, just that. It's not even like recognition. It's like just mutual respect.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, it doesn't matter how many followers you have when you're in this kind of community, because, you know, I've got people like, you know, Retro Revival and the 8-Bit Barber, which I talk to regularly, and they've got, I think 8-Bit Barber's on about 8k now, and Retro Revival's on 15-ish, off the top of my head anyway. And I talk to them regularly. You know, it's like, I've got creators I go and support, they've got 17 followers. It doesn't make a difference. If you're actually here to talk about video games and you're not here expecting money, you will ramble at anyone and anything who comes across. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, it's all about, it's a passion project. That's the best way that I can describe it.
Absolutely. It's like Marv is already a full-time coach, which is insane enough. But he's also got his videos going on TikTok. He's got his Twitch streams that he does. He's now got a podcast running, and all of them are incredibly high quality. It's insane what he's managed to do. I would have burnt out by now, 100%, but he keeps going because he clearly loves being here. It's great.
A bit unfair. It's their content, do what they want to do, but I'd love to have that conversation with them to learn more about them. That's been great for this. Great. So we'll get back into more of your stuff later, because I've got some questions about stuff you do, especially on some of your videos. But let's jump ahead a little bit. Let's try and change the narrative and make you a bad guy. Have you got any hot takes for us we can debate, or I can throw a couple at you?
Okay, here's what I'm going to do. For both of these, I want your raw reactions first. You're more than welcome to turn around and tell me I'm wrong and I'm an idiot. But I want your takes before I give mine. Cool.
Okay.
It sounds like you're prepared, so I'm hoping you've got a couple.
I've got two for you, One which I strongly believe, and one which is mostly designed to piss you off.
Can I,
Love you, Marv.
on that, can I just say, are you one of the ones that's come on with one to piss me off particularly?
No, it's one I strongly believe, but it is entirely aimed at you. Yes.
I'm getting that vibe now. I think I'm getting a bit of a target on my back now. I think. Okay, go for it.
Okay, I'll go with the peaceful one for now. I genuinely believe this generation, I'm talking the actual really young Gen Z, Gen Alpha kind of generation, are going to have the worst nostalgia experience in gaming history.
Go for it.
I've got to say, I 100% agree with having games like Fortnite and other things. Like, I genuinely had this conversation with someone where I told them that they are, like, straight up, I told them exactly the same thing as you've just said, that they are going to have the worst gaming nostalgia ever. This is the same, I think I may have mentioned it in a message to you at some point, but this is the same person I was talking to just on happenstance who genuinely had no idea what tank controls were.
Oh, yes. You did mention that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, quite literally, they are literally going to have some of the worst gaming nostalgia. Like, sure, some might have been in that crossover generation where they caught the end of, like, some good games, but since you're talking, like, real, like, late stage, like, Gen Alpha, sort of, that generation, they are going to have some of the worst gaming nostalgia. And I think possibly part of ours has to do with lockdown, where we literally had like basically nothing to do. If you weren't a key worker, you'd been furloughed or you had to stay at home. You would often find yourself either playing games that were current with people or going back and like rediscovering old things because it's like it's very easy to get a game delivered to you because you thought about it and you've gone impulse buy, hey, I thought about this game that I haven't played in like 5, 10 years. Let's give it another go. And you either find that it was, yeah, it was as good as it was back then, or it was nostalgia and you remember it differently.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to play out the rest of this, and then I'll actually properly respond, because I just want to get your thoughts on my take almost, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
By far.
Can I be an old person and ask what that generation is?
I'm basically talking anything kind of pre kind of 12 now.
Okay.
So anything younger than kind of 12 years of age. Because the way I see it is I was picking up, and this is where I'm going to sound like a complete old man here. I was going to game stores. I was picking up like 10, 20 games at a time. I was going through all of them. And I've got that kind of part of my brain which will just click at the sound, like, a half a second soundbite and go, oh my God, that's just a lot, like 4 hours of memories for me.
Okay.
Whereas these days, it's like,
can I
I've
just
got
butt
my.
in a sec?
Yep.
I want to butt in on that. I want to raise another point to do with that, like the games stores part.
Yeah.
We mentioned stands briefly before, but I remember back then when a lot of game stores, like second-hand shops or whatever, some of them would have, like, the actual console set up, where they would have the games loaded or the games, on discs that you could swap out at
Yeah.
the owner's behest. But literally, like, that experience of walking into a shop when you were maybe like 10, 12 years old, you just finished a game that you really loved, you traded it in for in-store credit, and they've been really nice to you and gone, yeah, okay, you might be a little bit short, but like, go on, take this one. Like that sort of experience of actually going and picking something up, like, potentially after you just left school, you go into town because your mum or your dad or something has said, let's go and pick up that thing because I know that you just finished your game. Because that was also one of the bigger parts of nostalgia. Sometimes you would only have a couple of games at a time
Yeah.
because you either didn't have the money or your parents didn't have the money or there wasn't really the big interest in gaming per se as there is like now.
Yeah, well, one thing I mentioned in here, right, that I want to kind of bring up is the fact that so much of the excitement for the game wasn't for the game itself. It was being sat in the car on the way home and flicking through that manual, learning everything you physically can about the game before you get home. That kind of like experience really builds up the excitement for the game.
Yeah,
And I feel like a
exactly.
lot of the reason I'm not excited for many games anymore is just because I haven't had that kind of time to sit down, look at it, wait for it, and then get excited about it.
Yeah, the convenience of game delivery now is a big killer for nostalgia where
Yeah,
like one big thing for me as well was when I actually got lucky enough to get a first-hand game. It was sitting in the car, like you say, driving home, and it was that wanting to peel off the wrapper so that I could like just get in and play the game. And it was like, no, you can't take the game, you can't take the wrapper off yet. We're not home.
yeah,
And
absolutely.
that was absolutely a big sticking point for me. And that's a very fond memory that I will remember for a long, long time.
Well, it's also the point of a lot of whether you like a game or not is kind of set in that first half hour, right? If you don't enjoy it immediately, there's a good chance you just won't enjoy it, regardless of whether it's a good game or not. You're just not going to be in the headspace for it, right?
Yeah.
Because a lot of actual opinions are formed just based on what mood you're in at the time, you know?
Oh, absolutely. Like most, I'd probably say about 75 to 80% of either decisions or opinions are formed in the moment of when something happens to you.
Yeah,
Like game opinions especially, like you load up a game and I don't know, it could even just not be the game. It could be your console. It glitches out a little bit and the game takes longer to load or it shows a black screen and it doesn't load first time or whatever, especially on older hardwares.
yeah,
Like you'd have the issues with loading the games and such. But it literally is an impulse thing that forms an opinion that could stick with you for a long, long time. A game that is actually like critically acclaimed and many people will say that you love might be affected simply by the fact that the disc you got was defective.
yeah, absolutely. And I feel like a big part of it is just if you go into a game going, oh god, I don't think this is going to be any good, this isn't for me, but someone told me I have to play it, you're going to not end up liking it just because you're not in the headspace for it. Whereas if you're sat there in the car, reading through the manual, looking at the box art, and going, oh my god, I need to get home so I can play this, then yeah, of course you're going to have a better time with it.
It
100%.
it's the same reason why with a lot of like highly popular shows and stuff like that, I don't actually go and watch them because I've had it shoved in my face so much that I'm like, you know what? I actually don't really want to watch it. Like it's the same reason why I've to this day never watched Rick and Morty, never watched Breaking Bad. I've
Yeah.
never watched like some of the huge biggest respected and like, just loved shows. And, same with games, I've had it shoved in my face so much or people have like just not shut up about it that I've gone, you know what? I really don't want to be involved.
Well, it's the same reason I've never seen Star Wars. Well, it's A, I'm way too far behind at this point and I cannot be bothered to catch up, even if it is the best show ever made, which I don't believe it is. And two, just because people go on about it so much that I'm just sat here going, leave me alone. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But anyway, I'll carry this on and then I'll go on the actual proper rant about this.
Younger brother, he's only 12 at the minute. I've given him my old Xbox 360. I've pushed him onto the Xbox One, given him every single like access to my entire collection, and he's almost exclusively playing Geometry Dash and Fortnite. And it's like, but I'm really trying, man. That's
the point I wanted to come up. Because the main part of nostalgia, right, is, oh my god, I've not seen this in like 10 years, this was a key part of my childhood. It is really hard to be nostalgic for something that hasn't gone anywhere. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah.
And with the kind of takeover of live service games that are just never going to die down, because I'm not being funny, Fortnite's going to still be up in 20 years. Will it
I
be as
was
popular?
literally
Will it look the same? Who knows?
I was literally about to say the same thing with like the complete rise in live service games that have either been going on for so long that they need to die,
Yeah.
or live service games that have turned out to be just complete and utter rubbish,
Yeah.
that you've then gone, okay, I genuinely don't want to play that. Like, it's live service games can literally be a do or die in one go sort of experience.
100%. I mean, the only way it's ever going to go, right, with live service games are they die in 2 weeks or they're around for 20 years. It's that simple. There's no in between, right?
Yeah.
The only time things have changed is like when Call of Duty killed Warzone to bring out Warzone 2.0. It's a different game. But that was to release a new game. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I also just sorry, I just want to pause this as well. I just want to say this right now. On the whole aspect of games being around for like 20 years and such like that, especially live service ones.
Yeah.
I had to look this up to check this, but like in a few years, literally like 2 years' time, Fortnite will be 10 years old.
Yeah.
Fortnite
Seriously.
Battle Royale, I say.
Well, Fortnite came out in what, 2017 as a base game?
It was. The base game came out in the July of 2017, and
Yeah.
the Battle Royale, the initial release date, is listed as the 26th of September 2017.
Yeah. Which, I mean, I think goes to show, and it's especially when we think back to like games like from our childhood, right?
Yeah.
You've got stuff like, you know, the Bin Weevils, Miniclip, Roblox, that just aren't going anywhere. They never will. And as much as I really, really wish people would stop playing Roblox because the owners are disgusting, I'm not going to spread the details on YouTube, obviously, but they are horrible human beings. It's a massive, massive game, and it's just never going to go anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, I think it's had all of the growth that it can get, you know? Like, to be honest, I'll say the same thing about the current state of Minecraft itself as well.
Yeah.
A lot of the updates to it, same with Minecraft, same with Roblox. A lot of the updates just feel like bloatware.
Oh yeah, 100%. And I know this is kind of not quite nostalgia, because again, it's hard to be nostalgic for something that never went anywhere. But a lot of it is just me looking back and reflecting and going, I have not had a clue about anything that's been added to Minecraft in like 10 years, and I just don't care. It's like, even I said the same thing to you last time we played, which was what, a couple of weeks ago. I still don't bother with stuff like Neverite Armor because I never learnt. I can't be bothered at this point. Diamond's fine, you know.
Yeah.
Hey ho.
And it's going to be, looking back at this, all they play are kind of live service games.
Mm.
And nostalgia is never going to be there because these games are never going to go anywhere. Fortnite's not going to be going in 20 years. 100%. Whether it's at its kind of popularity levels is another thing, but it's kind of hard to look back and reflect on something that never actually went anywhere.
I would back you up by saying, or posing the question of, like, take CEX, right? We all go in, I mean, obviously we have our local stores, hopefully, some of us, but when we go in places like CEX is kind of the final stand of mainstream retro, because obviously, like, Game has gone, or essentially has gone, GameStop has gone, all these other big chains have gone, right? So CEX for us is trying to rekindle that. They do new games, of course, but it's trying to rekindle that old thing. And once,
Yeah, I mean, that's the point, right? No one goes into CEX looking for a game that came out, like, 2 weeks ago. Absolutely no one. You go into CEX to find games that, came out 10 years ago that were on a discount, that are great, that you maybe haven't seen in a while, or maybe never got the chance to play. And I feel like that is what builds nostalgia, just having the opportunity to play games you wouldn't have played otherwise. And a big part of it, right? The reason I think nostalgia is just not going to be the same anymore is just because we played so many games. Whereas I think children these days are kind of playing like 2 or 3 games and then maybe picking up 1 or 2 others. Whereas we were going, right, I've got a tenner. I'm not leaving here with less than 10 games. You know what I mean?
Yeah, literally, it would be It would be, okay, I have a limited amount of money that I can pour into this. Let's see what I can get. And you'd go digging through the bargain bins.
Well, it's like, as much as the PS2 and the Wii are absolutely full of bloatware, right? Some of that bloatware is genuinely some of the most nostalgic things possible for me. Just because it was those games you kind of picked up for 10 minutes when this is awful and put down again, but at least when they're bad, they weren't actually terrible. They were kind of funny bad, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it's the same sort of aspect of, having no money as a kid. You'd find some of the free multiplayer games that you could play over Xbox
Yeah.
Live with your friends.
That's the thing. We found them because they were free and we didn't have money. We were saving up until we managed to get hold of, like, a Call of Duty Modern Warfare free. We weren't sat there going, you know what, this game's free. I love it. Let's stick with this for the rest of my life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I feel like that kind of key distinction between physical and digital media is what's really killing nostalgia. Because it's like we said, it's hard to get excited about something you can't physically hold. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
CEX sort of starts to dwindle or has this problem or whatever, and our generation, I say I'm older than you, but when my generation moves on, there's going to be less and less people as we go on that try and get back to that through.
And I do also want to say, right, it's getting to a point now when people just aren't going out and buying video games anymore. There's enough to keep most of CEX stores alive, right? Because they are privately owned, they're not owned by CEX, right? But the problem is, eventually CEX is going to have to drop this £2.50 odd delivery per item thing, or they're going to collapse. It's as simple as that. Because the stores are only going to last so long.
Yeah, exactly. Like, in the never-ending issues that is, like, business rents or whatever for shops, physical stores on the high street, well, let's just say the death of the high street as a whole.
Yeah.
That's going to become one of the major killing points for, like, CEX stores. Like, just, stores specifically. The website might still be up and offer, like, out of a warehouse a delivery of games. But I agree with you on that point of it's going to come to the point where to keep their business alive, they're going to have to drop the delivery charges like that.
Well, I mean, I get that they have to deliver certain items per store, right? But they've got all of this stuff categorized and labeled, and, they've got the locations there. So I don't understand why they can't just go, all right, I'm buying a copy of True Crime and a copy of Sleeping Dogs, right?
Yeah.
They're both in the same store. That's £2.50 delivery for the two because they're going to fit in the same box. It's that simple. It's the same way I did it. We both technically used to sell games on eBay. We didn't sit there and charge people more. I was actively sat there refunding shipping costs to people who bought 2 or more games because it wasn't necessary at all.
Yeah.
CEX.
Yeah.
And kids won't have the same connection that we do to the stuff that's in there right now. So I'm kind of with you because I can't see like a kid going into a CEX adjacent and being like, right, that box with a little code on it for Fortnite, I want to buy that again.
Yeah, no, that's very true because nothing annoys me more than having a physical case and then seeing there's a download code inside and nothing else. Why bother making the box at that point?
Yeah, that
Seriously.
Especially in nowadays where we are trying to be more environmentally friendly and whatever, they're mostly packaged in, the very stereotypical, like, the case, the plastic case that a disc, belongs in. And, that essentially, you might as well class that as a single-use plastic at that point.
Yeah.
Even though it's, probably a recyclable material. But more to the fact of old game cases, it was reuse because it was a storage for a disc.
Yeah. More and more I'm seeing it, right? Everybody's done it, especially with Epic Games pushing these out on all platforms. But I'm almost always seeing Nintendo do it. With their clear cases with nothing in them and bottom in tiny text that says digital download only.
Yeah,
And it's
I
the
would
most
agree with that.
infuriating thing I've ever seen.
I will actually bring it up right now because, as you know, I'm a massive Pokemon fan myself.
Yeah.
I have on my shelf here I have 3 boxes. Granted, they are like, they're cardboard, but I have 3 boxes of the old Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal games for the 3DS. Um, they are literally cardboard boxes. Like, you probably won't be able to hear it, but I am tapping them together. They are empty because I've used the download code.
Yeah, and I completely understand digital media, right? I've said this many times. I'm not anti-digital media. I'm anti it being the only option, right?
Yeah.
But if you're going to do physical media, or digital media even, put it on a gift card. Just
Yes.
do that. Do not sit here printing cardboard boxes and plastic cases. And especially when they try and pose them as limited editions, that's when it really annoys me.
Yeah.
Because I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was Dead Space that did it for one of their games. I might be wrong. But there was no physical copy. They released a limited edition with a steelbook for a disc that didn't exist. That is
So
when I got
they
annoyed.
they basically just gave you a piece of metal.
Yeah, it had a disc slot in it. There was no disc. There physically wasn't one. It
There was
might not
no
be Dead
disc
Space,
to
was it?
put in the steelbook.
It might not have been Dead Space. I want to make that very clear. I don't want to just throw all the blame their way and find out it was someone else. But point is, it happened.
Yeah.
Like, it's not going to happen, is it?
Yeah, well, I mean, it also doesn't help that a lot of the kind of excitement about gaming wasn't just, ads and kind of build up and conversations. A lot of it was just holding that game on the way home. Sat there flicking through the menus trying to learn everything you can just before you get home. And without that kind of level of excitement of just seeing it on the store for £2 and going, all right then, and playing it in 20 minutes, the connection's just not really there anymore.
Yeah, that is a huge part of like games now. A lot of them will include a not necessarily a tutorial level, but they'll make it as part of like the beginning of the story where it's like that they'll try and like shoehorn it in where one game that I will like, hark on this for it is the I'm trying to remember. It was Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. In the beginning of that, obviously spoilers, but well, I'll try and say it in a not so spoilery way. In the beginning, you are playing as your character, you are doing a certain thing, and essentially, as a mode of transporting from A to B, they get you to, learn the controls. Yeah, yeah. I yeah. Yeah. I mean, I will play devil's advocate where the introduction of the manuals was mostly because of the space on cartridges or discs back in the day. So nowadays, having a game not have a manual, but it'll have, the tutorial level. Granted, there is more space on the disc now to put that tutorial level in, but a lot of physical media cases still have those little like hook things that hold the papers in place, and there's no manual, or there's no like, oh, uh, check out these other games by the developer page or whatever.
Yeah, well, it's absolutely that. I mean, the big issue I have with it is that these tutorials take ages to go through, especially in games like Call of Duty, which every COD since what Modern Warfare came out, probably pre that, right?
Yeah.
has had the same tutorial of, oh, use the left joystick to run, use the right joystick to look around, and then it goes through every single button on this controller, which has been the same since 2006.
Yeah.
And it gets really, really annoying having to do the same thing over and over again, especially when it's in a franchise that keeps doing it. Like, I'm not being funny. I don't think Black Ops 6 brought in any new COD players. Maybe it brought back some new players, and it brought in a couple of really young players that, let's be honest, shouldn't be playing the game. But
I was going to say, the only real new players that have come to Call of Duty are going to be because there's new children.
yeah, and I'm not going to sit here and say no one's played it before, right? And I'm not your parents, play what you want. But I just don't honestly believe that something like Black Ops really needs any kind of introduction at this point. And it gets to a point, right, where these tutorials are genuinely immersion breaking because they go on for so long.
Yeah.
And it feels like they, especially when it's this game going, look, you're an incredibly powerful so-and-so. You need to save the world. Is how you run. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Like, one thing that I also want to bring in as an aside to that, where you say, oh, here's how to run. Inconsistency between games with controls. Like, I get it back in the day as well. Like, we had the conversation about tank controls before.
I understand people had to figure out how, is the best way to set up an FPS game, right? Because it was a relatively new thing at the time.
Yeah.
But what annoys me is that to this day, people are still moving how to run.
Yeah.
And it absolutely does my head in. Like, I've gone multiple rants about control schemes at this point, right? Mass Effect, oh my god, why is the back button a grenade button? For those who don't know, right, because I know it's menu and select now or something like that, it's the button to the left of the Xbox button, right? That tiny little button that's there. That shouldn't be a gameplay control, right? And I've gone on many rants about how I hate Rockstar games because they feel like polished versions of early 2000s controls, not modern control schemes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's my big problem with it. It's if you honestly haven't figured out control schemes by this point, and I understand, like, GTA's been running for many years, they've got to appease their old fans, put an alternate control scheme in. There is no need to be mashing A to run in the big old year of 2025, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's more to the fact that you would mash the button to run, and then if you hold the button, you're, limited to a jog.
Yeah.
I get realism, on a realism basis. Yes, it's effort to run, but, I'm playing a video game.
Yeah, when you're trying to make it, right,
have a stamina system.
when you're actively trying to make it a high-paced, action-based shooter, and you put limitations into how fast you can move, the only time that's excusable is horror games. I should not be having to put effort into an open-world action game, you know what I mean?
Yeah. You might as well have the prompt on the screen of, a quick time event where it says mash X.
Well, yeah, exactly, it's that. And it's it was perfectly fine in games like Tomb Raider, where there were high action scenes, it made sense, it was every now and then, it wasn't a consistent thing. And it was perfectly fine in, basically any game from the 2000s, really. You can pick any of them, they had a quick time event, right?
Yeah.
But these days, in an open world adventure game, are you kidding me?
Yeah, 100%.
Do you find, because your younger brother, does he game generally, or was he sort of pushed into it?
It's a bit of both.
Just to be clear, he played his own stuff. I've just been trying to push for him to kind of broaden his horizons more than anything. Because he is the kind of person that will sit down and play 2 games and then kind of just stick with them for ages, which is the exact issue we're talking about.
Because my question was going to be because you can see it firsthand with someone that is that age. When was the last time he went into, I say CEX, but anywhere really, because obviously you can go to Smithies now, but anywhere that's got games in it. When was the last time he went in and thought, I don't know what I want, that box art looks cool, what's that? And look and bought it.
The problem is, every time I bring him in, he immediately looks around going, I don't know what any of this is, and then gives up immediately and just goes, I'm not having anything. I'll just send.
That's the big difference between generations as far as I'm concerned. Look, I realise I'm getting on a bit now, but the amount of times I just went, you know what? This game's like 50p. I'll take a gamble on it. What's the worst thing that happens? You know?
Yeah. And a lot of the marketing with like, trying to appeal to people who literally would walk into a shop and pick up a game off the shelf, because of like not because of lack of marketing, but because marketing wasn't really pushed as it is now.
Yeah.
It would be the rule of cool, where it would be you look at the box art, you're interested, you pick it up, you take it to the counter, and you leave.
Yeah, well, it was really that simple. It genuinely was. And the amount of times, right? Every game I've ever bought, I've tried to go with the pound an hour rule, right? If I can sit there and go, you know what, I might play this for half an hour and then get bored, I'm spending 50p on it, right?
Yeah.
If I'm going to genuinely sit there and put, 60 hours into it, I'm happy to pay full price 60 quid for a game. Go.
I'm spending 20 quid on some random, Trackmania Battle Pass or whatever the hell the situation is there. Whereas it's just, I remember going in and going, right, I've got a tenner, I am not leaving with a penny.
By the way, that's a real thing. Trackmania has a battle pass.
Trackmania?
Yeah, I don't know if it's a battle pass or a season pass or something like that, but it has one and it's paid. That's the point. It's ridiculous.
Why?
That is a very good question.
It's as simple as that. And I feel like that just lack of connection to games, it's a lot easier to go, I care about this when there's something in front of you. Whereas when it's kind of just, at this point, basically a concept, it's a lot harder for me to sit there and go, yeah, I care about this.
What was the last game you bought of box art?
Oh, God, of box art alone? Oh, God, I don't have a clue. The problem is, because I've now got this collection going for so long, I kind of know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can't really walk into a shop and go, oh, I don't have a clue what any of this is, because
But, I mean, that's just a very real thing, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
The problem is, I've been playing games for so long, and for the most part, other than some indie games, which I missed, and, the piles of random junk on stuff like Steam, if I'm going to buy something, it's because I've already thought about it for quite a while now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, there's still impulse buys, of course there is, but, I mean, as a general rule, even if I just see something and go, right, yeah, I'm buying that, it's probably because I've heard about it and know it's at least somewhat good.
I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, that's pretty much the same sort of boat that I'm in, where I always, all of my most recent purchases of games they've all been digital because, I have a PC. I game on PC and I use a PC. But I would still absolutely love to walk into a game store and be able to go back to a time when I didn't really know what most of the games that are going to be on the shelf are. Like, that sort of wonder as a kid, like, you walk in, you see this box art that's basically like, essentially like, walking past a cinema,
Yeah.
seeing all those posters for movies and going, I want to see that one. I have no idea what it's about, but I want to see that one.
Well, it's why at some point, right, content-wise, as an idea, what I want to do is just send you a picture of my collection, right? Give you 20 quid and say, go to CEX. Buy 20 quid's worth of stuff I don't own, right? And then just give it to me. Because it's getting to a point now where it's like, I've got so many games I want that I'm starting to forget to try new ones as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole reason why we came up with the lists that we did, where we said, right, what games have I not played that I have in my collection that you need to play?
Yeah, 100%. And we're starting to make some dents into it. Slowly, but dents are being made.
I've been going for so long. My guess would be early Xbox 360 days, so maybe something like Borderlands.
I mean, I'm going to be honest, I genuinely think it might be earlier. It's hard to tell. But the problem is, it's like, since I was 3 years old, I've been playing games ever since, so it's genuinely impossible to tell what I knew and what I didn't, because it's even back then, I probably know what Borderlands was, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
That'd be my best guess, but honestly, I can't remember 20 minutes ago, less than 15 years ago.
Just because I had that experience where I got, because I know a fair bit, let's put it that way, but at the same time, I don't know a lot either. I go into my local store and there is stuff that's colourful. That's why I love it so much. It's like walking into a colour scheme. You walk into a room that's full of colours and lights and whatever, and you're trying to find something that stands out from the crowd. And I do have that experience still. Like, I mean, at Akami last year, I had no idea what that was.
Yeah.
And the box looked completely different to me, and I thought, I'll have that.
Just because I know you've played it. Just go ahead and bully him for not playing it until now, by the way.
What are we talking?
Akami.
Oh my god, yeah. So, I would actually put that at my favourite game of all time. I love
Really?
the game itself. Yeah, not easily. I love the game itself. I love the story. I love the representation of the mythology that it represents. I love the soundtrack. It's got so many, like, really good, like, like, tracks that I genuinely feel like if I had sent them to you with no context, you'd actually like really enjoy them. Like whether or not that you yourself like the game or don't like the game, the soundtrack on its own holds up like perfectly, and it really evokes like thoughts of like the area of where you are. You know, it it's the soundtrack in itself is an experience. Let's just say that.
Okay, fair enough. Obviously, I've not played it either yet. You know that.
Yeah.
But what do you say to people that say the intro is way too long? 'Cause that's a common complaint I've seen.
It's very long, but I will say I don't particularly myself like how long the intro is.
Yeah.
Whenever I go back and play it, because I've bought it multiple times. I bought it on like PC. I believe it's on Steam. I bought it on Nintendo Switch. I had it on the Wii. I had the PS2 version, and the Wii is still the absolute definitive edition. I've already said that for your gameplay of the game, I will buy it for you if you do not already have it as the Wii version.
Yeah, well, that's more than fair. I mean, obviously, I've not gone through it, but I remember I think it was Rebecca from Chill and Comfort Gaming that said it on this podcast. I don't think she was a fan as a whole, which is fair enough. Each to their own. It does seem like one of those games that could.
Oh, it's absolutely words. It's an absolutely a game that can go either way.
Yeah.
Where you either like it or you don't like it. It's really just, in my opinion, the same as any other game. You either like it or you don't. It's it's your thing or it's not. It's a good game to you or it's not. The intro does, the intro length and the speed of it, it's because it's quite slow, and that's what makes it long and drawn out. It's quite slow and a little bit handholdy, but the handholdiness is not excusable but understandable.
Well, from
because
what
of
I've
the
heard,
mechanics it's trying to teach you.
Yeah, from what I've heard, it's less handholdy as much as it is just pretty linear.
Yeah, it is very linear until later on the game. I'm gonna hesitate and call it semi Metroidvania because there's certain parts of the game that only get unlocked when you unlock certain abilities.
Yeah.
There is still a little bit of an essence of like a free roam.
Okay. Cool. I can't comment much because I haven't played it, but that does sound a lot more promising.
So it's just interesting to hear your collection, though. Let's get into that a little bit. What do you collect? Have you got you'll say you have no plans for them, but do you have an idea what you want to collect next, or do you just pick up as you go?
I collect primarily on the Xbox side of things, but purely because for the most part it's just easier these days, and also quite a bit cheaper in most.
Yeah, no, that is a good point. The PlayStation and side of things is considerably more expensive than Xbox 9 times out of 10. And I don't need to tell you how bad the Nintendo second-hand market is. It is absolutely atrocious.
Yeah.
Cases. But as far as a standout item I desperately want, I have talked about that boxed copy of Conker's Bad Fur Day many a time, and it is still on my list, and until I get it, it's like, it's my koan.
I'm sure that comes as absolutely no surprise.
No, yeah, Conker's Bad Fur Day, I would say, is, you know, it's very high up there, if not at the top of a lot of collectors' lists,
Yeah.
or they'd say it's like, their prized piece of their collection.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The thing is, I'm about to go into it on the podcast as well, right? But 9 times out of 10, if a game's rare, it's rare because it didn't sell well. And if it didn't sell well, it means it was probably a bit shit, right? For me, Conker is one of those rare exceptions where it just didn't go well because it wasn't the right time.
Yeah.
For me, it was just Rare was still seen as the family-friendly brand. And they try and push something out that's kind of marketed similar towards Banjo-Kazooie. It was just never going to reach its audience in my eyes. But it is an incredible, incredible game. And if anyone hasn't played it, you can get it on the original Xbox and you can get it on Xbox One through Rare Replay. Just do it. It's incredible.
You know what I mean?
I've got a coup on. Mine's Fire Emblem.
Fair enough. I'm going to pretend I know what that means.
Okay, but
you're about to
when
see...
he says Fire Emblem, which one? Because there are so many Fire Emblem games.
Okay, you're about to see my dumbest moment in public in history. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Fire Emblem is the GameCube turn-based RPG.
Oh, right. I thought you meant there was a game called Coup on Fire. You know what I mean?
Absolute howler.
That was a bit tragic, I'm not gonna lie.
Well, the problem is, it's just, again, I never had a GameCube. I'm not really into that side of things. Wasn't in my memory. Still is a little tragic, let's be honest, though.
I mean, I just want to say, when he says turn-based RPG, it's more grid-based turn-based RPG, where you have to use a turn to move a couple of squares if you need to get closer to the enemy.
Fair enough. I mean, I'm not really in the space enough to know, not the difference, because I do know the difference, but to, really develop enough of a difference, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's just not relevant to me, really.
I mean, there might be, who knows? But no, my version of Kuon would be Fire Emblem. I love my GameCube, and I'm just never going to be able to get it.
Fair enough. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm very strongly against the idea of collecting based on value. And I went on a rant about this a couple of days ago where I was just like, I could not care less what my collection's worth at all. If I bought a game, it's because I've looked at the price of it and gone, you know what, I believe the value's there to warrant that price tag. Not
More drumming, by the way.
Yeah.
I've been sat here hyper-focused on not doing it this entire recording.
that's 600 quid, it must be good. You know what I mean?
That video, by the way, quick plug to that, was really good. Because I love
Cheers,
that.
man.
I love the way you approach that.
Can you hear the awkwardness in my voice? I do not know how to take a compliment. Marv, thank you sincerely. I cannot take a compliment to my face, but in hindsight, you are a very, very great man. I am sorry for being an awkward twat.
Speak a little bit about that video and about the stuff you do, because you've got like a different approach or take on some of the stuff that's already been done, which makes it unique. Because some of your videos speak to an opinion that isn't often said. Like that video you're talking about. Speak about that.
The best way I can put it is that I see a lot of... It's not necessarily that there's anything wrong with it, because a lot of the time I completely understand that, like, Kale went on a giant rant about it. He spent 600 quid on Koon and made thousands, and fair play to him. But it's just like, I'm not being funny. Some of my favourite games of all time, I'm just looking at it, stuff like True Crime Streets of LA. I love it to bits. I can get it for 50p easily.
Yeah, it is literally that simple. I can guarantee you the best games of all time will be cheap. Simply because so many copies sold that so many people are trying to shift them and they can't. It's that simple.
Thing is, gameplay value inherently comes from what you take away from it.
Yeah.
Like, you can have all these games where they're all like, AAA, they were all $60 or £60 even, or like even the new era of like quote unquote quadruple A games that are now coming out for like 80 pounds
Which
or
is
so,
a
which is
nonsense term, by the way. I want to
yeah,
get that out of the way.
yeah. I think, to be honest, the A scale was great before it became quadruple A. Like,
Well,
just an A studio is like what I would consider your indie. Your double A is like, a bit more production value, but still like pretty independent. And then triple A is like the big game devs.
I mean, I'd argue that it's only caused damage, really. Because the problem is, right, you put these big game studios, they put massive games out, they're labelled as AAA, there's an expectation there, right? So when they're not perfect, they flop.
Yeah, I
And
can
in
I can see
this.
where you're coming from that. Like in that vein, I will bring up the name of the game, Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
Like that was one of the most unfortunate like launches where it was hyped, it was marketed as going to be this like big game, and then all of a sudden it launched because, and this is a conversation that we had like just between the two of us
Yeah.
of talking about, expectations and marketing and release dates being pushed back and such. Like
Yeah.
it affects it so much when you go, it's going to be releasing on this day or in this quarter of the year. It's got to be out then.
Well, listen, I've made a video about this, right? Stop comparing delays to bad releases. I do not care when a game comes out. At all. It's not relevant to me, right? But if a game comes out and it's a buggy mess, that's when I'm going to be annoyed. If a developer needs 6 extra months to perfect a game before it comes out, perfect. That's absolutely fine. Yes, it's annoying when you've already pre-ordered it, but you've got to remember that it's impossible to predict how long a game's going to take to make. These things are difficult
Yeah,
to predict for a reason.
I think the issue there is, I don't really know how to describe it or whether or not it is an issue or not, but I think one of the biggest problems is transparency,
Yeah.
where if a dev does need extra time, they need to just be outright and say it and be honest about how long it might take and be honest why they're delaying it, not just, oh, we're delaying it again, oh, we're delaying it again, and not give like a decent answer why.
I will counter that with the argument I keep making about publishers versus developers. Because 95% of the time, when a game's getting delayed and delayed and
It,
delayed, it's because the publisher's trying to push a release date, not because the developer thinks the game's ready.
yeah.
Which I think is a key difference here.
Oh, no, 100%, I agree with you on that one.
But as far as the A rating situation goes, it's also damaging for indie developers because a game comes out of, like, from an quote unquote A studio, and there's kind of just an expectation that it's going to be quite shit
Yeah.
because there's just not the resources there. But I've gone on about this game many times, right? The Big Con is an incredible, incredible game. Absolutely incredible, and no one's heard of it because it's an indie release.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I mean, I do want to put a little bit of a spin on that take of indie releases being seen as like, you know, lower quality. It's either that or people have super high expectations for indie developers because they want something that's going to revolutionize their experience of gaming.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's the entire thing about,
They want something that's
Toby.
going to be like a new game
Yeah,
for them.
there's the entire thing about Toby Fox working on a new game. And it's like, I know people still see it as an indie developer because he's doing most of the work, but he's just not an indie developer anymore. It's that simple.
you know? And it's often the reason that games are so expensive is because they're rare. And they're rare because they didn't sell well, and they didn't sell well because they were kind of shit. You know what I mean?
I'm with you completely.
So I would honestly, if that collection, I turned around tomorrow and they went, yeah, it's worth 10 times what you paid for it, or they turned around and went, it's worth nothing, I would be completely indifferent either way.
Yeah, and I feel like that's a key point because I'm seeing more and more collectors going for value And I mean, it's nice to have, but what's the real value in it if it's just going to sit on a shelf, you know?
Yeah.
I don't really see any point. In games like Kuon, right? I know Kale bought it, but he bought it A, because he knew it would make him money, which is fair enough, and B, because he actually intended on playing it. And I feel like that's the key difference. Whereas a lot of people
Did,
are going out and getting copies of like Banjo Tooie they never intend to play through for like 130 quid just for the sake of having it.
yeah, one of the biggest issues with like collecting does it starts with scalping.
Yes, 100%, yeah. But a lot of these kind of retro markets aren't really scalpers anymore. It is just kind of people want them that bad.
Yeah.
And it's nice to see that the business side has kind of left it alone for now, but there is definitely an aspect of it, especially when there's like, bots set up to buy like copies of games like Rules of Roses the second they show up for less than like £300, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you're not setting out to collect, like, have you got, obviously everyone's got their personal favourites. Are you setting out to collect a certain collection of one thing or a couple of things, or are you just picking up as you go? Because are you going for, like, I don't know, a full, what's random, Need for Speed collection? Like, are you getting a set of something, or are you just picking up as you go?
As much as Underground 2 is tempting me,
What I will say, so I've currently, because I don't think I mentioned it here, I've currently got a full Assassin's Creed collection, minus Chronicles, and I think the Assassin's Creed 3 remaster, but I don't really count those because there's no point. Um, for those who don't know, Chronicles was the DS spin off of Assassin's Creed. What I would like is a full anything collection, really, to be honest. Like, I quite like the idea of a full Xbox original collection, but it's again coming back to the fact that I don't want to collect if I'm not going to play them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's the same kind of issue. That's how I see it, anyway.
not quite. I've seen the price for Most Wanted 2005 on the 360, and it's a great game, but it's not 60 quid great.
Which, by the way, right, I want to bring up the fact that this was 2005, right? The Xbox 360 had just come out. There was almost no difference between the Xbox original and the 360 at this point, right? The hardware
Yeah.
was there, people didn't know how to use it yet. The games look almost identical. The content is identical as far as I can tell. Most Wanted for the Xbox original cost me a fiver. The Xbox 360 version is like 60 quid. I still to this day don't get it.
Mm.
That is outrageous, isn't it?
And I've got the Xbox original version. It looks great. It's 2005. There was almost no difference between the platforms at that point.
I've played the PS2 version. I can't even count how many times. It's so replayable. There's nothing wrong with it at all.
No, absolutely not. And I've spoken about this when I went into detail about why I can't stand Rockstar games at all. The number one thing that ages a game is its control scheme.
I don't think I need to elaborate on that, really, do I?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've gone on this rant many, many times. Rockstar games control like polished 2000s games. I don't really think I need to elaborate on that. Just because I've gone on about it so many times on this channel. But these games, especially Most Wanted 2005, looks almost identical on its old platforms compared to the new. And I am perfectly happy sitting there and playing an old game that looks slightly worse compared to a game that controls terribly. I think that's the main point here.
Oh, I couldn't agree more with you. It's more to the fact of like where when it comes to some games, you feel like even modern games, you feel like you have to relearn an entire new control scheme
Yeah.
when a lot of games and a lot of like genres and stuff like that could have a generalized control scheme. I'd understand if going backwards to like, older games like a conversation that I've had with you before was Metal Gear.
Yeah.
Uh, I love the games, I love the series, but going back to play the originals to actually, feel the same nostalgia, it's hard because I have to really be wanting to be in the mood to go back and relearn the tank controls and the combat controls and stuff to play them. And unfortunately, a lot of games nowadays, even still, fall for exactly the same problem. Where, like you said, with Rockstar games, a lot of them have like not exactly the most intuitive control schemes.
Yeah. I think the main point here is I've had several conversations, including one that's going to be coming up any second now, about games like GoldenEye, right? And it's really hard to tell going backwards whether you're just used to the game, how the game controls, or whether it actually controls well sometimes. And let me put it bluntly, if you're going back and asking that question, it probably doesn't control very well, right? I will sit here and defend GoldenEye until the end of time. I love it to bits, but I am very aware that the controls haven't aged all that well. Especially in hindsight after this conversation with Marv.
I do not care at all how it looks, how it sounds. It doesn't matter. But you can tell when you're playing like a first-person shooter from the early thousands, because it is painful at times.
Listen, don't knock Medal of Honor. I'm not having it. We'll move on to, because again, I want to get back to later on with your videos and stuff, to coaches' questions. Oh, sorry, no. Attack me.
Okay, I'll leave it there.
Oh.
Right, we had to take a slight break, because we'd been recording for like 4 hours. And last time there was quite a lot of noise from Teams. Hopefully that's sorted, because your Wi-Fi did not like you yesterday, did it?
It didn't like me towards the end. I think it just got sick and tired of hearing us talk shit.
But no, we should be okay with that now. So, sorry about that noise, but it's a new day, and if it breaks again, I'm killing him. So...
Why me?
Funny, innit?
I mean, fair.
Anyway.
Later on with your videos and stuff, to coaches' questions. Oh, sorry, no. Attack me. What was your second hot take?
Yeah, about that. You're going to love this.
Okay,
Please don't.
We need to talk about sleeping dogs, mate.
Oh, please don't do it.
Adam?
I cannot hear the
You're going to love this.
Please
We
don't.
need to talk about sleeping dogs, mate.
Oh, please don't do
I
it to me.
promised you it was happening.
Yeah.
Right.
Just for context, I terrorised this man's DMs and comment sections for ages, just telling him that we are talking about this.
Well, it's worth talking about. That's why.
Oh, 100%.
All right, go on in.
I firmly believe that the combat kiss system in Sleeping Dogs is one of the greatest of all time.
Okay, first of all, Kiss System, great job, mate. Second of all, go for it.
I mean, what I will say is the majority of arguments, and I think this was actually the argument that they brought up, was that the combat system in Sleeping Dogs is basically just a MASH X simulator.
Yep.
And what I will say, that can be used as pretty much an argument against most games. You know, Skyrim has become a literally just press forward and attack simulator. You know, the combat system isn't weighty, it isn't impactful, but Sleeping Dogs has a really good and really intuitive combat system where literally it gives you the ability to learn new moves at a pace that suits you. You can either pick it up just as you go along and you find the spoilers if you haven't played the game, which why haven't you? You go around and pick up these jade statues. So anyone who's... Is it the same in True Crime? Or similar?
I honestly can't remember. The system's kind of the same, in which I know you start in Sleeping Dogs with a basic moveset and you upgrade it. I know it's the same. How you do it, I can't remember. I think it might just be more of a skill points thing. But don't take my word for that.
But, like, what I mean is, it's, like I say, it's intuitive and also really, well-paced, depending on however you want to play it. Like, if you are just going through the game itself and you just find them as you go along, sure, you might not unlock some of the more powerful moves or attacks in the game, but at the same time, that's also your reward for going and exploring the whole of the map, which is what a collectible should do. It's a reward for exploration.
Yeah, and it's not only that, most of the collectibles are kind of locked behind story barriers anyway, so it's not as big of a kind of,
Well, yeah, there's
advantage.
literally there's multiple collectibles literally just in the form of the cases that are in like apartments or buildings that you can only access once you've done a certain mission. Like I know that was one thing that really annoyed me where I was like, okay, I'm getting towards the end of the game. I want to get all of the collectibles before I finish it. And so I then discovered by having to Google that some of the items, some of the cases or whatever, were actually inside a certain area of the map that you don't actually get access to until one of the near end of the game missions.
Slightly off topic, but I've got to ask, how long did it take you to figure out where the hell those underground bunkers were?
Oh, what you mean the ones in like the sewer gates where
Yes,
you have to
yeah.
go down to the coasts? Annoyingly, a very long time
It was a pain.
because when I saw it, I was like, because I believe that some of them, when you get in range, I can't remember exactly because it's been a while since I played it, but I think some of them when you get in range, they like show up on the map or something. I could be thinking a completely different game.
No, you're right. But you have to be very, very close. And the issue was, I was looking at the collectibles map, trying to figure out where these were, and I was, in theory, right on top of them. I didn't think to go out into the ocean and then come back inland on the off chance there's a random cave there, you know? The only reason I figured it out is with, what was her name? You know, the Russian woman.
Yes,
Her
vaguely.
mission was the only reason I figured out they were under there.
Ah, okay. You see, my thinking is, now looking back at it, I feel kind of stupid because being a massive Far Cry fan, I should be used to like having to walk a little bit of a distance away to go into like a cave or like a building entrance to gain access to where it is. So I should have really thought about that, but just to be honest, at the time I really didn't expect it because I know the game, does it have swimming? I can't remember, but I don't.
Yeah.
I know, yeah, it does, but like I didn't expect to have to like then jump off the coastline into the ocean and then swim in or something.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know you brought up the argument of Far Cry, right? But the issue with Far Cry is the collectibles have always been optional. They're not really all that important for completion. They don't even really have achievements for collecting a lot of the stuff.
A lot of the Far Cry achievements with, you know, that are collectible based, I sort of expected to unlock another one when I collected like all of a certain kind, but I only really got some. Like some of them are like collect 30 out of like 120, and it's like it's crazy. So you don't really go out and look for them. But the one thing I will give to Far Cry with its whole collectibles system is it does unlock some good and potentially really overpowered weapons in the like shops.
Yeah, that's very true. Right, we've went off on a complete tangent, so I'm just going to play this
Yeah.
again, and then I'll go back into my actual Sleeping Dogs opinions a bit later.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
100%.
Explain to me how pressing the same button 12 times matters. Go on, go for it.
Okay, I knew this was going to be the argument. Sleeping Dogs combat system, right, is the same. It's the same premise as mashing the same button in Mortal Kombat or camping in COD. Yeah, it works, but it's just fucking boring. It's one of those games where it is very much what you make of it, and it gets to a point, especially towards like the kind of you get past the kind of like the first third of the game, and mashing one button doesn't work. You've got your grapplers, you've got your strikers, and you've got your counter enemies. If you even try that, you're dying in 5 seconds. The combos in True Crime and Sleeping Dogs are incredible when you get them right. And it is one of the most genuinely fascinating combat systems I've ever played.
Here's my only like. I don't disagree with you necessarily. I don't think I've given Sleeping Dogs enough time. But at the same time, like you mentioned, True Crime. Yeah, I love True Crime to bits. It is one of my like. I love it. But at the same time, it's also one of my love hates. It was one of like when you play a game that you despise because it frustrates the hell out of you. Because there are parts of True Crime, especially LA, especially the last boss, for example, the guy's unbeatable at times, where it's just so frustrating you want to kill yourself.
Well, I said
so
this.
Annoying, but you love it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what I feel like with True Crime. Whereas Sleeping Dogs, I couldn't be asked, frankly.
Yeah, and I do want to just stop it there so I can go over my side of things. It is genuinely that simple. it's like Tom was saying a minute ago. When you boil a game down to its purest points, every single game is just press this button. It's that simple. And I get where I was coming from, because the beginning of the game can be very, very kind of button mashy. But you get past that, and it is one of the genuinely, I still believe, one of the best combat systems of all time.
Yeah, the whole Sleeping Dogs combat system itself, as well as like, I'm assuming because I've not actually played the true crime games, which is a crime in itself.
We'll get you
But
there.
yeah, I'm assuming that the true crime combat systems are pretty similar, given that they've got a similar unlock system. But what's good about the Sleeping Dogs combat system is it rewards you for being patient. Like, even when you're being mobbed by quite a few enemies in certain sections of the game, it rewards you for being patient, waiting to counter with like unlockable abilities that do way more damage than just mashing the X button.
Yeah, absolutely. As far as True Crime goes, it is much of the same. The only real difference between True Crime and Sleeping Dogs is obviously, the setting and the story, obviously. But also it just controls slightly worse because it's an older game. There was, 9 years between Sleeping Dogs and True Crime Streets of LA, so you can tell. That's what I'll say.
Yeah.
I said this when I told my friend I played through Sleeping Dogs again. Sleeping Dogs controls how I remember True Crime Streets of LA controlling.
There it is. Almost immediately. It is very much the same system again. It is just a lot more polished. You see, Sleeping Dogs controls how True Crime should have. And I know that's the argument I keep making against GTA, but GTA still controls like a 2000s game they're trying to make work. Not like a brand new system that just works better, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's very much one of those where they should have sorted this out by now.
I gotta say, it potentially, like, especially for you being not too big of a fan of the GTA, like, control schemes, it'll probably end up being a do or die for many people when GTA 6 comes out, if they have or have not fixed the, the control scheme.
Well, it's not only that. There is no reason a game like GTA shouldn't control like every other action-adventure open-world game. There is absolutely no reason it shouldn't control like Far Cry. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I mean, there's plenty of games that I can think of that have, just as good stories, just as good, games within themselves. And they control way better because, putting it down to brass tacks, the GTA games themselves are essentially just, like you say, action-adventure games that are third-person over-the-shoulder shooters.
Yeah.
And there's numerous games that literally will come to mind that control slightly better, if not considerably better than GTA. Like, I know that GTA, like, in some aspects, especially if you're playing on PC and you're using keyboard and mouse, the control scheme on keyboard and mouse sucks major ass, but that's because it wasn't really made for PC.
Yeah.
All of these games are made with being console in mind, because PC is still considerably, newer of a gaming platform that's, for all of these, like, bigger AAA titles.
I would almost argue the opposite, but fair enough. What I will say, though, is I would genuinely sit here and rather play GTA with a keyboard and mouse than I would a controller. And that is saying something, because I hate a keyboard and mouse. I just can't go on with it at all. I don't know what it is, it's just... I know the keyboard and mouse is objectively better and more accurate, right? But I'm just here for a vibe, and the controller's better.
Yeah.
I'm not here to play competitive shooters.
I mean, while we're still here, I sort of want you to elaborate on the fact that you'd argue the opposite, just to get, like, that perspective.
Well, you think back to the early days of, AAA games, and it was what? Stuff like Far Cry and Half-Life and Crysis, all launched on PC first and looked considerably better.
Yeah. I mean, using the argument of, like, Half-Life and those games, that is sort of a cheap shot in a way, because Valve has always, like, championed and pushed for like PC gaming because they released their games first on PC anyway. Some of them aren't even on like consoles. It took a while for Portal and stuff to be moved over to consoles, and those are like those are incredible games. So Valve really did a major service to PC gaming.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But if you take Half-Life out of the equation, you've got Far Cry and Crysis, which are two of, let's be honest, the biggest games of all time, and there's still the running, can it run Crysis joke because it looked so good and, ran so poorly because of it.
Yeah. And I mean, I suppose there is also the argument of, I know that it is fairly niche in the people who are actually interested in that sort of game nowadays. Uh, but World of Warcraft was a major PC like PC only one.
Yeah. It still is, to my knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, when I say that it's niche, it's more of like like comparatively with the amount of games and genres, etc., that are available on PC now, World of Warcraft is a fairly niche one that people play. Like back in the day, whenever PC gaming was just really in its infancy, World of Warcraft was probably gonna make up like a quite a big like percentage of that because of the interest of people playing D&D and such.
Yeah, very true. There's a reason games like Baldur's Gate are so popular now.
Yeah, because it is. I don't want to say it is essentially the same game, considering that I know that Baldur's Gate fans are like, eating well with Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah.
But the concept of it literally being like I will refer to it as this probably only once because I know that I'll get crucified for it, but it is essentially a D&D light.
No, I see what you mean. I mean, they're very, very different games, don't get me wrong, but I mean, if you strip it down to its bare bones, they pretty much are the same thing.
Yeah, D&D itself is a tabletop. Baldur's Gate is more of like a RPG, and World of Warcraft is an RPG but as an MMO.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's where it's
that
at.
I can see.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's games like True Crime, looking back at it, and you sit there and think, how the hell did I play through this?
Yeah.
But then you just remember the jank platformers from the 90s and go, you know what, it's not so bad.
Yeah, no, I'm not even joking. I can sit here and go back to most 2000 shooters and at least get an hour or two out of them, right?
Yeah.
But there are some platformers I can't even stomach to look at these days because they're that bad. And it's like, even like, beloved games like Spyro, they don't control well now. I still think they're worth playing, but you're going to be upset about 90% of the time.
Well, it's because most of the Spyro early games, and this is something that I'm going to bring up again. I know I brought it up. I believe I brought it up earlier in the stream, podcast, video thing, episode, whatever. I know I brought it up earlier, but Metal Gear, the early Metal Gear games, I love the stories and I love the series, but I really have to be in the mood to want to go and play them again because the control scheme isn't exactly, intuitive with the tank controls. Because this is one of my big complaints. It was you have to hold X to aim, and that would then put you into unless you went into like a first-person view, which does have its own perks and its own downsides. But holding X to aim and then having to release to shoot, come on, it's not exactly intuitive.
No, I mean, it's not the first time I've seen that kind of thing happen, especially with early days of bow combat and stuff like that. But yeah, as a whole, it's just, I will go on about this till the day I die. The number one thing that ages a game is its controls. It's as simple as that. And I mean, we're reaching 100%. A point now where games have controlled vastly the same for like 2 decades now, so it doesn't really work anymore. But as a general rule, when you're playing a game from the early 2000s, it's that simple.
Yeah, I mean, nowadays really the only thing that differentiates multiple games, through their control schemes is whenever there's a mechanic difference, like
Yeah.
if there's a new mechanic brought in, or from game to game, like not in the same series, but like from different game to different game, if there's you know their own mechanics and such. So it really does only change when there's certain things that require a button usage, pretty much.
Yeah, I'd go along with that.
When True Crime Streets of LA came out, and I first bought that, I thought this was the shit. I thought this was so good. I thought it was one of the best things of all time. The second the car comes past, it's really corny, comes past, there's a little license plate at the
Yeah.
very beginning. I was like, this is the nuts. This is better.
By the way, he's 100% right there. It was the kind of early era of Need for Speeds and the PGRs, where just every single time you got in a car you could customize the license plate, and it was just weirdly amazing.
Oh, I gotta say, I do love that, and unfortunately, not to bring it back to GTA, but I'm bringing it back to GTA. Unfortunately, most of the license plate customization then got locked behind, Rockstar Club, where you'd have
Did it
to
actually?
download the. Yeah,
Jesus.
I remember literally when I used to play it a ton back when I had a PS4, I had to get I think it was as the iFruit app. So
Oh
pretty
my
much just
god, yeah.
Yep. You had to go into the iFruit app and you had to have a social club. You had to have a social club account, link it to your PSN or Xbox or whatever, and then you could customize license plates in the story mode and online.
That just unlocked a primal part of my brain I didn't realise was there. Jesus
Yep.
Christ. Yeah, no, absolutely not. I know there was that weird era where everything had to have a mobile app with it, but I'm glad that's mostly died
Yeah,
now.
literally pretty much all games back in the day, in a weird space of time, they always had a companion app. Like, for instance, Battlefield. Battlefield had a companion app, which, don't get me wrong, I liked it and I liked the customization aspects that the companion app gave you, but for some things it was quite as literally as small as, yeah, here's the app for you to change your emblem.
Yeah, and it's not even that. It's the fact that all of these companies were sat there releasing these mobile apps, which were basically a second display because it was almost always like a live map update or something like that. In the same era where developers were struggling to find a use for the two screens on the Wii U, which is still hilarious to me.
Yeah.
They were out making all of this tat, and they'd go get over to the Wii U version, and just go, oh, just make it the same as the other screen.
Well, I do just want to bring it back to Battlefield because I am a big lover of Battlefield, and I'm still glad that Battlefield 1, which is my favorite game in the series other than Hardline. Um,
Nah, man,
I'm
Bad Company
really
2, come on.
well. I mean, I've yet to play that as well, so that's obviously going on the list at some point. But as a big fan of Battlefield 1, I'm really upset at the fact that a lot of features now are lost to time because of the whole well, here we go, leading back into live service.
Yeah.
They've been lost to time because eventually the servers are going to stop, and the companion app, I downloaded it, it's no longer available directly from the Play Store. You have to go onto the Battlefield 1 app website to then download it so that you can do things like customize your emblem, change your tags, uh, do all sorts. And yeah, it kind of just sucked, and it took the fun out of it for me because what I go back to Battlefield 1 for the nostalgia of loving the game. So not having that aspect still there, or downloading the app only for multiple pages to just do nothing, it's a real shame.
Yeah, and I also want to just point out, in general, if you are locking content behind online servers that does not need to be there, you are a terrible human being. It is as
Yeah,
simple as that.
I know that you've already made a video on it, but there's the same argument there with the whole achievements based thing.
That's exactly what I was about
Achievements
to
that
rant
get
about, yep.
Yeah, achievements that get locked behind online content that when the servers go down, you can no longer get them. At that point, just auto unlock the achievements or just get rid of them from the game.
Yeah, I would much rather have a game with 700 achievement score that I can fully unlock than a game with 1,000 where half of it's cut off. You know what I mean? I would
Yeah.
rather those achievements just didn't exist and it just didn't give me the extra points just so I can take the game off. But now I've got several games like Assassin's Creed 3, for God's sake, that are locked and can't be finished. And who the hell played Assassin's Creed 3 online? Absolutely no one.
GTA, this is everything. So I do get that. But what I'll let you do is I'll let you try and convince me to finish Sleeping Dogs.
Alright, first of all, I want your attempt at this, right? Someone, keep in mind, he does not want to play this game. Sell it to him. Go.
Well, Sleeping Dogs at first, and this is exactly the same reaction that you had when you played it. You know, it still gave you that sort of true crime feeling, and as you're a lover of true crime, he's a lover of true crime. It's a great game just from that aspect. At the same time, he also needs to unlearn the whole mashing just one button and actually, you know, get involved with the combat system because, like I say, the combat system is incredibly useful, especially for certain missions. Like, not, again, spoilers for anyone who hasn't played it, but there is a certain mission that, you know, we've already discussed this one mission in depth before. One mission where you have to kill 30 enemies who are coming at you with poisoned knives.
Oh,
And
God, yeah,
as
that.
as soon as you get hit once, that poison ticks down very quickly, and the more you get hit, the more damage the poison does over time. So it's really useful to know how to utilize that combat system if you want to 100% the game. And the story itself is, you know, incredible. You were absolutely shook when you got to the end of that game.
Yeah, we will leave the spoilers
ending
out for that, obviously.
Yeah.
But
The
Jesus
ending
Christ.
of that game is phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, it's up there with some of the top endings to games where you literally have to sit there and take a minute, not to actually like spoil any of the ending, but yeah.
Yeah.
The characters themselves are also, you know, they're quite convincing. The acting doesn't feel forced. Even though some parts of the game, I will say, do feel a little bit rushed with some of the missions. You know,
That's partly
especially
because it was rushed.
yeah, it was rushed, and especially the mandatory pushing of certain games in that era to have a racing mode. It doesn't really, you know, it isn't really convincing. But you know, just as a whole, Sleeping Dogs is a great gaming experience.
Yeah, and I also just want to point out, because I don't think I mentioned it in the podcast, it is a miracle this game exists.
Well, yeah, because it was no longer to function. It is no longer allowed to be released under the True Crime label, which it was going to be another. I believe it was going to be another True Crime game.
Yeah, well, it was originally being developed by Activision, as the true crime games were. They scrapped the project. Naughty Dog picked it up at the last minute, changed the name, and managed to get it out. It was... Obviously, that's not as in-depth as it goes, but there are some incredible videos about it on... This is going on YouTube. Here as a whole. So, honestly, go and have a look at it, because the story is incredible.
With the characters, which I must admit are quite hilarious, and the main character seems quite cool, does the main character get more interesting?
See, that's one that was hard to answer for me. Because Wei Shen as a whole is one of the best protagonists I've ever played in a game. 100%. But I kind of had that feeling from the off. So I wasn't really sure where to go with that.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, protagonists in the game, you know, especially your main character, it can be one of the major breaking points of a game. You know, if you do not vibe with playing as that main character, it can either go one or two ways. It either ruins the game for you, or you either start sympathizing with the villains, or just wishing something happens to the main character.
Yeah.
Or you end up, you know, letting them build on you as you play the game and you love them. But Wei Shen as a protagonist is he's a really good protagonist, actually, you know.
Yeah.
Especially with the connections that he gets to certain characters throughout the game. The fact that, we've discussed this as well. If we were allowed to sort of make changes to Sleeping Dogs with, no budget limit, no time limit, whatever, we wanted to have the aspect of multiple endings.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's kind of a true crime staple at this point. But to be honest, I just honestly think they need to just make the game longer. It's not even the multiple endings necessarily that's the problem. It's just there was clearly a lot of ideas that never came to life here.
Oh, absolutely. Like, you can see it when you're playing through certain missions where there definitely could have been, precursors. There definitely could have been expansions. There definitely could have been, like we say, multiple endings to the game itself, where, not specifically like a karma rating, but like more of like a faction rating, where I know in the game itself it has, its whole faction thing where you get faction experience, where you get police experience or triad experience. So there very much could have been a influence there as to what ending you get, especially with, what missions you prioritize or playing only certain missions. It could have gone very differently.
I mean, you say that, but True Crime Streets of LA, I'm not sure about New York because I haven't played it yet. But Streets of LA literally did have essentially a karma system. It was literally you were a police officer, not undercover. So if you just ended up being a terrible police officer, you got arrested and shot at. It was pretty simple.
Yeah.
And I believe it had impacts on which missions you could physically go into. If you didn't have a high enough police score, you couldn't go down that mission, so you ended up with a different ending. I believe. This is one of those games that I have not played in so long that my memory's a little askew, but I'm 90% sure.
Yeah. And it very much could have been similar with Sleeping Dogs, where I'm pretty sure you get access to all the missions anyway,
Yes,
because,
you do, yeah.
you got to do triad stuff to convince them that you're in the triad, and you got to do police stuff because, you are a policeman.
Yeah, the only
But
difference is you might get you're gonna have to go back and replay missions to get your triad score up, but for the
yeah,
most part, your police score is just gonna hit full levels immediately anyway.
yeah,
Oh, 100%. Well, I'm a very biased person because I loved Wei Shen from minute one. I absolutely loved him. And I don't want to say too much story wise because I have made a big thing about pushing people to play this game because it's incredible and no one's bloody played it. Um, but the story is some of the best writing I have ever seen in a video game.
Now I know that's a controversial take. So far away. What's your take on that?
I wouldn't exactly say it's like some of the best, because there are definitely games that, have a standout above that. But what I will say is it does have really good writing. Like he said, some of the characters are hilarious, which is true. The ending, again, not spoiling it completely, but the ending is really captivating and
Yeah.
it's got great writing. And just overall, Wei Shen's writing as well is really good, especially when he's being a passionate character himself about the current situation he's in.
Yeah. It is very clear. He's not just one of those boring kind of police protagonists that's just kind of doing their job. There's an actual character there. And again, I'm
Yeah,
really trying not to say anything too much, but trust me,
he
go and play
he's
the game.
in points he's actually using his own moral compass. Like, it's got where he knows that he has to do his job, but sometimes he doesn't want to do certain things because he's still seeing these people being people, getting hurt by the other factions of the triads. And it's really, like I say, it's really convincing that he is actually emotionally invested in this whole case.
Yeah, and what I will say, um, this is one of the only games where the enemies are truly enemies, you know what I mean? A lot of games try and push this kind of like, oh, I can see their side of it, but they're doing it wrong, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
18k are objectively evil. It's that
Yeah,
simple.
well, I mean, I'm not being funny. It's it's the triads, Anyone who watches things like the news and whatever, or knows about like, Hong Kong or China and stuff like that, the triads are very real threats in the real world as well.
Yes.
They are these big trafficking gangs that are, in line. They are essentially the Asian cartels.
Yeah, and the thing is, this is one of those stories where it's not even had to be exaggerated that much. Every single aspect of this could very realistically be happening as we speak, let alone
Yeah,
10 years ago
exactly.
when it was a lot worse.
I mean, it's essentially very similar to what do you call it? To the Yakuza games, where the Yakuza games were put in front of the actual Yakuza, and they said that it's very convincing, except for the part of what Kiryu Kazuma wears.
I've got to say, I'm yet to play through them, but it is definitely on the list of games I need to play. As much as I've seen them compared more to like the Batman games than Sleeping Dogs, I know there's similarities there, so I need to play them.
Yeah, they are more similar to what do you call it? They are more similar to the Batman games, but I was just using it for that comparison of
Yeah, yeah.
it being potentially real.
Oh, 100%, yes.
100%.
Okay. My brain went to Legacy of Kain, so it's got quite a high bar to reach, if you're going to say that.
See, this is what I mean, right? I have a weird amount of knowledge about really niche games and games I shouldn't have knowledge on. And there's games like Medal of Honor and that I just haven't played. But we'll get to that.
But you see, the problem with me is, right, I've played hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of games at this point, and I still somehow managed to miss every single one of the big hitters that everyone's played. Like,
That is impressive timing, to be fair. You got to give me that.
Yeah.
I've never touched a Pokemon game. I've never touched a Final Fantasy. I have missed a lot that I should have played by now.
Okay, I know you're a massive Pokemon fan, so just go ahead and mock me for not playing them a second.
To be honest, I get where you're coming from when you say, you're coming into it too late.
Yeah.
There's over 1,000 Pokemon now, so there is a whole lot to learn. Over the generations, they've, introduced new mechanics, they've introduced new typings, there's a whole typing, type chart matchup for weaknesses and strengths that you have to memorize. There's a whole lot that goes into the Pokemon games themselves, as well as, considering all of the, like, the stats and the moves and just knowledge of each and every creature in that game. So I can understand why you're not really interested in getting invested in it now. But what I will say is there are some Pokemon games in the Pokemon series that do have just as good writing as, some of the games that people would put at the top of their lists. For me personally, the Generation 5 games, they've got incredible stories to them. And then, of course, they went to the 3D and stuff like that. But I'm not going to get into that because Pokemon, to me, is a whole rant in itself where it should not have left the original DS. And I know that Pokemon fans just absolutely love the series itself and want it to grow, but what they've done with the series isn't exactly, the best. I'm considering potentially not even buying the upcoming game, just overall, unless I've seen glowing reviews about the game and I've seen gameplay itself.
Nah, Pikachu's pretty poggers, isn't it, gamers? Yeah, I have no idea what I'm on about. I mean, it's the same reason I've never seen Star Wars. It's just, it's too little too late, you know what I mean? And especially
Yeah.
now that people... It's the same kind of situation with Pokemon, really, where people are now actively complaining about the new releases not being good enough. So it's like... It just feels like I'm building up for disappointment at that point, even if I did bother.
Yeah. I mean, like most series, you will have the purists where they know what they like the classic stuff, and, that's it. People's opinions won't be changed. And maybe I'm a little bit cynical about the new games myself, but there are a lot of genuine complaints. Like, one of the games is way too linear and way too handholdy, like stopping you from playing the game every 5 minutes or so, not just during the tutorial, just for, the sake of a 2-word conversation.
Yeah, well, I guess that's probably trying to address, people like me who just haven't committed yet. That would be my guess. But again, I know nothing, so.
How?
Honestly,
As someone
I'm
that's your
asking the
age,
same
how have you never
question.
played Pokemon before?
I grew up with an N64, which meant I
Yeah.
was addicted to Mario 64, GoldenEye, WWF No Mercy, and then it kind of came to a point looking at Pokemon, and I kind of just went, no, not really. I can't be bothered because I was like 7. I didn't want to learn things. I wanted to throw things.
By the way, do you think people know I like the N64 yet?
I mean, the fact that you've multiple times brought up how much you love, like Banjo Kazooie and of course GoldenEye and Mario 64, I would say that the N64 is probably going to be known as being one of your favorite consoles.
It was a great platform, and people don't understand that.
It was genuinely great, and some of the, best classic games are for the N64.
Yeah, 100%. And it's as much as I'm not going to end up buying the new one, right? Because it's 250 quid for a console that I've had since I was like 6. I get it's
Yeah.
upscaled, I get all that. Can't be asked. That is not Nintendo official anyway, even if it does run cartridges, and I'm kind of a hardware purist, as much as I don't want to be, but here
Yeah.
we are.
What I will say is, people need to remember that Nintendo was doing gaming before, Sony and Microsoft.
Yeah.
Nintendo was doing the gaming part of it before they were, with companies like Rare, really bringing up the rear with like game development themselves. They did wonders for bringing gaming into the mainstream. So people need to remember that a lot of their classic game interests were, Nintendo games.
Yeah, well, the thing is, every single collectathon wouldn't have existed without Mario 64, right? Every single first-person shooter wouldn't have existed without GoldenEye. WWF No Mercy gave wrestling games a leg up. It was a very, very important time.
And then it kind of got to a point where I was kind of like 16, 17. I was just getting into college. People were going, how have you not played it yet? It's like, there's just so much to know at this point. Because Pokemon is very much geared towards people that know what they're talking about.
I'll give you that. Yeah.
And it's
Yeah,
just like,
I am very much inclined to say that Pokemon is it's not a massively it's not a massively, it's not a massively complicated game in itself. But it does take a lot of knowledge. Like I said, you have to remember type matchups, you have to remember stats, you have to remember like just the creatures. So yeah. That's just my take on that.
Yeah, well, I basically see Pokemon the same way I see Football Manager, right? Because on the surface of both games, they are basically just spreadsheet games, aren't they? It is that simple. If you don't know what you're talking about in terms of football, you're not going to be able to play Football Manager very competently. And it's the same way, if you don't know Pokemon, you're not getting into Pokemon. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
You need to have been committed from kind of day one, and it's just too late for me. More props to everyone who's still playing it today, but it's just, no, I can't be asked. That, and I've seen the prices. I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
I like the premise. I like the idea. I, don't have the mental kind of, stability to sit there and go, you know what, I'm going to learn thousands of names of characters and how to play the game, and the mechanics, I can't be bothered.
I've made this point before where
You're going to love this, by the way. I've literally paused it just to tell you you're going to love this.
Oh God, right, okay.
I think, and this is one of my hot takes, but I think we're at a point where enough time has passed with Pokemon having the same formula, because it has worked, let's be honest, of the games being essentially the same formula over and over again, but it's allowed a couple of generations or 3 generations to know what's going on and relate to it, relate to each other, because it's the same thing.
Yeah.
But we've reached a point now where we've had so much of that it needs a real change. And I think Pokemon should go, right, a lot of our audience are adults because they've grown up with us.
Yeah.
Let's make it so, or the vast majority anyway, let's make it a horror game.
Thoughts?
No. I
Really?
I am I am 100% a hard disagree on that. Pokemon started off as a thing for children, and what I will say is they've done multiple spin-offs that are more for, you know, that are more geared towards teens because they require more thought, more interaction, just, like the Pokemon Ranger games, they were more interesting games than, the main Pokemon, like just the gameplay loop of the main Pokemon games. You were going around this, you were going around the maps, the various levels and such like that, and you had to remember what to do with the stylus. You had to remember all of the mechanics where it was, just collecting certain Pokemon for certain tasks. The Pokemon Ranger games had a lot more interaction. You've got the Pokemon Unite game, which is more of a MOBA, or, it is a battle arena game where you get a team of 5 on both sides and you do the thing. So yeah, it is literally a MOBA. Uh, you've got Pokemon Link or Pokemon Troze, as certain countries have it as. That one is basically your. I don't want to. I don't want to narrow it down to like the match 3 game, but it is essentially like a match 3 game with Pokemon where you've got to do critical thinking about what the best moves would be to, you know, get through these levels, collect the score, uh, know how many different ones do what damage, type matchups, etc. They made it on the mobile as well, so you can literally carry it with you. But there are games of the Pokemon. I prefer, if you want to talk horror specifically, I prefer the fan content because I wouldn't want Nintendo, or at least Nintendo working with um a separate developer. I wouldn't want them to really go down the horror narrative because they do not necessarily horror, but they do like chilling and thriller elements a little bit, especially like in the earlier games where you had Lavender Town, you've got the multiple like bell towers in the Johto games, you literally have horror or like creepy vibes throughout the games anyway. So they do what's necessary to make the link to the ghost type Pokemon. So I don't think that I would enjoy a specific Pokemon horror game, as it were.
That's fair enough. I mean, the way I see it, right? And I'm going to be honest, almost all of that went straight over my head. I'm not a Pokemon fan. I'm not really a horror fan. But I would buy that out of curiosity alone. Without a shadow of a doubt, just to see what the hell they come up with.
I mean, I'm I'm almost inclined to agree there because I would like to see, what it's all about. But like I say, with Pokemon being a primarily children's geared game franchise series, whatever you want to call it, it's it's hard to predict what they would actually do with it. And would it be more of like not just a teen, but would it be actual like a mature game for like 18 plus audiences or like at least a 16 plus?
I can't really speak for Marv, but the way I see it, it's not really an 18 plus kind of situation as much as it is kind of like, just a spooky dungeon crawler. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Are we talking more along the lines of like horror that Five Nights at Freddy's would give to children?
Um, yeah, the same kind of jump scare elements, and not really like any kind of
Yeah.
like psychological horror or anything
That,
like that.
but that's sort of what I mean. Like, it's got to be more like if you want to do a Pokemon horror game, then it is going to have to be more of that like either jump scare horror or like just creepy
Yeah.
instead of being like horror horror. So, yeah, while I can understand that as well, I think the Pokemon games have enough of that within themselves where it's like, you know, they have the creepy elements, they have the occasional like cheap shot jumpy like woo, got you. And they've also now, well, trying to think of the way to say this. Okay, no, I've lost that train of thought, but you get what I'm saying, where
Yeah, yeah.
it already has enough to at least startle a child or make them feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, I
So
think the
it, they,
point is more aim it at kind of like, not children, but teenagers. You know? It's not enough for it to be put as a mature game, but enough to kind of go, right, I'm probably not going to get this for my 7-year-old. You know what I mean?
yeah, no, no, I get exactly what you mean. Like it is definitely marketed and labeled as, like at least like at least let's for argument's sake, let's say 12 and up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Let's bring out a Pokemon horror game and really flip the switch
I
and
remember
think
you
the
saying
narrative.
this now. Yeah.
Yeah, and I just think it'd be amazing. Imagine it's not even got to be an open world, but imagine a open world horror Pokemon game.
As
Okay,
someone
How
who knows almost nothing,
I'm
Okay.
gonna stop it there as well.
Yeah.
Again, I'm gonna say no. They've only just started doing the whole open world aspect. It's it's still got its teething issues. I'm not really too big of a fan. Like there is the one game and of course the new game that they've got coming out which did the open world really well. It was like it was I'm going to call it like open world and a half
Yeah.
because similar to like 2.5D elements, it is not fully open world. It's level based. Well, I'm going to say okay, more map based. You've got hub location and you've got different locations that can take you as you progress through the story. And they're all open world. Like there's only certain bits that require certain abilities, but you can go back to the same levels or the same maps that you played on before. And in certain aspects of the story, you do need to go back to earlier maps now
Yeah.
that you've unlocked, new abilities. So I like that element. I like how they're doing that, and they could do something very similar, like we say with the, sort of more creepy, more teen-based Pokemon game. But again, I don't think it's really necessary, to be honest.
Fair enough, each of their own. I've got to say, it's hard for me to speak either side of this, right? Because I just don't have the experience in horror or Pokemon, really. But I think curiosity would just get the better of me. As much as I'm not hopeful for Nintendo as a whole at this point, and I genuinely think the Switch 2 is a bit of an insult, but I mean, here we are.
about Pokemon. If one of those things is standing over your bed at the middle of the night, you're shitting your trousers. Like,
See, that's a good point.
Yeah, like there are definitely some Pokemon that if you were to encounter one just as a regular person, which very easily could be done where instead of being a trainer, you are literally someone having to go to locations and avoid Pokemon, then yeah, you are going to absolutely shit your pants sometimes when you encounter certain Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm not being funny, right? But 90% of Pokemon would scare the absolute hell out of you. Can you imagine a slightly dark room with just one flickering light on and a Jigglypuff at the end of your bed?
Well, it's not just that. Like, if I want to go back into the element of, there being the ghost type Pokemon and such, if you want to look at it from that perspective, some of the ghost type Pokemon, when you look at their dex entries or just, you know, s- just certain aspects of their character as a whole, they are really fucking scary. Like, not necessarily scary, but even just creepy. Like, there's a balloon Pokemon that, in its lore, it literally used to carry off missing children.
Yeah, well, there you go, I suppose.
And I believe I'm getting this right. I will have to fact check myself later, but I'll do that later when we're not actually, doing stuff. But there's a Pokemon called Litwick, which I'm pretty sure it's a candle, and I think when the candle light goes out, someone dies.
Jesus.
So yeah, they do have these elements like the old games. Charmander, a big fan favorite, one of the first Pokemon to ever be created. The Charmander, it has a flame on its tail. If that flame on its tail goes out, it itself dies.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there is a lot more deep aspects to Pokemon than you actually realize.
Well, touche, I suppose.
Not being funny.
I mean, I'm not being funny, right? But imagine everyone loves Snorlax. Everyone loves Jigglypuff, right? But imagine you are in the depth of despair in the middle of the night. You're on your last rations. It's not even going to be a survival horror game, but you're on your last rations and you've got to get from A to B to get safety, and you run into a Jigglypuff. That smile and that.
Thoughts?
Yeah, I can see it sort of being like not necessarily a survival horror, but survival horror-esque, where, yeah, that would be, especially if you're someone who isn't really a fan of Pokemon, like, or the character you were playing as wasn't exactly a big fan of Pokemon, just as creatures, you could really get caught off guard by certain Pokemon if you are literally trying to fight for your life, especially depending on what setting they set it in. Like, I'm not saying it has to be like post-apocalyptic, but very limited human settlements. Pokemon are almost like reclaiming the land, and like, think about it like almost as like rewilding. So, yeah, certain Pokemon, if you are confronted by them, especially like packs of like wolf-esque Pokemon, you could be really fucking scared for your life.
Yeah, I mean, I see it. I mean, it's just, again, I don't really have the foot into this to, make it make sense.
Yeah.
That high pitched voice is going to scare the absolute shit out of you.
Without the shadow of a doubt, not a chance.
Okay. Can I just pause there as well and interrupt?
Yep.
On the whole front of like them, obviously bringing up the fact of Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff as well is pretty terrifying as well, because as soon as it starts singing, you are going to fall asleep. And
Yep.
then you don't know what the hell your fate is. Like, literally, if you do not have people around you and it puts you to sleep, you could either be carried off somewhere by another Pokemon or literally, like, feasted on if they think that you're dead.
Oh, snazzy.
Yeah, so, yeah, literally, like, Jigglypuff is known for being the Pokemon that when it sings, it puts people to sleep. The old Pokemon anime literally has an episode that is based around a Jigglypuff that is putting people in the town to sleep.
Well, that's fun. I'm just glad we managed to bring up one of the, 4 Pokemon I know.
Yeah, no, like I say, there is a lot more deep elements to it, and when you do actually get, to know these characters, then there is a lot more to them.
Fair enough.
I just think it'd be an absolute flipper of a thing. So we'll stick with that. Okay, so we move on to coaches' questions. This is my chance to throw 3 or 4 of my infamous, or now infamous, coaches' questions on my page at the person in front of me and to get their instant reaction. So,
Okay, you ready? These are getting thrown straight at you.
Alright, go for it.
Cool.
which games do you feel deserve prequels?
Prequels,
Yep.
I'm going to first throw it out there, of Okami. I know that Okami now, it's confirmed it's getting a sequel, which is great, but it technically already had a sequel in the form of Okami Den, which was a DS game, and that one was more based around, I believe it was the child of the main character of Okami. So I would like to see Okami, and I know that Okami itself had a little bit of spoiler here, but it had some quote unquote time travel elements
Yeah.
where you would go back to the past. But I would like to see a game based around literally the original events, where you play as not Amaterasu, which is the main character of Okami, but playing as Shiranui, which was the original wolf sun god, who Amaterasu is a... Again, I'll have to fact check this, but I believe that they were a semi-descendant, incarnation of Shiranui. So I would love to see an Okami prequel, which is literally based around the original story and not the semi changes that happen during the main story of Okami. Um, in other news of games that I would like to see prequels of, give me 2 seconds and I will go through my library on Steam because I'm right here and it's the easiest way of looking at the games that I've got.
Fair enough.
Um, okay. And besides Okami having a prequel, I'd actually like to see a Hotline Miami prequel, to be honest,
Good shout,
because
actually. Yes.
I know that they've got a sequel, and I know that they semi hint towards and also show sort of what happens, you know, afterwards and what resulted in the events of Hotline Miami. But Hotline Miami is about the you know events that could have happened with the Cold War and the Soviets taking over, and these Soviet mafias and Soviet mobs, uh, sort of getting in place in Florida. And to be perfectly honest, I think that a game that shows more of the in between time of the first game and some of the events that it shows that lead into the first game, I think that would be really cool to see. Especially because if you know much about the Hotline Miami story as a whole, that's the first and the second games. It's got a really interesting story where obviously your main character was part of like the military, and they've got their own biases against the Russian mafias, and of course they get then contacted by a group of people who give him these missions to go and basically kill like a whole, not necessarily a stronghold of them, but just these like base of operations of the Russian mafia. So I would quite like to see more of like the implications of the war and the beginnings where people are like, maybe a little bit of infighting, maybe stuff to do with like a potential mole in the military, more military based, because there could be very fast paced military scenarios during the war.
Fair enough, fair enough. Do you want to have a guess at what my incredibly boring in comparison answer was?
Um, to be perfectly honest, at this point you've played so many games, and I know that you played so many games that
Yep.
we've talked about that it's really hard to guess. So I couldn't even hazard a guess.
Okay, you ready? You're going to be incredibly underwhelmed now.
All right.
Ooh, prequels. I know it sounds like I'm taking the piss, but unironically, Sleeping Dogs. Yeah.
Okay.
Hear me out.
Yeah, I can kind of see it. I can see it because obviously they had to sort of change the story to um, not be completely in line with the true crime games. But I believe I can't remember if this was a sequel game or a prequel game that we discussed already. But yeah, I can see it. Sleeping Dogs. I think we discussed it would be in San Francisco.
Yep. That was my entire argument. I went through it and just went... They went on about Wei Shen's time in San Francisco so much. There is an entire storyline there for a new game.
Yeah.
Entirely.
I remember the conversation that we had about it, where the combat system could be based around more like police training and not necessarily like martial arts, like he picks up when he's in Hong Kong. So
Yeah.
yeah, 100%. I agree with you. Sleeping Dogs is a very good shout for having a potential prequel.
I realise it's the boring answer because I've already gone on about it for like 10 minutes in this podcast, and in this recording, probably about what? Oh my god, almost 45 minutes?
Yeah.
Actually, to be fair, about half of that was Pokemon, so... But, yeah, I'm sorry, I would sit there and play through that game hundreds of times if it came out. 100%.
I'm not being funny. They went on an entire rant about how great Wei Shen's story was in San Francisco. They went on a giant rant about how great of a police officer he was back home, and then just didn't elaborate on it at all. There was just nothing.
Could you tell I went on one of my running out of air rants there by any chance?
Yeah.
It sounded like I was about to curl over.
Isn't it kind of ironically going to be a true crime game? Because he's obviously does karate or jiu-jitsu. He was in the mob at some point. In the same kind of game.
Oh, pretty much. Well, I mean, Sleeping Dogs at its core is still a true crime game.
Yeah.
Obviously, mechanics-wise, but I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it is just True Crime Streets of Hong Kong. I won't hear otherwise.
I mean, it literally is. Like, fundamentally, that's what the game was made to be. Yes, they had to change a couple of things late in development, but I mean, it's still a true crime game.
Take your word for it. Which dormant franchise would you revive?
Shoot, you.
Ooh.
It's a hard one, isn't it? There's a lot of dead franchises.
It's hard because there's a lot of dead franchises, but also at the same time, with all of the games that are now getting sequels or getting resurgences, whether that is a remaster or a remake, having new content or whatever, it's really hard to say. So honestly, off the top of my head, I can't really think of a truly dead franchise.
It's an interesting shout, because I had a lot of answers to this, but there was one that just clicked immediately, and I don't think it's going to surprise you at all. I'm going to be honest.
Well, fire away, and if I can think of anything while it's going on, then I'll interrupt.
Cool.
Banjo-Kazooie. Easy.
No surprise to anyone.
Okay, yeah, there we go. That should have been a sort of obvious answer, but yeah, no, I can see where you're coming from with what do you call it? I can see where you're coming from with Banjo-Kazooie. It had a lot of potential still as a game itself, well, as a franchise even, and to be honest, it dying with, well, not dying, but well, yeah, I will say it dying with nuts and bolts
Well,
was
here's
a
the
disservice.
issue with Banjo-Kazooie, right? They released Banjo-Kazooie, everybody loved it. They released Banjo-Tooie, it didn't sell as well, but everybody still loved it because it was more of the same, if not just slightly more complicated.
Yeah.
Then Nuts and Bolts was announced, except it wasn't announced as Nuts and Bolts, it was announced as a new Banjo-Kazooie game. Which is just fundamentally not what it was. At all.
Yeah.
It was a spin-off series.
It's the same argument that you've made with Assassin's Creed, where it might be an okay game in itself, but it's not a good Banjo-Kazooie game.
Yeah, well, that's the essence of it. And the reason people were so annoyed with Nuts and Bolts wasn't because it was a bad game. It wasn't because it was poorly made. It wasn't because it wasn't fun. It was because it was not what we were promised. It's like, imagine if you sat there, you know, waiting for this new Pokemon game that was promised it was going to be incredible, and they just gave you the Evil Within. You'd be pissed off.
I mean, that is sort of what's happened, like, not to keep going on about Pokemon, but that is sort of what's happened with multiple Pokemon games, where you go into it excited, and I suppose that's probably a little bit of, you know, my fault for expecting the same experience, but I was expecting something similar every time that I've gone into the new games, and it's unfortunate the state of Pokemon currently, because I know some people who absolutely love the games. They love the new characters, they love the new Pokemon that have been added, they love the new mechanics, but I'm still here with my nostalgia for the 2D slash 2.5D Pokemon games on the DS.
Well,
that is always where my heart will be, because that was most of my childhood.
Well, bluntly put, right? I am perfectly fine with spin-offs happening. The issue is when they're marketed as main games. That's why people get annoyed at these things. It does not matter how good a game is, if you try and sell them something else other than what you're giving them, they are going to be annoyed about it. It's that simple. I don't understand why developers don't understand this.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I think the attitude coming from sometimes developers, but mostly publishers, is the attitude of they seem to think that gamers don't know what they want.
Oh yeah,
Like
we figured it
there
out a while
was
ago.
there was that guy who worked on Starfield. Actually, I can't remember. I think his name was Emil Pagliarulo or something like that, where he literally came out and said that video gamers do not know what they want.
Well, the way I see it, you work for Bethesda. Your point's immediately null and void. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just the second you work for someone and then put points forward like that, you're going to lose credibility. And people keep doing it. And I don't understand why. If you don't know what you're on about, just shut the fuck up. It's that easy.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, well, not being funny, it's literally that simple. And it's a point I've been very specific about making on this page. If I have not played a game, I will not give an opinion on it. People comment, I'll just go, fair enough, haven't played it, move on. I won't make videos about topics I don't know anything about. It's that easy. Just, if you don't know what you're saying, shut the fuck up. To be honest, I could say any Rare franchise at this point. I've gone on record multiple times, mainly at the 8-Bit Barber, about... We love him, by the way. He's listened to so much of my rambling. But yeah, it's literally that. Basically, any Rare franchise you can pick needs a revival. Banjo-Kazooie, GoldenEye, I know had a revival of Perfect Dark, because obviously they can't just keep making licensed games forever. It wasn't the same. It really wasn't the same. But then there's Grabbed by the Ghoulies, Conker's Bad Fur Day, the list goes on, right? And to see a developer that made so many great games now just making, what, Sea of Thieves and that's it, is kind of depressing.
I mean, I know that it's not exactly similar, but if we want to talk, because of course GoldenEye being a James Bond game, if we want to talk just James Bond games, I really enjoyed the Quantum of Solace video game.
I've got to say, if I pick a top three, right, and this is going to be controversial, but GoldenEye at the top, Everything or Nothing in second, and Rogue Agent in third. I know that sounds bad, because Rogue Agent was not favourably reviewed, but I really liked it, and I know it's mostly nostalgia talking, but I genuinely really enjoyed playing through it. And Everything or Nothing soundtrack just went insanely hard, so...
Yeah, that's more than fair. A good soundtrack is going to be like another make or break factor for a game. If you don't enjoy the soundtrack, then you're not going to want to keep playing the game because you're not going to want to listen to it.
I've just realised I don't own Everything or Nothing anymore. That needs to change. Problem for later. How badly we need not just Rare back, but the 3D platformers as a whole. Yeah, that's very true. I mean, when was the last time you played a decent, like, 3D platform collectathon? It's been a while.
There wasn't really. Nothing in the same vein as, like, Banjo-Kazooie and, and Mario 64. There hasn't really been too big of a collectathon with, with 3D platforming and story.
Well, I don't understand why none of these games have had remasters. I know Spyro did, but I don't really consider Spyro in the same kind of collectathon genre.
Spyro and Crash Bandicoot, they aren't they aren't exactly the same sort of collectathon game as Banjo-Kazooie and Conker.
Yeah.
They are very much detracted, where Spyro and Crash Bandicoot are more... Because this is going to sound criminal, but I haven't actually played any of the Banjo-Kazooie games.
Get in the bin.
Yeah,
absolutely
I know.
Not.
I know, but
they're going on the list.
Yeah. Oh, I thought they were already on the list, but anyway, Banjo-Kazooie, I don't know how really level-based it is.
Insanely. It's the same kind of level-based system as, like, Mario 64.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, it is more of, like, a map-based thing where it's semi-open. Whereas Crash Bandicoot and Spyro does have a little bit more of wiggle room when it comes to like an open map. But yeah, there's no real like good 3D platformers nowadays that I can think of
Well,
that aren't remasters.
the way I see it, I don't understand how Mario 64, one of the greatest games of all time in many people's books, hasn't got a remaster. I know it's had countless re-releases and it had a bit of a tidy up in the All-Star Collection for the Switch. But fundamentally, it's still the same as it was 30 years ago.
Yeah.
I do not understand how no one's turned around and gone, oh my god, we can just put this out again as a brand new copy, completely polished off. Even if it looked as good as like Mario Galaxy did, it would sell insanely well. And the fact that, 30 years later, there's fan-made HD projects that are getting along faster than the actual Nintendo are able to do it is insane.
Oh yeah, like the rate that some fans put out like remasters or their own projects or whatever, the fact that they put them out to a better standard and also, in a better time frame with less budget than, most AAA developers even.
Well, often with zero budget.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Collectathons that we've been missing, and it's insane to me that they just went, like one day the entire industry went, don't really feel like it.
Which is, yeah, exactly what happened, by the way. Just one day they stopped being made. They were massive and they disappeared. I don't really get it. Because
Yeah, no,
Sorry, go for it.
no, that's all right. I was just going to agree with you.
Oh, fair enough. That's the kind of wingman I need. But yeah, we had games like Spyro. I mean, Spyro wasn't really a collectathon at parts. It only was if you were trying to 100% it. But then you've got games like Banjo-Kazooie and Conker's Bad Fur Day. Even some of the 3D Crash Bandicoots, from what I've heard, I haven't played through them. But I do know I do have an understanding of the basic premise, especially with the Reignited trilogy. It's just insane that they just disappeared, because I'm not being funny. If something like that came out today, oh my god, it would sell incredibly well.
Well, yeah, not just for the nostalgia factor, but also for giving people who may not have played those older games, it's giving them a fresh gameplay loop.
Yeah, well, that's exactly it. I'm not being funny. They're perfect kids' games. They're perfect for nostalgia. I don't see a single world in which someone doesn't get on with Banjo-Kazooie at all. I can understand it now because the controls are a bit aged, but I still say it's worth playing through, especially the Xbox 360 port. They've aged brilliantly. I just don't understand where they've gone.
Because I know Banjo-Kazooie took a hit with Nuts and Bolts, but it took a hit because Microsoft marketed it as a new Banjo-Kazooie game. They didn't mention that it was a side game until very late in its announcement proceedings.
Which is really annoying, because it really bothers me when studios like that take a hit that's just not in their control at all. Because let's be honest, Rare wouldn't have normally made, Nuts and Bolts. It's just not something they do. So I can't stand the idea that Microsoft is sat here killing Rare just because they don't want to give them the funding, really.
Yeah, it is one of the biggest killers of studios or development teams. Like, you see it now, literally, where layoffs and studios being shut down or liquidated. It's incredible because the major problem is the publishers.
Yeah. Well, it's not even that. It's... You look back at Rare's history, right? And they had classics like Banjo-Kazooie and Conkers. Then they had games like Grab by the Ghoulies, which, in my mind, are incredible. I genuinely strongly recommend playing them if you like Rare games. But it didn't sell all that great. And then for years, they were just sat there making stuff like Kinect Sports and Kinect Adventures. They were just shoved into Bloatware Studio. That was really annoying, and they come back and they finally release a game that's clearly kind of their own accord. And it's Sea of Thieves, and it blows up immediately.
Yeah, it's a very rare, not like the adjective, but it's a very rare The Company style game.
Yeah, you can tell. It's even like, what at the time was like 12 years after their last big release. They're still actively making incredible games. And it's like, you just need to back off, give them some money, and let them do their own thing, because they will put out a banger, I guarantee it.
That's why everyone was annoyed.
That's how I feel about the 3 Halo games.
Okay, that I will back up. I loved Halo 4. I really did. I played it a lot, but I've got to say, I played through it for the multiplayer. I've never been a big Halo campaign person. I'll sit down and I'll enjoy them, but I just don't care that much. I loved the first Halo because it was kind of the only game of its type around that time, and now how many, alien-based shooters are there now? Because it's more than a few.
Yeah. I mean, I also want to harken on to the fact of, control schemes thing. The Halo old game control schemes, I'm sorry, they sucked. They were
Yeah, it was bad.
incredibly bad.
It was
even
bad.
even on the Master Chief Collection, I tried playing Halo CE, and that was incredibly jarring. Like,
Halo 1 wasn't too bad. My issue came with Reach. Because how the hell are you making running a power-up? Let's be honest.
oh god, yeah, no, that should not be a thing immediately.
You basically had the option for either... What was it? It was a jetpack, force field, a couple other bits, and then it was running.
Yeah, running should not be, like, a character specialization.
Yeah, and I do love Halo, as much as I'm sat here complaining about it, but one of the big issues I had was the fact they just kept moving the melee button. Like every series did at that point. If you picked up a new shooter, the first two things you had to do were figure out where the run button was, because it was always a button, it was never just hold the joystick forward like it should have been,
Yeah.
and where the melee button is, because there are some atrocious games. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah. Melee, for me, should either be... If it's, like, a weapon-based system, then it should just be on the trigger, same as shoot.
Yeah.
But with every other game where it's literally just like a punch or a kick or like a slash with the knife, it should just be on push the stick in.
I would argue that it depends on the game, right? But a lot of the time, I feel like a simple bumper is fine. Especially games where they don't have kind of like, the tacticals and the grenades.
Yeah, no, I get where you're coming from. Like, if you're having your finger over the trigger for a gun, it's not very hard to just slip it up to like RB.
Yeah, well, that's exactly it. I mean, I'm very glad. As much as people moan about kind of like, the quote-unquote COD formula, controls being standardized is one of the best things that's ever happened, let's be honest.
Yeah.
The fact that I can pick up and play almost any game these days and immediately know what I'm doing is a blessing. And it goes to show, even more so, why tutorials should not be part of the main story.
Yeah, 100%.
They're Halo games, but they're not the same.
Yeah, well, I've got to be honest. I was very much... My Halo experience was, I've just got Xbox Live Gold for the first time. I'm going to go shoot things and pretend I just zone out for a while. I was never a big fan of the campaigns. Not as in they were bad, just as in I never had the attention. It was literally that, by the way. I just started Halo and started blasting.
Yeah.
It was back in the day when, like, all I really had to play was a game called... Oh, what was it? I went on about it a lot back in the day, but it was basically one of the only free shooters on the Xbox 360 marketplace.
That's a very long and complicated title.
I think it was... The problem is, my brain's saying Warface, but I know Warface is something completely different now. It's just a different game.
Warface is very different to
I mean, it
what
might
it
have
was
been...
back then.
Yeah, it might have been the same title and the game's just evolved since then, or it was just a completely different game with a similar name and I've just forgotten it. But it was something like that, right? That was kind of my experience. I didn't I didn't really develop the attention span for story-based games for quite a while because I was just there to run around and do stuff, you know. Especially when kind of like, you know, you get Xbox Live Gold for the first time, you just want to go in and play any online game you possibly can. The thing is, it's very different now because you can just jump into something like Fortnite, and because it's free, you get free multiplayer. It's as simple as that, right? The free live service games don't require a subscription anymore.
Yeah.
But back in the day, all you wanted to do was jump into FIFA and play a kickoff match, right? Or jump into Halo and start shooting things, or jump into COD and just see what the game modes are about. These days, it's just you don't get that same feeling because it's all just so widely available. Not that that's a bad thing, it's just the experience isn't there anymore.
I think one of the main problems, and I've said it before, maybe not on this, maybe not on like recording, but I think one of the main problems with the gaming industry nowadays is oversaturation.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Because people keep pushing out like the same 6 formulas of games, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not
Well,
being funny. There's a
it was
reason the
it
like
was the same it was the same conversation that we had about the 2D platformers and Mario.
yeah,
It's all the same game essentially with a slightly different mechanic, maybe a newer power up, but especially from New Super Mario Bros. Wii all the way through to just before Wonder, if not including Wonder, all of the 2D Mario games were literally a reskin. You
yeah.
had you had the Wii version, which was, the beginning, so that gets a pass because it wasn't, it was only really a copy of New Super Mario Bros. For the DS, but
Which was in itself basically a clone copy of the original Super
of the
Mario
original
Bros.
Super Mario. Yeah, exactly. But they innovated because they brought it to, a new stage, a new platform,
Yeah,
and, it was it was essentially a new game.
yeah.
But when you look at New Super Mario Bros. U, New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe, New Super Luigi Bros. U, etc., etc., there's so many that I even forget the names, but you get the picture. It's literally an oversaturation of exactly the same game with the same formula, with no real difference.
Well, here's the thing, right? None of them are bad games. But the problem is, it's just every single one of these games has been done before, and the last 2D Mario I truly enjoyed was probably Super Mario World.
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. Super Mario World is a amazing game. Like the older 2D Mario games were great, and I think why they were so great was because each one was either on a different system or was a completely like new innovation.
Well, let me ask you this, right? Because it's a question that's very divisive, right? But what are your top 3 Mario games of all time?
Um, okay, I know what you're going to say
I don't know if
because
you do.
we've gone into this pretty in depth, but I would say at number three, I'd say Sunshine because
Really? Okay.
I like the flood mechanic. Flood was a really nice change, It added to the platforming. It literally added new levels to the platforming. Um, then I would probably say New Super Mario Bros. DS. Personally, that's going to be a bit of
Okay.
personally that's going to be a bit of nostalgia because one, I had a DS when I was a kid. I'm pretty sure that most kids did.
yeah.
Um, uh, and also because I'd never played any other Mario game before I'd played that, and to be honest, nowadays I would still rather play New Super Mario Bros. DS than I would some of the new 2D Mario games.
Interesting.
For
Okay.
the same arguments that I made before, as it always feels like a copy paste job
Yeah.
with maybe a little bit of a reskin.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Um, and then I'm probably going to take it to the 3D space, and I'll mention a few honorable mentions because you know I feel like some 3D Mario games deserve it.
Yeah.
Uh, Super Mario Odyssey can't really comment on too much because I've not actually played it all that much. I got it when my Joy-Cons started drifting before I'd bought my Pro controller,
Yeah.
and at the time I then had to make sacrifices to, either buy certain games or do whatever. So I didn't really play too much of it even after I got my Pro controller.
Okay.
So Mario Odyssey gets a runners-up position because it is still a good game. I've seen gameplay of it all the time. I've seen speedruns. The movement in that game is crazy good, and it's probably one of the best movement systems, close to Super Mario 64 and Galaxy. So it is right up there with one of the best Mario games of all time.
Well, here's my issue with Odyssey, right? Odyssey would have been infinitely better if they just sold it and actually skinned it as a Mario Galaxy 3.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like, as good as Mario Odyssey was, I think, and it might still be a little bit of nostalgia for the Galaxy series itself. But the Galaxy series were great. Galaxy 1 was a top tier game, and I was actually going to put Galaxy in my runners up position as well because it definitely deserves a top spot, but it's not my top favorite Mario game of all time.
Yeah.
Um, Galaxy 1 was great. It was innovative in itself. That's one thing that Nintendo had been really good with most of their 3D Mario games, was the innovation of movement, mechanics, art style, music direction, everything. Super Mario Galaxy 1 has still by far one of the best game soundtracks that I've heard. And then going into Super Mario Galaxy 2, Super Mario Galaxy 2 in itself was all right, but it definitely it it was definitely carried by Super Mario Galaxy 1. Like Galaxy 2 was an alright game, but it still felt like they were trying to ride off the high of number 1.
Well, the thing is, a lot of people prefer 2 to 1, but the thing is, it's just all 2 was basically a Lost Levels pack.
Essentially, that's what it felt like at points.
Well, that was literally what it is. They published it because they had levels left over that they didn't fit into the first game. That was literally all it was.
Oh, okay. Well, that's new information to me, but that doesn't exactly help the game's case in itself.
Oh god, no. Like,
So
don't get me wrong, the Lost Levels compilations for most Mario games are still great games, because it's just more Mario, but it can't hold a candle to the original that had an actual story, whereas Mario Galaxy 2 just felt like, oh, sod it is more Mario. You know what I mean?
yeah. As a couple of other runner-ups, I will pop in obviously Super Mario 64.
Really? It's a runner-up? That's crazy.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, it's a very high up runner-up.
Yep.
Like, it's definitely up there with, the higher runner-ups that I could mention, but this is like an honorable mention one because it obviously deserves its own place.
Yep.
But Super Mario 64 and of course the DS remake, which I wouldn't really, it's half a remake, half a remaster.
The way I see it, even, I see the DS version as a spin-off, not a remake or a remaster. Because it is its own thing.
I mean, yeah, in a sense, because it did add all the different characters. They all had their own separate mechanics that were, all given to Mario in the first game. But I kind of appreciate it. I appreciate the character representation. I appreciate the fact that they gave, Wario, who up until that point really was a secondary character. I appreciate that they gave him realistically his own space to be a main protagonist in a game that wasn't just WarioWare.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
And then also I've got Super Mario RPG. That's something that I would put in the runner-up position
I couldn't get into it.
because I actually really like the story of it. I like the story. I think the gameplay's great. It's got that obviously like the sort of isometric top-down sort of look to it, and it's unique. It's some of the enemies and stuff like that could have been done a bit better, and some of the combat functions of it, because it was literally Mario with combat, same as like the Paper Mario games, same as the Mario and Luigi games. It was a Mario game with combat.
Yeah, that's
But
fair
they're
enough.
all RPGs, and I absolutely love some of the Mario and Luigi games. Um, Same as I quite like the what do you call it, the Paper Mario games. I really love the Paper Mario games. Obviously, they had a little bit of a blip in between Thousand Year, well, not Thousand Year, Super Paper Mario and Origami King. Some of the games in between there weren't exactly the best, but yeah, it's a good franchise overall. Um, that one I'm a little bit biased on because I'm still a purist for the old games, but we move on from that.
I think we all
Uh,
are a bit.
yeah, the Luigi's Mansion games also definitely deserve their space as a top spot. But my favorite, this is probably going to come a little bit out of left field when I say this, and it's probably a lot of nostalgia here.
This is when
But
he says Wario World.
no, I'm not going to actually. Um, One of my top favorite Mario game is actually Mario Kart Wii.
Wow, okay. I don't
I
hate it. I don't hate it.
I am a big fan of Mario Kart Wii. The soundtrack for the levels is amazing. The fact that they then did that, they were one of the, well, obviously Mario Kart DS also did it, but the look back levels on like, some of the older games, the fact that they redid them, remastered them for the 3D, uh, and obviously the 3D as well being able to be done better than it was on the DS because that was a bit more of like just pre-rendered backgrounds.
Yeah.
Obviously the Wii still had its fair share of pre-rendered backgrounds, but there was more detail to them because they could fit more on the hardware.
I would
Uh,
argue, right, that Mario Kart Wii, and don't get me wrong, I love the game. I absolutely love it. But I would argue, other than Double Dash and 3D World for the Wii U, it's probably the most controversial Mario game. A
yeah,
lot of people really hate Mario Kart Wii.
I mean, I can see it. I can see it, but at the same time, I think what wins it over for me as well was the, the steering controls. The
Oh, it
fact
works
that,
so well for
yeah,
what it was.
it's really great, and the fact that I'm pretty sure some of the copies that you bought did immediately include, if not all of them, immediately included that wheel so that you
Yeah.
could use it as your steering. That was amazing, and that is literally the only way that I can play Mario Kart Wii. It's got to be with that steering control and with the wheel.
I've got to
Because,
say, I've always played it with a controller on the side. Since coming back to it, anyway. Um, I used the wheel when I was a kid, and it worked surprisingly well. But after playing so many other Mario Kart games, I just use it on its side, just so I don't kind of lose that kind of sense of focus. You know what I mean?
yeah, the only unfortunate thing about using the wheel was when you had to point the controller at the screen.
Yeah.
It did have its pre-built-in hole for the obviously for the infrared sensor bar, but at the same time it wasn't that bad because if you needed to, push comes to shove, you can literally easily just pop the controller out of the wheel. It didn't have any like you know locking system, but it stayed in there really well. It was overall a great controller, and we can go over for the Wii as well how many uh like controller types or accessories there are for the Wii. But that basic Wii Mario Kart Wii wheel was really great. It was really comfortable, really ergonomic, and it just worked.
I've got to say, as much as it was kind of just Wii level landfill at the end of the day, it was kind of great. It wasn't like those kind of the Wii era where the entire Wii Sports Pack kept getting third-party knockoff accessories that did nothing and just made the game feel longer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember. I think it was for Wii Sports Resort, but I remember actually buying a third-party accessory pack for all of the sports because it had like a tennis racket, it had just loads of other things.
Yeah.
But to give Wii Sports its credit, the Wii Balance Board as well was used really well for things like wakeboarding and such.
Yeah. Right.
But that's going off of my tangent of my top 3 Mario games.
Right, I've got a much, much shorter and much more decisive list here. Third place, Mario 64. No question
Alright,
about
yeah.
it. It's one of the best games of all time.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Second place, Super Mario World. It is the best 2D Mario game, full stop. I will not hear otherwise.
Yeah, that's again more than fair. Super Mario World in itself is a really good Mario game.
It is
Solid.
absolutely incredible. And number 1, these 3 can swap places intermittently. My top 3 never changes, but the order might. Number 1,
what's your current number 1?
Mario Galaxy.
Yeah, no, yeah. There's no argument about it being a top Mario game of all time.
The thing is, this is a 20-year-old system next year, right? And it still looks so, so good. Even to this day, you play it on the original hardware through an AV cable, and it still looks so good. I feel like even newer Mario games than that have got really bad aging. I'd argue Mario Kart Wii doesn't look all that great today. I still love it.
It doesn't look all that great today, especially compared to like Mario Kart 8 levels of graphics.
Yeah.
Well, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, I should say. Mario Kart 8 still had its issues because, of course, with the Wii U hardware.
Mario Kart 8 was just objectively a bad game. I'm saying it now.
Yeah. But don't get me wrong, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is
insane, incredible, arguably the best Mario Kart of all time.
Yeah, with all of the additions, you know, you could argue that some of the classic ones were great as well, but yeah, no, 100%. Mario Galaxy is a completely solid game when it comes to the graphics wise. Like I said in my, my telling of my thoughts, the soundtrack is amazing in that game. And yeah, the story was also pretty convincing as well. It didn't feel like it was a forced game either.
Yeah. Right, we have gone on a almost half an hour long tangent about Mario in a segment about Halo. So I don't know how we've done that, but I should probably get back to it.
It was about controls, and it was about copy-paste games.
Yeah, I still don't see the connection, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, I can't even remember really what it was, but we move on.
Let's just get on with it at this point.
Attention span for that much information.
I don't know if Halo is that information.
Okay, this I do need to clarify. Halo is a very simple campaign if you just breeze through it. But I don't want to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
if there's a story and a lore there, I want to get involved in it, and if I can't get involved in it, then that's when there's a problem. It's like Cyberpunk. I played through, I got loads of lore, I still don't know everything, but I picked up basically everything I could, and I love doing it. Halo, it started to drag after a while.
Yeah, no, I can see where that comes from. There's a lot of games that you could look at and say, yeah, it's really easy just to breeze past the actual, like, story and lore if you just want to play the game. But, you know, when you mentioned Cyberpunk there, it's going to be impossible for, like, a very long time to know everything there is to know about the lore in that game, because you've got all of the data pads, you got all of the story endings, you've got all of the decisions that people can make throughout the story for all the different characters.
Yeah, well, bluntly put, you can play through that game 20 times and still be picking up new information.
Yeah, exactly.
It's that simple, and I love doing that. You can pick slightly different dialogue options and completely ruin relationships and change the ending of the game based on simple conversations you wouldn't think had an impact. Whereas Halo, it's just more, sod it, just shoot things and see what happens. Which is its own style of game, but when there's lore behind it that you're expected to kind of pick up on, that's when there's a problem.
Yeah.
That's not even a word. If it's got that much in it, though, that's what I love about it. You can take or leave as much as you want to. But I'm getting sidetracked.
And I hear that argument, right? But it is, again, if there's information there, I want to be able to consume it. It's as simple as that. And if I'm sat there getting physically fatigued from just having to pick up lore, then the story can't be that engaging. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like don't get me wrong. There's certain games where picking up the pieces of the lore is really impactful.
Yeah.
It helps you put the context all together. But for like you say, like games like Halo, you don't really want to be going about it like having to go, oh, okay, this is obviously what happened here. Oh, okay, yeah, fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a shooty bang bang space alien game.
Yeah, well, it is bluntly that. And it's like games like Cyberpunk, right, where you pick up one of these like data pads and there is hours of content there.
Yeah, because you can spend your own time outside of missions trying to follow up on that one thing, going to the places that it mentions, if it mentions one, potentially finding another lead there because it's connected, whatever.
Yeah.
You can do literally like hours upon hours upon hours of it without even touching the main story or the side missions.
The way I see it, right, is simply put, the data packs in that game, you can tell that each one took literally hours to write by a member of the team. It's that simple.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like these small little details in Cyberpunk. There's so much. Cyberpunk, I would love to label as a labor of love and a passion project.
Oh, 100%, you can tell it is. Bluntly put, it's even... I understand that this is a job for the developers, right? But you can tell when people are actively disinterested because they're going to make mistakes, the law's not going to make sense, it's going to be broken. Stuff like the data pads just wouldn't have happened. You know what I mean? If they didn't actually care about the project they're putting together, these things wouldn't have existed. It's that simple.
Yeah, 100%. There was no need for them to go this in depth or this in detail about everything in the story, but the fact that they did is, first hats off to them.
Yeah.
It's an incredible game, and I love all these small little story aspects to it. But
yeah, it's absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
I apologise. Banjo-Kazooie is a good one because it would be good.
That shows how far we've gone off on this tangent, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, we spent half an hour debating something that took a minute to get to.
Yeah, and we ended up on a tangent that was already on top of a tangent which was about Halo that wasn't about Banjo-Kazooie.
Yeah.
But anyway, I'm just going to leave this to play because we are currently at 3.5 hours and this is getting ridiculous.
For kids especially, I think, to see what they're like.
Oh, God,
I think a new generation needs it. You said about 3D platformers. I picked up 3 weeks ago, some point, Klonoa on PS2.
Right, have you played Klonoa? Because I haven't.
Yes, I have. It's actually a decent game.
Fair enough. I mean, go ahead if you've got anything to add.
I mean, there's not really much that I need to or can add. Klonoa is Klonoa. Like it's a good platformer. It's in, to quote Kadikarus, 2.5D, and it does it really well. Like the mechanics that Klonoa has that utilizes the 2.5D aspects. Yeah, it works really well.
Fair enough.
And the way that works with the 3D, you can jump back to go across different places and then go across. It's amazing. So I do agree with you there. Which game character deserved better?
Ooh,
It's a hell of a question.
Now, this is
one,
could...
right? Because I know where this is going to go. This is one where you have to kind of make your own context.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to go for, and I'm gonna make some different, like I'm gonna level this differently. I'm gonna go with the main character, I'm gonna go with the side character, and I'm gonna go with the villain.
Okay.
So, to be honest, as a main character, I can't really think of too many. Like, a lot of main characters do really well, but at the same time, there's some games, especially with games that have, like, decision making in them,
Yeah.
that I would have loved like far different like answers. Like it's very easy to go back onto the same tangent of Cyberpunk, where you know through certain storylines it would have been so much better if you had more choices, but they purposefully didn't add more choices to make it hard decisions.
Yeah.
Like that, the next one that I'm going to go on to is I know it's a game that you haven't played yet, and it's a game that you really need to get around to. But again, with the main character thing, Ajay Ghale from Far Cry 4. And
Okay.
I want to get into this without spoiling as much of it as possible,
Okay.
because at the end, or coming near to the end, obviously you have to make a lot of big decisions about factions and about the enemies, right? Personally, I think it was done really well. If I'm looking at it from the character's perspective, I wish that they had better. But from a gameplay perspective, I think that the choices that they made you make were really good. Like, the characters at points have very ambiguous moral compasses.
Yeah.
And that means that these decisions that you make are very big, very jarring, and very impactful. So, looking at it this way, the ending has, I'm going to say, three big main decisions that you make.
Yeah.
And that's that that's some it's some tough shit, let me just say that. I can't really say more because you haven't played the game.
Yeah. Yeah. I have made this kind of difficult.
Um, as a side character, oh, actually, no, I'm going to go back onto the main character thing. Um, I'm going to say Corvo Atano from Dishonored.
Okay. I have played Dishonored, but so long ago I don't even remember the name.
Yeah. Uh, Corvo, obviously, in the beginning, because you've played it, it's not really a spoiler.
Yeah. Yeah.
Corvo, obviously, he has to, he's just returning from a mission sort of thing. And woman just gets killed. Literally, the person he's protecting just gets killed.
Well, a bit harsh,
Uh,
but
and then he's got to rescue the girl. Um, and depending on how you play the game, you get either really vilified or marked as a coward for not being like more aggressive. Because when I played it, I literally did okay, I'm going to kill all the enemies run because, I wanted a clear run to stealth, and the stealth mechanics in Dishonored allow you to literally very easily execute these stealth kills. And that ending of Dishonored, it was really jarring because just when you get vilified as being this monster who just he could have resisted killing all these people, but no, he had to because, this is exactly the monster he is. And you literally get betrayed by the very people you worked with because, you killed so many people. These people did not really want you to kill. But as a player, playing as this character, sometimes it's just easy and it's very easy to like just mark yourself as like I'm doing my job. I'm doing this to rescue the person I'm trying to rescue.
yeah. Well, it's kind of the problem, right? If you look at any kind of first-person action adventure game, and if you really want to, you can make any of them villains.
Yeah.
You know
Oh,
what I mean?
absolutely, very easily. Like depending on what perspective you look at it, going back to Cyberpunk, you could very easily be looked at as being the villain because you've got Johnny in your head. He was a quote unquote villain. He was a terrorist.
Well, it's not even that. It's just the argument of 90% of these games have some kind of murder mechanic, right? Or it's just shooting, stabbing, blah, blah, blah. You know, there's a combat system for a reason, right?
Yeah.
If you want to, murder's typically considered a bad thing to do. You know? So if you're that desperate to pull strings at this, then yeah, it's quite easy. But anyway, you were going to say about side characters.
Yes. So for side characters, the first one I'm going straight back to Cyberpunk, and I'm gonna say Judy.
Interesting.
Judy definitely deserved better. Like I understand with the fact that what had to happen, what happened had to happen to lead into, Phantom Liberty and everything. But to be honest, Judy really could have done with, being like better treatment. Like to an extent, if you didn't involve Evelyn, then Judy could have done with, you know, a way better finish. Like some of the endings, she does get a good ending. She moves on with her life. Spoilers if you haven't played Cyberpunk, but she moves on with her life and just has some, has a great time. When V actually gets contact with her eventually again, you just see that she's in a much better place.
Well, I was going to say, I would argue that Judy probably had one of the best endings of any character in that game.
Oh, don't get me wrong, she definitely had like an amazing ending, like, when her story finished. But still, just overall, like, she really had a rough ride.
Yeah, no, I'll agree with that. I just think, kind of payout wise, she kind of
Yeah,
gets on the good side of things, so I can't really be that sympathetic anymore. You know what I mean?
yeah. As a payoff, she definitely got like a decent payoff.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's canon that if you don't end up in a relationship with her, then she just moves on with her life and carries on happily.
Yeah. Um, the next, I'm gonna say this as like a side character, but they're also technically a villain.
Okay?
Um, I'm gonna say a character known as the Sun in Hotline Miami 2.
Okay?
This character essentially he gets he gets punked by his own mafia. He was the leader of the mafia after the events of Hotline Miami 1. Hotline Miami 1, spoilers if you haven't played it. In the ending, your main character, known as Jacket, kills the leader of the Russian mafia in Miami. Um, During Hotline Miami 2, during one of the acts, you actually play as the Sun for a while. Uh, Unfortunately, after a while, it just starts going really bad for him. And eventually, he goes on a drug-fueled rampage and uh, kills most of the protagonists or main characters that you play as in Hotline Miami 2, only for him to then fall off the top of a building.
Wow, Jesus. I haven't played it, so I can't comment too much, but I mean, the words speak for themselves, really, in that case.
Yeah. Um, Other than that, the only side character that I can really say deserved better is Solaire from Dark Souls.
Okay?
It's pretty obvious for anyone who's a Dark Souls fan, but um, in the story, he's looking for a certain artifact that links him to a deity. Uh, he then, depending on the route that you take, if you don't save him, uh, he gets possessed by this mask, or like an entity, or well, I can't exactly remember it because it's been a while since I played the first Dark Souls game. Um, but it eventually ends in him becoming an aggressive character, and you have to kill him. And all he wanted was to look for his savior, pretty much.
As far as side characters go, right, there is somebody I want to mention. I'm not going to go into details because obviously a big part of my channel has been pushing people to play these games. But Jackie from Sleeping Dogs.
Yeah, Jackie really deserved better. Like, it's really unfortunate that there wasn't a way for you to play through that mission that could have saved him.
Well, I mean, it's
Like, I
just the
get-
classic kind of, the second a character turns around and says, I need to get my life together, it's not going to go well.
Yeah,
Never. Not in a...
it's
No.
it's very unfortunate how you go through the beginning of the game, you get to that mission with Konpeki Plaza, and there really is no way of like saving him. Like, to be honest, in my opinion, what could have happened is obviously it's inevitable that he was going to get shot. It was going to happen anyway. It literally was a key part of that mission. He got shot. And I know that that was leading up to his death, but personally, I think one of the ways that it could have only, it could have gone well for him was instead of going directly to Dex, you could have gone to a Ripperdoc. You could have gone straight away, and yes, that would have put Dex more on your back. But if you're trying to be a moral character, you would have saved Jackie first.
Oh, I meant Jackie from Sleeping Dogs.
Oh, well, I mean, okay, well, that was another.
But that's
Jackie
also
that-
a very good point, yes.
Yeah. No, honestly, it just sucks that the fact that there's like two really big side characters that deserved better. But yes, Jackie and Sleeping Dogs really got done dirty.
Yeah, I'll
Like,
keep the
he-
information down to a low, because again, I'm desperately trying to push people to play Sleeping Dogs. But,
Yeah.
oh my God.
He really got fucked over.
Oh, 100%. Immediately. But I'll leave that one there. You've got a villain you wanted to mention, I believe.
Villains. So this one actually took quite a lot of consideration to go through. And this one might be controversial, but I know that you haven't played it, so I'm going to try and keep the spoilers to a minimum. But I'm going to say the character called Waltz from Dying Light 2.
Okay.
Now, throughout the story of Dying Light 2, you find out a lot about your main character, a lot about the side characters, and you find out really in depth your involvement with Waltz. And just the way that it ends, like, I know that a lot of people potentially playing that game could have seen it and gone, yeah, there is no redemption for him, but the fact of the matter is, he really could have done better. He could have done better himself throughout, the entirety of the story in the beginning, and even before the story. But then also in the ending, he could have been redeemed. He very much, like, I know that it wasn't in his nature anymore, but he very much could have been redeemed. And Aiden could have done better to help him.
Perfect. Alright, so we're going to go and get on with the podcast side of things. I don't remember if you've played the game or not, but we'll see.
Oh,
Open to interpretation.
Booker DeWitt. That's my shout. Bioshock Infinite, without a question.
Again, don't know if you've played it or not.
I haven't, but I know the stories.
Okay, you actually know how the game ends then.
Yeah, I know how the game ends.
Okay, if you're watching this and you haven't finished Bioshock Infinite, go and play it. I'm about to ruin it.
Go and play it and then come back. Like, just pause it, play the whole game. Don't sleep, don't eat, don't piss.
Don't breathe, just go.
Yeah, just go and play it. No, don't go. Just pause. Stay here, play the game, and then come back. Don't leave.
I appreciate the pleas for watch time, but yeah. The thing is, the entire game is kind of pinned, and I'm about to go through most of this the entire time, with a lot of villains, right? But the main point is, Booker DeWitt isn't one of them. Let me put it that way. Essentially, it gets to the end, and you find out that Elizabeth, who is the side character for the entire game, is Booker DeWitt's daughter. Already a shock factor enough of an ending, but a pretty generic one until you figure out that not only was he his daughter, He kind of sold her as a baby, right?
Yeah.
Pretty fucked up, but you've got to take in the context of where he's at, right? This is a really, really strange city. He's in a strange situation. He's in a lot of debt. Yes, he's not a great person for having done it, but compared to what else is going on in this city, and I'm trying not to spoil as much as possible here, it's not that bad. And then you get to the end of the game, you end up in this weird kind of almost dream sequence, right? And you get murdered by your own daughter, is as bluntly as I can put it, right?
Yeah.
And again, it's just, yes, it's pretty fucked up, right? But then in the grand scheme of this city, right? It ain't that bad. It just really isn't.
I mean, that whole like villains being done dirty and that sort of thing, that's sort of the reason why I didn't want to bring up a fairly big character from Far Cry 3.
More than fair, more than fair. Right, I'm going to whack play on this.
That game ruined me emotionally. It's that simple.
I completely forgot to mention that part. It will hit you hard the first time you played it, and hopefully you all actually listen to us when we say go and play the game first. It is a punch in the gut. Oh my fucking god. And he's kind of posed as a villain at the end. Not really. It's meant to be a shock factor thing. But at the same time, he's kind of posed as this horrible human being, but it was kind of very clear he was forced into it. And I get that he sold a kid, which isn't a great sentence to have to say out loud. But then you remember the world Bioshock Infinite is set in.
Yeah.
A lot worse is going on. And you then look at places like, Night City from Cyberpunk, and they're all right. The slightest bit of hassle will send people into absolute chaos. And rightfully so, to be honest. I mean, it is bluntly that. People will go mental at a slightest touch, and we've seen it, especially in recent years with, the political side of things, which I'm not going to go into. This is a channel about gaming. It's entirely right, and you've sometimes just got to take context with a massive pinch of salt, just with that in mind, because this is a very, very tame example of the kind of thing that would happen in that world, right? At the end of the day, this is pretty not justifiable, but pretty understandable, right?
I think you hit us on something there with the world is forced into. It's like I love Dishonored. I played Dishonored last year, and it's the same sort of thing.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. The world of Dishonored, like I say, the world of Dishonored, it's a very rough situation that they're in with the whole, like, again, spoilers, go play Dishonored. It's actually a really good game. But the world where there's that plague going on. There is the plague going on, and in the midst of it, you've got the rich, essentially, literally the rich and the aristocracy, trying to oppress the poorer, regular people because they, the rats are spreading the plague and the people are spreading the plague and they're getting infected and they have to be able to afford the cure and stuff like that. And that's what I mean. When Corvo was done dirty because of the fact that, like I say, they're in this world where it could literally just be labeled as revenge, but because of betrayal, you then get vilified and seen as a villain yourself.
Yeah, well, that's absolutely it.
Like, you could say, oh, he's a villain because he's doing these heinous things, but look at the world he's in, man. Like, he has no choice but to do this, otherwise they die even worse. So,
yeah, well, I mean, if you want to go with the logic of he's a villain because of that singular incident, then by logic, every single protagonist of every single shooter is an absolute cunt. Like,
yeah,
it is literally that simple, though, isn't it?
It really is. Like I said before, if you want to turn it on its head a little bit, in some aspects, pretty much all of like some heroes from games are seen as villains because the amount of like, if you want to look at it from like maybe an economic standpoint or a just a civilian standpoint, the amount of like property damage this person's doing or the amount of like impact to potentially civilians if you're a bad player and you for some reason kill like just regular people. Um, but yeah, it's very easy to turn it on its head and go, yeah, okay, that character is a villain.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is very important, especially in these kind of dystopian, over the top exaggerations of what a world could look like. Context is very, very important.
I mean, there are some that are, but
Oh god, yeah.
Okay. So, which video game is the most sentimental to you?
Go for it.
So, looking at it sentimentally, there's potentially just a couple of games that it really could be. Um, if I'm talking pure like nostalgia sentiment, then I'm gonna go for like Pokemon Heart Gold or Soul Silver because they were some of the first games that I actually ever had on my DS, apart from Touchmaster. We stand the game Touchmaster, which was literally just puzzles or mini games.
Look, mate, this is a public podcast. You don't need to be telling people this stuff. No, I honestly thought the only thing you would say immediately was Okami. Immediately.
See, that was going to be my next answer because Okami holds like a lot of room in my heart. Like I say, it's a very good game. The story is amazing, and it's probably one of the games that I've replayed the most.
Yeah.
But where the sentiment comes into it for me is I remember being in a very like rough patch with my parents, and one game that I always just took between both places, both my house and where my dad was staying, was Okami. It would be the one that I would use as an escape from stress because the gameplay loop was so satisfying. It was a story that I was familiar with. The characters were interesting and funny. It was serious at times, but had a comical twist. And to be honest, it was really a safe space. So yeah, Okami would probably be one of the most sentimental games, but like I say, the Pokemon games do hold a special place in my heart because, like I say, they were one of the few first games that I actually had on my DS. And the Heart Gold and Soul Silver games, if you bought like a certain version of them, I don't know if it was like sold separately or whatever, but some of the versions of the game, they came with what was called a Poker Walker, which was essentially just really a Tamagotchi that you could transfer a Pokemon from the game to, and you could take it with you. And I remember taking it to primary school with me. I took the Poker Walker with me to school and, catching Pokemon in like time that I wasn't playing with friends or, I was just sat in the corridor. So it was really great for me as well. But those are literally my two that are the most sentimental games for me.
Yeah, that's more than fair. I mean, I don't remember what I answered, but I've got a pretty good inclination. I'm gonna be real. And I don't think you're gonna be surprised either if it is what I think it is.
I don't want to say it here, but there is one game that I will message to you right now, and you'll get a laugh out of it. But
no, I already know what you're gonna say. Shut up.
I don't even need to say it. But yeah, it's definitely not that game because you wouldn't have been playing it at the time.
Yeah, definitely not back then. I can promise you that much.
Oh god, that's a hell of a question.
I don't know, for clarity, right? I'm excited for this conversation because I don't know much about you. We met not so long ago, and this has been an amazing chance to get to know people on the podcast side of things. And so I want to know a bit more about you, Zach. What's sentimental to you?
I am very much a person that when people ask me about my favorite games or the best games or stuff like this where it's just like personal opinions, I will have a different answer every single time without a shadow of a doubt. Sometimes I'm just on a nostalgia high, sometimes I'm just in a shit mood. No matter what happens, I will have a different answer. If you were to ask me right now, I'd probably say Banjo-Kazooie, but
There it is.
Yeah,
The least
yeah,
shocking information anyone has ever heard.
that was sort of an obvious answer there, to be honest.
But it is an incredible game. And people forget just the small things. Like even the tiny animation differences, the stupid characters in that game which make it so much fun. And oh my god, the soundtrack. Every single person on Earth knows the Banjo-Kazooie soundtrack.
Yeah,
It's as simple as that.
There is the one song that I can think of that people recognise it, and it is probably literally just the main theme.
It quite literally is. I guarantee you're thinking of the intro sequence.
Yep, that's literally it. Like that beginning whirl up, that will make anyone go, right, yeah, that's Banjo-Kazooie.
Yeah, 100%.
And there's also stuff like Conker's Bad Fur Day. There's the WWF No Mercies, which I've gone on about 400 times at this point.
By the way, this one is directed entirely at oh my god, what's his name? Doesn't matter. Point is, I will sit here and say for the rest of my life, WWF No Mercy is the best wrestling game of all time. I will not hear otherwise. There have been some great games over the years. None of them are No Mercy. It's as simple as that. But yeah, honestly, my answer to this could be literally any Rare game that's ever been published, almost. Mine's the Kinect stuff and Forward, but honestly, Rare has absolutely smashed it.
Even stuff like GoldenEye. Basically, just the N64 as a whole, to be honest.
Did you say you had that instead of the PS1, right?
I was a Nintendo kid through and through in the beginning. When I started making...
So yes, it was that easy.
Yeah, you literally could have answered that by saying, yes, I had an N64.
For context, I had an N64, then an Xbox original, then a PS2, and then a Wii. So, not a Nintendo kid at all, really. Just that one platform.
Well, the 64 and then the Wii, so...
Yeah, the Wii
But
spaced out between two console manufacturers, yes.
Yeah, it's enough of a balance to not make you straight up a Nintendo kid.
I mean...
Whereas I had the DS's and the Wii, so I was a Nintendo kid.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, I did
I'll
stick
actually
with the
tell a
N64
lie.
for a long time, so it's a bit different, but
Tell a lie, when I was younger I did have a PS2, so...
yeah, there is that.
kind of, I had the money and I had my own kind of decisions to make. That's when I went to Xbox. But for the most part, it was just binge down whatever the N64 was. Go from there, really.
And what is your, because people have mentioned this before, what is your connection to GoldenEye?
Oh, God. It was...
I stand by this, right? GoldenEye is one of the best shooters of all time. I won't hear otherwise. I know there's the argument, right, about how GoldenEye controls these days, but it was just the lack of aim assist on consoles that did it. That was the only people disliked GoldenEye.
Yeah, aim assist on controllers is unfortunately a big turn off for people because you haven't got the rapid reflexes that you do with flicking a mouse about. So,
well, even then, you've got to remember games in this era, they weren't meant to be competitive or skill based. They were story games. So
yeah,
the very fact that aim assist didn't exist, it really damaged it. But especially the remaster controls brilliantly, and I still love it to this day.
Well, it was the first shooter I ever played, simply put. And I believe, especially for the time, it's one of the best controlling shooters, I'd say, pre-Modern Warfare.
And I honestly still stand by that. It's hard to explain how well it controlled to someone who's from this era and is going backwards and playing it. There is definitely a bit of a learning curve, but bluntly put, it's not that bad, especially for what is now, a 20, nearly 30-year-old game.
Yeah, as someone who literally played it for the first time when I was, around at your place, I I found it pretty good, even though that, like you say, there was the learning curve of the controls, but it was all right. It wasn't too bad.
Yeah, it is that. People forget kind of especially how important GoldenEye was. Because bluntly put, first-person shooters would be nothing like they are today if GoldenEye didn't come out when it did. It is that simple. It is one of the most important games of all time.
Is it, though?
Yes. I will die on this hill, Marv, yes. But again, it is probably at least part of it is just A, I'm used to the controls, and B, nostalgia. But especially for the time, it is an incredibly, incredibly good game. Because I'm not being funny. Can you think of a game pre-Modern Warfare that controls better than GoldenEye did? Because I can't.
I mean, to be honest, I don't really know. Like, unless there was literally like games that weren't stupidly controlled, then otherwise no.
And the thing is, I mean, there's the argument that some of the early kind of Call of Duties, like Finest Hour, may have controlled better. I'm not opposed to that idea. I just think there was also that extra level of jank when they started splitting up, like, grenade buttons and melee buttons and all of this. It's not that it's necessarily worse. It's just that it wasn't polished enough until kind of the Modern Warfare days to a point where I can go, yeah, no, that's definitely better. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean,
One of the best controlling shooters of all time.
It's hard to say whether I'm just objectively right or whether it is just me having played so much of it at this point. I'm just used to it. But given the time frame and how clunky shooters were at the time, especially before people started putting stuff like aim assist on consoles as a common thing, it did a surprisingly good job. And the red target is far from the worst thing I've seen, especially with the size of the one in True Crime Streets of LA, for example.
Oh, yeah.
It was really bad, by the way. The best way I can explain it to anyone who hasn't played True Crime Streets of LA is everybody knows the kind of red target that's in GoldenEye, right? You hold down your left trigger, that's what pops up. It was like 4 times the size of that. It was genuinely almost half the screen. It was quite bad. But, I mean, it did its job for the time. It definitely did.
Now you said that, I could just picture the big circle.
It's like half the screen.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, God, yeah. No, the reason I asked about GoldenEye like that is because I think there is a bit of a divide. Because I didn't play Golden. Well, I did play it once, but I didn't play it a lot when I was younger. And so I don't have that connection to it. And just trying to even watch it now is painful.
Yeah.
So it's one of the standout examples of if you didn't play it at the time, you don't understand.
I'm going to go against that a little. Because I know there's a big kind of retro space now, but I am the kind of person that will happily sit down and play a 30-year-old game and not really care about it. And I do get that it is a bit on the awkward side, but for me, especially with the kind of objectives it had held, it was still more than worth it. 100%.
Why people love it so much?
Yeah, I mean, it was very much one of those. It was a product of its own success because it wasn't really a thing in the industry at the time, so it didn't have much competition going around. But at the same,
that's the point you've also got to remember is this was one of the first games to attempt a first-person shooter formula. There was no standard formula. This wasn't a polished thing. This was a kind of industry first go. And when you've got that kind of context, it's a lot easier to let GoldenEye off for a lot of the stuff it did.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, I can't really comment too much because I don't really know that much about GoldenEye, but yeah, from literally from what I've seen, I can understand why people like it, and it does make sense that it was so early on in the industry's like well in the first person shooter genre, just like in the infancy of the first person shooter genre, it was it was very innovative.
It was nothing short of iconic in my eyes, to be honest. That's the only way I can see it.
Same time, it's just despite how much people dog on the N64 controller, there was also games like Armorine's Project Swarm, which was insanely good for the time. It looked
Yeah, and again, I will back this up every single time it comes up. The N64 controller is an incredible controller. Absolutely. People do not understand this, and I've made a video about it, so please go back and watch it because trust me, it is a great, great controller.
Yeah, it takes a lot of getting used to because of like its unorthodox like shape and like placements, but otherwise, once you get used to it, it is you know surprisingly good.
Well, it's not even really a learning curve as much as it is just a basic kind of understanding, because people need to realise, right, that the N64 controller is two controllers. You've got your SNES/Genesis layout, 'cause it's technically a 6-button, and you've got your kind of first-person shooter kind of grapple of the trigger on the back hold and the joystick. It's two different controllers, just in one with more options. It's that simple.
incredible. It controlled competently.
Oh, I think the N64 controller gets a lot of hate for no reason.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do also want to say, Armorine's Project Swarm is an incredible game that doesn't get anywhere near enough credit these days. It is genuinely brilliant. If you like blowing up space spiders, there you go. I don't think I need to sell it any more than that, really.
Again, I made a video about this because it was doing my head in. People need to stop thinking of it as one controller that you need free hands for. It's two controllers in one. You've got your SNES layout and you've got your kind of modern joystick layout. It's two controllers. They've just given you an extra segment. Everyone looks stupid. It's like, have you seen the GameCube?
That's a tricky one because I think the GameCube is one of the most comfortable controllers.
Oh, I 100% agree. It's a great controller. But if you're going off looks and logic alone, it looks like it's growing things.
Oh yeah, to be fair, looks is I'll give you that one because I religiously use the Wavebird. Like, I think the Wavebird is arguably the best controller of all time. But at the same time, I don't think the hate the GameCube controller gets generally is warranted. So
the hate, as far as it goes as an actual controller, isn't warranted. But if my dog woke up looking like that, it would get put down.
I'm just saying it's not.
What a fucking take. Jesus Christ.
I'm just saying, right, the GameCube is a genuinely incredible controller that it gets way too much hate for that. But it is fucking hideous. Just objectively. It looks like the warts on a witch's nose is the best way I can put it. It is genuinely disgusting.
I weirdly understand what you mean.
Yeah, it's a genuinely incredibly comfortable controller. The buttons are great. But oh my god, is it hideous.
You know what I mean?
It's a very, very specifically bizarre.
I mean, you said that, yeah, but I was on the 8-Bit Barber's live stream yesterday, and there was this dog going mental outside, and I said, if it doesn't shut up, it's going in a curry.
I'm just saying, right? We've all had those moments.
Yeah, honestly, like, it is just that peak frustration.
I'm not being funny. I don't know why I brought it up. Wasn't relevant, but here we are.
You just straight up said that. Like, first you said that you would want to put your dog down if it looked like a GameCube controller, and then you just mentioned this random dog that was just on the street barking so much that you were like, yeah, nah, curry time.
I'm not being funny. It was going for like an hour and a half straight. It is Vindaloo territory. That's all I'm saying.
Mate, I completely understand exactly where you're coming from. You've got to remember that before I moved out, there was the time with the dog, and literally, like, any time anything would move past the window, she would just go, like, she would just start barking, and there was absolutely no reason. Even when there wasn't anyone out there, just occasionally she'd think she heard a noise and then just start barking.
I think your dog's just schizophrenic, to be honest.
I mean, to be honest, we might all be. So
Yeah, that's fair.
we move.
We're going to move on from that one pretty quick. So you mentioned Epic Barber there, right? Let's move on to Creator Spotlight. This is your chance to shout out either creators you really, really enjoy, or if you don't want to do that, that's completely fine. And you can just say the type of creators you really enjoy. What content engages you?
I do want to elaborate on these because I didn't give any of them enough time, really. But first of all, 8-Bit Barber is an incredible man. Don't get me wrong, he's got like 10 times my follower count, easy. Actually, more like 20. But he's on the push for 10k, so if you're watching this and you're not following him on TikTok, what the fuck are you doing? Go, now. He's the friendliest person I've ever met, and his shout-out got me over the 500 follower mark on all platforms, so we owe him a lot around here.
I am very much the person that I will follow anything that interests me. I'm not going to sit here and nitpick. I'm not going to, because there's a lot of people that seem to be really specific about slimming down who they're following, which is a trend that has got to stop, by the way, because I follow basically every single gaming page I see come across my feed. Almost everyone. If you've got a personality to you and you've got a games collection, you're getting a follow back. It's as simple as that, right? But people have this weird kind of forced habit where they're like, oh, well, if I've got 300 followers and I'm following 400 people, then it looks less legitimate. It's like, no, just stop being a pansy and just follow whoever, man.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I never got why so many big accounts have, like, 12 people they're following.
Yeah, it's exactly that. And I'm not being funny.
I understand, like, to be perfectly honest, if I ever became like a celebrity or a big personality on like TV, radio, whatever, if I ever became a big personality, I would still just have my account, me shitposting, doing whatever, and I'd still be looking at content that I enjoy, not having a catered to you for you page or whatever. I would just watch whatever I want to watch.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's literally that simple. The fact is, I would not be here, and most of the creators I'm in the same space as wouldn't be anywhere if there wasn't a community. It's as simple as that, right? Everybody is piggybacking off each other because that's how a community works. I am incredible friends with these people, and I am very glad I met them, and I am very aware that I owe a lot to a lot of people. It's that simple.
Like, all I'm saying right now is, my brother in Christ, if you are that worried about people looking through who you're following, then you've got bigger problems.
Absolutely. 100%. Especially in situations like this, right, where it is a lot of open conversations. That is the point of a lot of these kind of pages. If you're going to sit there and restrict who you interact with, you're just losing out on an actual community that's going to support your page, and you're going to grow because of it. It's ridiculous.
Not only are you losing out on a community, but you're also missing out on the bigger picture of why social media is social media. It's there to be social with other users. It's there to connect. It's there to share interests. It's used to share what you're doing, what you're up to, where you are, whatever.
100%. Support your community, man. It's not that hard. I never got it. Who the hell cares at all? But as a whole, it's just, if I'm listening to you and I agree with what you're saying, or I even respect your opinion vaguely, you're getting a follow. It's that.
And that's the point, right? I see so many creators and so many people in comments getting absolutely furious with people because they disagree with you.
Yeah.
Have an open conversation. If you don't agree, that's gaming. It's fine. You have a different opinion. That's respectable. I'm not a big fan of horror games. Doesn't mean everybody else has to hate them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Like, completely 100% harkening back to, if you're concerned about people, like, judging who you are, what you do, what you like, whatever, then you probably got you got bigger problems of, like, who your audience is. And that's not your fault. It's just, like, people being people, unfortunately.
Well, it's 100% that. Oops. It's 100% that. If I'm going to, if somebody comments on my post going, no, I don't really think that, and here's why, I'm going to have an open conversation with them. I might even stitch the video, right? Or
Yeah.
stitch the comment. If you're just going to sit there and go, no, you're wrong, or just start, throwing insults, swear words, and slurs around, you're getting blocked. I don't
Yeah,
care.
100%.
If you're just going to sit here and be angry, you're not getting the attention you want. It's as simple as that.
The comments section for things like, especially like creators like, Marv, 8-Bit Barber, etc. The comments section should be more used for creative criticism or like civil debates. It should be, this is something that you could be doing better, or this is my thought on this game, etc. It's there to start conversation, and it could potentially, change someone's mind. It's going to change someone's mind quicker than you basically giving them complete abuse as to, like, oh no, you said that you didn't like my Peppa Pig first adventure or something like that. Whatever it is, it literally boils down to, if you're not there to say something that is worthwhile, then just don't be there.
It is
Like,
literally that simple at the end of the day.
It literally, it is the whole premise of, if you don't like what you're watching, don't watch.
Yeah, it is bluntly that simple. And some of the best conversations I've had, right, aren't people just going, yeah, fair enough, I agree with you. It's those open debates. They're a lot of fun when people are in the right mood for them, but when they sit there and actively turn around and go, no, I hate you, you're wrong, piss off, then that's not an interaction I'm going to have, bluntly.
As far as actual creators, I've noted 3 down. I could mention hundreds of names, but I've got to at least try and keep this under 4 hours. Eternal Lee HD is a guy I absolutely.
What a man. It is that simple. He is an absolute saint. He has worked in the industry for so long. He knows everything there is to know. He's almost at a full Xbox 360 collection now, which is insane, by the way.
A full, what, like, as in all of the games that were released for Xbox 360?
Yeah, he's almost at a full collection.
Damn.
Yeah, he is insanely close now, and he is such a warm-spirited man that I can sit there and have a conversation with for hours. He is absolutely incredible.
That is something that's genuinely impressive.
Yeah, his entire live streaming side of things is mostly Clone Hero, but he's happy to have chats about other things. His content on YouTube and TikTok is completely different to anything I've ever seen before. He's the friendliest man you'll ever meet, and he is absolutely hilarious. So if for some reason you're not following that man, go and do it, please.
Absolutely love with my entire heart. He is the kind of guy you want as an uncle.
I still stand by that, by the way. Sounds like an insult, it's not. I love him.
He is incredible. Every single time I join his streams, he's doing some absolutely mental stuff with a Guitar Hero controller.
Yeah, by the way, you know how much of a sweat I used to be at Guitar Hero. I spent so much time on Guitar Hero and Clone Hero, especially during the pandemic.
The amount of arguments that you would literally get into about Guitar Hero would be crazy.
Yeah, 100%. And this man has outclassed me in every single way. He is an absolute god.
And I do not understand how he does not have arthritis. It's insane.
Seriously, my wrists hurt looking at him. I realise I'm pausing this every 2 seconds, but this man is genuinely that impressive. He sits there for like 6 hours at a time streaming, and my wrists burn after like 2 songs, even when I'm doing well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Personality is the most infectious thing I've ever seen. He's incredible. I love him.
And so, because I wanted to ask you as well, just real quick, jumping in there a little bit. You mentioned 8-Bit Barber for one, but there's people I've had on the podcast so far, and people that I see more often, just because of my age and everything, are in that sort of, let's be fair, say 28 plus age range. As someone slightly younger, do you feel part of that community, or do you?
I just want to reiterate an absolute yes. This space is incredible, honestly. The amount of conversations I was having with massive creators at 15k when I had 7 followers was absolutely mental. It was completely insane to me. Some people, man, are just absolutely incredible. I'm still getting my fair share of hate, but it's at that point, it's kind of... Sorry, yeah.
but that's the thing. I just want to add to that as well. The fact that the question was, like, do you feel still a part of the community when most of them are like, 28 plus? It shouldn't really matter if you've got that passion for it and you're, putting in the time, doing like, the uploads like you are, doing everything. It's just it, it's passion. It's about enjoying what you do, and being part of that community is about people who are like-minded sharing the same interest.
Yeah, it's exactly that. And it's at a point where I could basically turn around. If you made a page tomorrow, I could turn around and I could get you a fan base immediately. Not because I've got influence, but because there's such a tight knit community that it is just people will immediately latch onto anyone with genuine passion like that. It is incredible. People are immediately accepting, and it's honestly incredible to see.
You feel like a sort of younger one looking into that community? Because there is that sort of clicky thing a little bit on TikTok. It's very welcoming, very open, and there's no like you can't come in sort of vibe. But do you feel, as a younger person, do you
Sorry,
feel
can I just,
that, or do you feel a
put
bit?
pause on that?
Yep.
I just want to harken on to that point, like he was saying about the whole clicky aspect. Unfortunately, that just happens to be a big part of like any community, internet based, not internet based, depending on, doesn't matter what your interest is, your hobby, whatever. There will always be a group of people trying to one up you because
Yeah,
they
I
think
mean,
that they're better.
when he says it's a clicky thing, it's not so much the kind of standard sense as much as it is, as a community, we can tell when people don't want to be there, right?
Yeah.
We can
No,
tell
don't
when
get me
people
wrong.
are.
I completely understand where you're coming from, but
Yeah.
I just wanted to like push that point out there that this is, it's an achievement that this community is like as accepting as it is because of the fact that, some of the clicks they aren't the same as, other hobbies, other interests, other communities.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it's the only kind of restrictions I've seen in this community, right? Because this is one of the widest, most accepting communities I've ever seen, right? There's plenty of gay creators, female creators, trans creators. The entire space is open, right? And it's very rare to see something like that, especially on social media. And I think it helps that kind of, we've got a largely British fan base between the lot of us because we just don't have that issue of American politics, which is an
Yeah.
absolute blessing.
Yeah. The problem there is when American, American politics gets involved with everything, or, people's opinions about things that are other than the subject at hand get involved.
Yeah, and I've got to be honest, the most hate I've ever got for a video is my most viral video, which is just basically the Americans are gone, let's quickly poke fun at the way they spell words. It was absolutely harmless. The amount of genuine slurs I got sent after that are insane. Absolutely ridiculous, and it just goes to show that, like, as much as America as a whole, I've had plenty of American viewers that are absolutely lovely, but the American internet space is a lot more hostile than most of the world, to be honest, so I'm glad I'm in Britain.
Oh, absolutely.
Intimidated by that?
I've got to say, my hairline went at 18, so I kind of just got chucked with the old lot anyway.
Go on, make the joke.
Mate, your hairline was going before 18.
Yeah.
Your hairline was going since that fucking unicorn hairstyle, alright?
Yeah, well, your dad was gone at 18, mate.
He was gone at 10, mate. What are you talking about?
As a general rule. But no, honestly, I kind of grew up a generation behind gaming wise anyway. We weren't stinking rich or anything, so we ended up just kind of sat a generation behind. So for the most part, I'm relating with those people a lot more than I am people my own age, just because they kind of grew up in that kind of Xbox 360 era, whereas I was a bit before that.
It is literally that simple, by the way. It doesn't matter what the age gap is, how big of a difference there is between people. Just playing the same games is enough to start a 4-hour conversation around here.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Like, it shouldn't matter about, who you are, what you're doing, where you are, etc. The matter at hand should be the interest.
Yeah, 100%.
Because you're in that sort of little, the little, what's the phrase I want? You're in that sort of Venn diagram portion where like you've got the older generation above you, but you connect to them more. It seems like, but
Yeah.
you are still young enough to be classed as of a generation that is. So you've got that perfect blend of the two, I think.
I'd say so. At least I'll take it.
So who's next, or what is next on your list?
Obviously, I had to mention the 8-Bit Barber.
Yep, I need to go on a whole tangent about this man because, oh my god, he is a saint. There is nobody on this planet that is more welcoming than that man. Honestly. It does not matter who you are, you can go in and have a 6-hour conversation with that man. He is so open and so willing to have a conversation about anything. And it is an absolute blessing to have someone like that on this platform. It really is.
He has been one of the most supportive people I've ever met. I actually met him because he showed up in my comments. That's the only reason I know.
Which is true, by the way. This man's almost 8,000 followers, and he messaged me when I had like 16 followers or something like that.
Yeah.
It was absolutely insane. Seeing that kind of support is incredible. Especially when I've got people like, Retro Revival who are messaging me semi-frequently and showing up in my comments. People like Marv as well. He's a 1,000, and he was messaging me very, very early on. It is incredible that I've kind of blended this quickly. It is absolutely insane.
About him, I followed him back straight away because what a man, let's be honest. And started going into his lives. He ended up shouting me out, and he's the one that pushed me past 500 followers across all platforms, that is, obviously. But yeah, he ended up pushing me over it. Only other person I've got to mention is someone called Retro Replays with a Z.
Obviously, I've got a lot more people I would have liked to mention. But if I mention too many people, then it just takes away the effect of mentioning them at all, you know what I mean? So I'd rather highlight a special 3 rather than go into complete depth and do it that way. But Retro Replays is the one that kind of gave me a kick in the teeth and told me to sort my content out. I was still holding that bloody mic, which I had plugged into my phone, and it took me genuinely like a month to realise it wasn't recording any audio. Which was embarrassing to say the least, but she helped me figure that out, so I do owe her a thanks. And she's been the main reason I've got any growth on Instagram at all, really, so I do owe her a massive, massive thank you.
On Instagram, I started posting there. They popped up almost immediately and just went, look, here's some advice because these videos are a bit shit, to be honest.
At least they're honest.
It was fair.
Okay.
It was fair. It was more than fair. They were nicer about it, but that's what they probably should have said. But yeah, they were the ones that kind of gave me that knock to kind of, start actually sorting my stuff out. For example, I was recording with this mic on TikTok for absolutely ages. I'm sure you've seen it. It was covering out my face. Just for me to learn that TikTok for Android does not support external mics. I did it for like 3 weeks.
Seriously, it was bad.
Yeah, I remember exactly the conversation when you found out. Like, I can't remember if it was exactly like on the phone or it was a reason why why we called. But the first point was literally fam, I just found out TikTok for Android doesn't support external mics.
Well, here's the thing, it's supposed to.
It's supposed
It's
to,
just
but it's not
broken.
implemented.
I mean, at some point I'll give it another go and test it out, but as it stands, apparently it doesn't work. And as much as I'm sure I could find a workaround, like recording like on the computer, it's like the entire point is that this is a passion project where I can just pick my phone up and talk. Yeah, it's a little echoier, but not having to edit these videos makes it a whole lot more enticing for me. And especially, I'm not being funny, but I reckon if I was sat here editing every video, I probably would have burnt out a while ago now.
Yeah.
So I'd much rather keep it as just kind of like me rambling for 5 minutes, spend like 10 minutes editing on TikTok, on the app itself, and then just go from there. It's so much easier.
It was not recording anything.
Go into that because I'm not a tech. So TikTok doesn't support external mics on Android.
Apparently it does, in massive quotation marks, but I had a Google around and it seems like it was something that was broken with an update at some point. So yeah, I had it USB straight into my phone and it was not doing a single thing.
Yeah, just to be clear, it's supposed to work. It is supposed to. Doesn't mean it does. But that's a problem we'll fix later, and I'll try it again in a couple updates time and see if it's working again, basically.
Was just holding it as a prop like a moron for weeks on weeks.
Do you have aspirations to stream a lot on TikTok? Do you have aspirations to, as to become a streamer as such?
I didn't do a great job explaining this at the time, right? So what I will say is the answer is yes-ish. My only worry is that if I start streaming, I'm going to burn out. And fast, because there's kind of that, it's not that I can't just wander off at any point I want and just go, right, I'm bored, I'm leaving. It's more the fact that I don't want to. Especially when there's people that are actively kind of tuning in and, there's people potentially spending money just to be there at points. I'm not really comfortable with the idea of just inviting people in, letting them spend money and then leaving immediately, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And I mean, to be honest, to me as well, it's not just that aspect of things as well. It's not, feeling forced to stay there because of, the people watching. To me, it's also the disconnect between you and your community, you and your fan base. Like, once you hit a certain size, like, I know that, to mention a huge name in the content creation space, but I know that Markiplier said it in an interview. He said that the biggest problem with his growth was that disconnect from the fan base, that he can't connect with all the people who enjoy what he does. The fact that he can't anymore really get too involved with like everything outside of it because of, how big he's become, and it's such a disappointment, and that's 100% why I agree with him.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't think I'm ever going to get to a size where I can't read, every chat message that comes through.
Yeah.
As much as I'd like to. But I'm not entirely comfortable with the idea that it could happen. And don't get me wrong, if it turns around and suddenly I can make money from this and actually start expanding my collection because TikTok's deemed that I'm, worthy of payment, then great. Absolutely fantastic. But it's not a plan. And I do want to make it very clear, because I know we've spoken about this in this podcast already. If you don't want to be there, people will be able to tell. So the second it stops becoming a passion project, just hang up the boots, because it's not worth doing as a career if you don't want to be here. It will stress you out beyond belief if you're not 100% comfortable and on the ball here.
I like the idea of it, and especially when I'm setting other people's streams, because that's basically all I do these days is just watch other people play video games. But the problem is, when I'm playing a game, it doesn't matter if I've been sat there for 10 minutes or 4 hours. There's just a part of my brain that just clicks, and
And it is that point I want to emphasise, because I obviously have ADHD. I've mentioned that several times. I will just hit a point where my brain just goes, no, we are not having fun anymore, do something else. And especially when people are going to be tuning in just to see one specific game, I don't feel great about just giving up and switching, which means I will sit there and force myself through it, which means I'm just going to end up hating content creation and hating gaming as a whole.
Yeah.
Which I'm not really comfortable with. Don't get me wrong, there's games like Minecraft where I can sit there for hours, and worst case scenario, I can just, look at my phone for a bit and just respond to the chat.
Yeah.
So I might consider something like that at some point, but it's not going to be a frequent thing, and it's not going to be something I intend on turning into a profitable situation by any means.
Burn out in a second's notice, and it's the same reason I've not really stuck with long form content, because it's once I start burning out and having to force my way through it, that's when I'm going to start hating gaming.
Every single person here, I can guarantee, almost all of you are either current content creators or have tried it at some point. Most of you will know how stressful editing can be. I do not want to do it. I do not want to sit here and do it unless it's a minor adjustment somewhere where I can kind of get away with it. But I honestly can't be bothered. And it doesn't help that my editing experience when I was younger was really poorly using Sony Vegas, and now Sony Vegas isn't really about anymore. I don't want to relearn Adobe After Effects or anything like that, because it's just so much work. And I'd much rather just ramble on about, some random niche side quest I found in Cyberpunk on TikTok for 10 seconds than, risk A, annoying people for just randomly ending streams, or B,
end up just sat there monotone and dead in the face for 4 hours. Just
that would be a hell of a USP though. If you could market it as the countdown timer or something, and you restrict, and people never knew when it would end. It would just at one point end. You'd be the only person probably.
I mean, it's not a bad plan, really, is it? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe at some point we try something like that. But I mean, for now, I'm just gonna maybe just do a spontaneous Minecraft stream here or there and go from there. Really.
Doing that ever. That would be hilarious.
Well, that's great until I have a heart attack on stream and no one realizes.
Well, don't do that.
You know what I mean, though? Because if I'm just sat there and the entire gimmick is I just leave, you know full well I'm going to have like a fucking full-on stroke or something. And it's just going to look like part of the gimmick. It's just my luck, really, isn't it?
That'd be a bit extreme.
I can't say it was in their plans, but...
If you were just there and just went number and just left the room, but left your stream, that'd be hilarious. That'd be so good. So you've mentioned obviously some creators there that you enjoy and everything. Are you looking to expand that outside of gaming? Like, is there anyone outside of gaming that you follow that you really enjoy?
I've realised for the most part, right, everything I watch is usually either kind of background TV or it's gaming content. And it's not necessarily that, you know, I don't enjoy other content as much as just I try to sit on TikTok and support people in the same circle as much as possible. So usually I end up having something like the Sidemen on in the background on the TV while I'm scrolling TikTok trying to leave, you know, messages for random people in the space. As much as possible anyway. I mean, there are this, like, you know, the points where I wake up first thing in the morning, it's like, no, I can't be bothered, I'm just liking everything I see. But for the most part, if I've got that time to sit down and consume content, I'll usually try and make it my friends, you know what I mean?
Not specifically. It's like my Instagram feed is just rammed full of...
I know I've literally just unpaused it, but I also want to take a minute and just say, what the hell is going on with Instagram? Seriously?
Yeah, the state of Instagram is it's not fun.
It's an absolute hellscape, and I understand people like edgy jokes, but it shouldn't be every joke, right? You should be able to avoid that space if you want to. Because I remember, like, 2013, and the only kind of, like, 2 accounts you would follow are, like, Lad Bible and then 8 Crap. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the state of Instagram back then was quite literally... It wasn't necessarily shit posts, but it was, like... It was very boomer humor memes, the occasional MLG thing, and then you'd get Fail Army.
Yeah, which is... I'm not being funny, I'd much rather prefer that, because now, every single time I open it, it's just a barrage of slurs, and I can't be bothered.
I'm pretty sure that most of my For You page nowadays is either schizo posting, just weird old people posting their face, or, like, their feet, or something, and then you'll get AI Peter Griffin.
Yeah, I'm not being funny. None of it's funny anymore. Literally none of it is. It's been the same, like, 2 jokes for, like, 5 years now, and I can't be bothered.
It was funny the first time you saw it because you weren't expecting it, but now you scroll through and you just scroll past it immediately because you're like, okay, it's another one of those.
The difference is, like, you look at TikTok, you look at Instagram, Facebook, and you look at YouTube. And yes, there's trends, but they actually remain fresh, and they're their own thing for quite a bit longer anyway. And then you look at Instagram, and it's had the same 2 running jokes for about a decade now, which is mostly just yell the N-word and then, I don't know, random street fights that kill people.
Yeah, it seems more like content that you'd see on Live Leak.
Yeah, exactly, and it's getting kind of dire at this point, I'm going to be real.
Well, Instagram content, which is about all I can say. And this is my only TikTok account. I don't have a personal one. I made this just to ramble on about games. So all of the content I consume basically anywhere is either really, really awful football content with, those bloody gambling ads on it, or...
I will say this every single time I see a steak advert. Gambling ads should simply not be legal. Full stop.
There are multiple accounts that I've seen, like, literally, like, about a week after you first mentioned it to me, I first started seeing all of the posts with literally that big, massive stake banner at the bottom, and I'm like, I really don't care. Plus, it shows where your priorities are. Like, I know that some people do that sort of thing for money, like posting on social media, but like, come on, man. Like, you could have taken a better sponsor and also not just advertised to potentially vulnerable or like impressionable people about gambling.
Yeah, and it's not only that, right? I strongly believe that just gambling ads as a whole shouldn't be legal. But it's especially when they're on platforms that are mostly either young teenagers or actual children,
Yeah.
then it's a serious, serious problem. And
Like
Instagram's got to do something about this at this point.
like to a point, I can excuse advertising like bookies like on TV or whatever when it's related to sports because that's that's fine. People are going to bet on like the football or like the horse racing, being prevalent with like, the Cheltenham Festival being on around the time of this recording. Um, it's it's very prevalent that gambling ads are a thing, but at the same time, it's in the same situation with like Instagram and social media where it's not relevant to the content that I'm being shown. Like this is going slightly off tangent, but a conversation that we've had already before is the fact that like websites like Love Honey are like advertising on like Cartoon Network or kids channels.
And
It's
YouTube, by the way.
Yeah, it's not relevant to the content. It's just not appropriate, and it's disturbing. Maybe not just for the people who it's actually, the content's being marketed towards, but people who are there like around it because they're going to be seeing it and they're going to be like, "Wow, why the hell is this being shown to me?"
Yeah, no, it is honestly that bad. And I'm going to say this every single time I can. Gambling ads should not be legal. But it's even worse when they're not remotely relevant to what's happening at all. It's especially when there's like, interviews with like, Trump and Zelensky that are being shown with gambling ads on them. The video's already stolen. You're not allowed to use it. And then
Yeah.
put a heavily restricted ad onto that content from a company that's not even allowed to run in the UK, being shown to a heavily UK-based audience full of mostly children. I don't need to point out what's wrong with that. I really don't.
Yeah, it is literally just atrocious. Like I know you say like about the politics thing, and I know you say about the what do you call it? About the sports content, but sometimes it isn't even on that content. It literally can just be some meme channel has posted a meme and it's got like an uncroppable steak ad.
Yeah, it's like that entire situation with the Drake drone, which everyone thought was hilarious, and then it turned out it was entirely staged just to show off a steak ad that was on his laptop.
Yeah.
It's genuinely disgusting, and at that point it is actual, like, manipulation.
It's just, random For You page stuff that I'm never going to follow one back for because it was probably stolen anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I had to think because Holly Retro messaged me because she stitched the. Have you seen the? Hilarious! It is amazing. It's Frampton Link pictures.
Don't believe so off the top of my head.
Go quick plug. Go on my page and do that at some point. It is well funny. But basically, she messaged me and said, "Can I stitch your video, please?" I was like, "Yeah, of course you can stitch my video." But it turns out my thing was set to like X amount of posts are allowed to be stitched. Because I remembered that about 6 months ago or whatever, I changed my settings because someone had used my video and I couldn't have it back. So just be aware of that one.
Yeah.
This has been great, pal. Have you got anything else you want to mention? I would like to say personally from me, seeing, because I came across your page obviously fairly recently, but your content is class. You've got like this weird way of, and don't take it the wrong way, please, doing stuff that's already been done, but in a unique way. Because even the videos that you do where you give opinions on.
Uh-huh.
Are you ready for the single cringiest response to anything you've ever heard in your life?
Oh, I suppose I better be.
It is bad.
not necessarily the hottest topics, you have like this weird, unique viewpoint on them. Like the video we mentioned earlier, like people have done that before, but your take on the prices and everything is just, I don't know how to explain it. It's really, really good. I would implore people to go and check you out because you're on the rise, and I think you're going to rise pretty quick.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, I don't know how to take compliments, but thank you.
Nah, that was bad.
Was that noise in the video, or was that you just now?
No, that was me.
Oh, I was gonna say, fucking hell! If you'd actually just gone, that would be me like earlier when I just stumbled over my words and I said words.
Right, I need to stress this as much as possible. I cannot take a compliment to my face, but Marv, I am incredibly grateful. That was incredibly kind of you, and I am sorry for being such a dickhead. Honestly, you are very nice. I am just a cringe-worthy human being, so thank you. I genuinely appreciate it, and I am sorry for being the way that I am.
The first thing I'll say is I've made a very, very big active effort to not get stuck into kind of actively constantly being influenced stuff. Like I made the decision that physical media had to stay around on my own. I wasn't, sat there going through tech.
This is a very big point, right? Without even realizing, I guarantee every single person watching this has picked up on some opinion they don't actually believe, but they've kind of been trained to think that way, if that makes sense. People say a lot of stuff online, and the second you hear it like 3 times, it's going to start setting in eventually, right? Actively realizing that that's happening is about 90% of the work done. Just make your own opinions. If you disagree with something, disagree with it, that's fine. Just be nice about it,
And then Kale popped up and went, "Oh yeah, if you buy digital media, I'm going to kill you." Mainly because he's not.
He didn't say that, to be honest. He is a very sweet man, but
I mean, to be honest, that sounds like something more that you would say as a joke, but like also semi-believable.
we'll see how it goes, I suppose.
Twat, but as a whole, I've been very careful about that. It's the same way when I'm sat on my page. I am, unless it's kind of very clear, like not rage bait, but rage bait. I am never going to turn around and say a game's bad.
I've been very specific about this, right? I don't honestly believe there is such thing as a bad game, right? I say it in videos sometimes because it's a lot easier to form an opinion about something when there's a strict opinion on the page, right?
Yeah.
But bad games simply don't exist. There's either games that just maybe aren't worth your time, but they might be worth somebody else's, so I can't call them bad. And there's games that are just so bad that they're actually funny, which makes them fun again. You know what I mean? So there's still active worth in that game existing. So I'm never going to turn around and say, your favourite game is actually dog shit and I hate it. It's just, it's not for me, that's fine. Like, I don't really like Elden Ring. I've mentioned several times, it's not for me. I'm not going to turn around and start shitting on other people for liking it because, bluntly put, I guarantee you're the same. Most of my favourite games are objectively quite bad.
Yeah, I mean, like, Simpsons Wrestling for the PS1.
It's genuinely worth playing, that's the thing. It's one of those games that, yeah, it's pretty terrible, but you've got to remember, this is pre kind of, Simpsons Hit and Run, Simpsons Road Rage, the Simpsons game, all of those that people genuinely quite enjoy. I'm not a fan of the Simpsons game. I believe it's way too long and way too boring, but that's besides the point. This wasn't meant to be anything other than kind of just a, TV show tie-in. It wasn't meant to be a high-quality AAA game or something.
Not once, because some of the games I love the most are just objectively awful. And I know full well if I sat down and went, right, you play that, they will probably turn around and send me to a psych ward. But I've just made it a very, very big point to just kind of, put my opinions out there and then actively ask people to tell me what they think, because I don't want to get stuck in that cycle where I'm actively telling people what to do. You know what I mean? Because it's very easy to be sat on the internet and then just hear the same take like 4 times and then go, well, if they said it.
And that is a big point. I've made an entire video going over why basically my opinion is worthless and so is every single other creators on this platform, right? Bold claim on paper, but just hear me out. people have different opinions, right? Don't Google reviews for a game to decide whether it's worth it or not. Look at gameplay, make your own decision. Okay?
Yeah.
It does not matter what some random reviewer from IGN thinks. It doesn't mean you're going to not enjoy it. It doesn't mean you are going to enjoy it just because they said it's good. You know what I mean? So make your own
100%.
decisions based on your own logic and your own thoughts and go from there.
So I hate that idea. I absolutely hate it. So I've made a very big active point to step away from that side of the.
That's why I think I resonate with you so much, because I'm the same way. Like people have said to me about my question videos. I do that because I'm legitimately interested in other opinions.
His questions, by the way, are some of the most fascinating questions I've ever heard in my life. He brings up a lot of them on the podcast because they're great questions. So seriously, if you want to actually go there and start an actual debate with somebody, go and respond to like half of Coach Marv's questions. You'll have a hell of a fucking time with it.
Like, I'm not here to just go, this is right, this is wrong, deal with it. I want that conversation. And I get that same impression from you. That's why I've gravitated towards your page. And so my thing is just keep doing what you're doing, because you're going to grow exponentially. And I can't wait to see where you head in the near future. Because if you got all these, what's the phrase? Hands in pies places, like Instagram and everywhere, just keep doing it, because you're going to grow quickly. I'd love to see it.
Cheers, man. I appreciate that.
We will end this one here. This has been a great conversation. You've been Zach, aka Lactose Labs, which I absolutely love. There are some fabulous names on TikTok, and that's up there with the best of them. Again, we'll end it here. Thank you for being on, my friend. Anything more from you?
Just a general thank you.
I'll take it. This has been episode 18 of Champion the Gamer, and I'll catch you all on.
So, general thoughts, because I tripped over most of my words, but I think I did all right.
Yeah, to be honest, I think it was a pretty good. I think it was a pretty good interview overall. You know, it's definitely, well, it is, as far as I'm aware, his longest podcast episode.
Not at all, actually. I really thought it would be, but no, there's several longer, which is impressive. I managed to contain the rambling.
Yeah, but honestly, I think some of the points you brought up were perfectly valid. You know, obviously this video was also important to bring up some of the, elaborate on some of the points, bring up some other important points that have stemmed from certain standpoints that have been raised. But also, yeah, it was just a generally pretty good interview, a pretty good podcast episode. The only thing...
Oh, God, here we go.
The only thing that really, I think, could have been improved was, to be honest, some of the rambling. I think that it did go a little bit off topic sometimes, and I know that we went very off topic sometimes in this video, like, you know, going from talking about Halo to Banjo-Kazooie to God knows what. But, you know, to give it a fair standpoint, the rambling was to an extent on topic.
Yeah, I'm surprised I kept it so well contained. I mean, there was that one time I just didn't answer one of the questions, but we fixed that now, so it's fine.
Yeah. But like I say, that's exactly why this video was important, to elaborate on points, to build upon points, and just make some points make sense.
Yeah, that is very much it. So, last question. Anything else you want to elaborate on before we call it there?
To be honest, I don't think there's really anything that I can elaborate on further. I mean, we've covered pretty much all of the points that we wanted to, just as a main goal. We've done the main idea of this, which was to get my takes on your takes, my takes on his questions, and also, you know, building upon each other's takes just as a whole. So I don't really think there's anything that I need to elaborate on too much.
Perfect. Well, last question. If you've got anything of yours you want to shout out, go for it. I'll chuck links in the description if there is anything. If not, hey presto.
Yeah, shout out to Cheezoid by Mitchell and Webb. It's a really good skit. It definitely explains some of our, you know, where our humour comes from.
Are you actually going to make me link the Cheeseoid video in the
Yes,
description?
I'm gonna link you. I'm gonna link you the link I want you to put for Cheeseoid.
Okay. We'll get Cheeseoid in there.
We'll get Cheeseoid in there because it's very influential to us. Other than that, I'm just happy to be here. I'm glad to. Sort of glad for this to be my introduction and initiation into the content creation. I'm definitely going to be here a whole lot more, whether it's on streams or whether it's my own little tidbits, opinions, whatever. Definitely not going to be as active as you are, but I'm just, like I say, just glad to be here. There's nothing really that I need to link. There's nothing really that I can link because I don't have a TikTok. But other than that, all of my real takes you're going to get from my appearances. So yeah,
more than fair. Just thinking, I'm not sure if your videos are still up here, but there must be at least something that's still up on this channel that's got you in it. Must be. We would have been like 13, but it's probably something.
Look, they're all going to be up, but I think the biggest extent of things that are actively available on my very, very old channel is my failed attempt at making a Skyrim playthrough.
I mean,
and some of the episodes actually I have unlisted because they were going to be future episodes. Like I have up to episode 10, but recorded on my channel I have up to episode 13. So I have 3 episodes that are essentially lost media, and they're all like 20 minutes long.
you know what that sounds like to me?
We're not doing a review of
We're doing
our
a
content.
review. Yeah,
We're
are.
not doing. All right, but I get to choose the episodes because I'll know what I get to pick.
Okay, as long as you're completely fine with the cinnamon incident being in there because it's going in there.
I guess that's gotta be like
It's an important part of the canon. It's got to happen.
that is absolutely a canon event. But yeah, other than that, it's going to be all new stuff. And as soon as I probably started making a bit more of an active appearance, I'll possibly make an attempt at not necessarily reviving the old channel, but like starting from new.
More than fair. And with that being said, we are now at the 5-hour mark officially.
Oh wait, what? How long is actually the runtime?
Of this current recording, we are at 5 hours and 1 minute exactly.
Jeez, yeah, I think that's a perfect endpoint. Literally a 5-hour long podcast.
This is a 45-minute episode, by the way.
A 45-minute episode that turned into 5 hours recording, split over 2 days.
Yeah, which is probably more like 8 when you consider the tech issues.
Yeah, the tech issues, the pauses that we've had to have from background noise or interruptions, it's just been a whole lot of effort, but it's all been necessary.
Yeah, well, I mean, with that being said, a huge thank you to Tom for sitting here for this long, because that is insane. Massive shout out to Coach Marv. The Champion the Gamer podcast is an absolute work of art. Undeniably, it's incredible. I'll leave links down below to External Lee, 8-Bit Barber, and Retro Replays. And with that being said, goodbye, I suppose. Drop us a follow, because this took bloody ages, and if you don't, I will cry.
Yeah, see ya.
In a bit.